Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Naira. Orthani is a beast with 1,000 blackened teeth, each alley a gaping maw, each noble house a festering wound in the rotting flesh of this city. I prowl its veins like a sickness, slithering through shadowed streets where the stink of desperation clings to the atmosphere. But tonight, I'm not just a sickness. I am a plague. The estate of House Zacria looms ahead, a temple to excess and cruelty. The dark elves build their palaces like they build their lives, ornate, oppressive, designed to make those below them feel like insects crawling underfoot. Even from here, I can see the gilded windows, the elegant spires, the sweeping balconies where nobles drink blood-red wine and whisper about who they'll ruin next. I clutch my dagger tighter. For weeks I've been planning this job, poring over stolen blueprints, watching the guards' movements from the ruins below. House Zacria hoards wealth like a dragon nesting on bones, and tonight I intend to bleed them dry. I slip past the outer walls with ease, my body a shadow against the night. The guards are lazy this late, arrogant, fat off their own corruption. My boots barely make a whisper against the stone, my breath steady as I navigate the courtyard. The aroma of orchids and burning resin clogs my nose. One step inside, and I'm moving like liquid through the halls, pressing myself into alcoves whenever the heavy tread of armoured boots echoes too close. This isn't the first time I've broken into a noble's treasury, and it won't be the last. Third door on the right, down the corridor, left at the tapestry of the conquered humans kneeling. I find the vault exactly where I expected it to be. Ornate, towering, carved with sigils meant to keep out thieves like me. Too bad for them. I'm not just any thief. I kneel, pulling the tools from my belt, slipping a thin metal pick into the lock. I barely get the first pin up before a voice slices through the darkness like a jagged blade. You're either incredibly bold or incredibly stupid, little human. I freeze. The timbre of that voice, it isn't the bark of a guard, the bored drawl of a noble too lazy to protect his own riches. No, this voice is silk laced with steel, cool and cruel, wrapping around me like a noose. I turn, slow, my heart pounding like a war drum. He stands in the dim light of the corridor, his presence a storm cloud smothering the atmosphere. Lord Zephiran Zacria, the feared and fabled son of a monster. I've heard the stories. The noble who kills with a whisper, who bathes in shadows and wields secrets like knives. The one no other dark elf dares cross, because even they fear what he's capable of. And screw me, he's beautiful in the way death is beautiful. Terrifying, intoxicating, impossible to look away from. Moonlight slicks across his sharp features, the deep violet of his skin nearly black in the dim glow. His white hair is unbound, tumbling past his shoulders, a stark contrast to the gleaming gold rings on his fingers, the chains at his throat, the obsidian hilt of the sword resting at his hip. His eyes, damn. I've seen a lot of cruel men. I've seen dark elves who smile as they carve flesh from bone, who gut humans like pigs just to watch the way they twitch. But Zephron's eyes are a different kind of cruelty, deep red, like the last smear of blood on a rusted blade. They're locked on me with something dangerous. I rise to my feet, keeping my dagger loose in my grip. My fingers itch for the pressure of a kill, for the slide of steel through silk and skin. But Zephyran doesn't move, doesn't lunge. He just watches, head tilted, as if he's already predicted every move I could make. I bare my teeth in a grin. "You should have stayed in bed, my lord." His lips twitch at that. Not quite a smirk, not quite amusement. "And you should have chosen a lesser house to rob." I throw the dagger, but he catches it mid-air like it's nothing. There's no time to register the movement before he's on me. 1 second, I'm standing. The next, I'm slammed against the vault door, my wrists pinned above my head, with a strength that is absolutely not human. The smell of him crashes into me, smoke and spice, leather and steel, something rich and forbidden. My breath is ragged, my body thrumming from the force of impact. I should be panicking. I should be thrashing, screaming. Instead, my blood rushes hot, my pulse thudding with something far too close to exhilaration. His grip tightens. "Who sent you?" "I work alone." The corner of his mouth curls. A lie. "Believe what you want." His gaze drags over me, slow, assessing. He doesn't need to touch me to make me feel like he already owns every inch of my body. His presence is enough. A storm pressed against my skin, a razor tracing the line of my throat. He leans in, voice dropping into something lower, darker. "Tell me why I shouldn't put you on your knees and carve the truth out of you." My breath catches, not from fear, from the heat of him, from the way his words slither into my mind, painting 1,000 wicked possibilities. I shouldn't be reacting like this. This man is a predator, and I am prey. I snarl. "Because you'd rather make a deal." That gets his attention. A slow, deliberate pause. Then his grip eases. "Interesting," he murmurs. "And what exactly do you think you have that I want?" I don't let myself hesitate. "You need something stolen," I say, watching his reaction. "And I'm the only one who can do it." Another beat of silence. Then, to my utter shock, he laughs. Low, amused, hungry. "Oh, I've heard of you. You're that little fox," he says, his fingers ghosting down my arm, slow and deliberate. "You have no idea what you've just signed yourself up for." He steps back. Just like that. I don't move. I can't. My body is still pressed against the vault, my pulse hammering as he turns away, as if I'm no longer even worth his attention. "Come," he orders, not looking back. "We have much to discuss." Every instinct I have screams at me to run, to fight, to not follow this man. But I do. I want to know why the most feared dark elf in Orthani just let me live. I want to know what I've just gotten myself into.
Chapter 2. Zephyran. She stands before me, all sharp edges and defiance, a wild little thing trapped in the belly of a beast far greater than she can comprehend. Yet, she doesn't kneel. Most would. Most would be trembling, pleading, begging for their worthless, insignificant lives. But this human, this thief, meets my gaze head-on, chin tilted up in open defiance, like she hasn't been caught with her hand buried deep in the wolf's maw. I should kill her for that alone. I should crush her throat between my fingers and watch the light bleed from those too clever eyes. But she's still useful, so I don't. "Do you know how many humans have tried to steal from me?" I ask, my voice a slow, measured blade. She doesn't answer. I step closer, watching the tension ripple through her small, wiry frame. Her body is coiled, tight as a bowstring, ready to snap at the first sign of weakness. But she doesn't retreat. "None," I answer for her, "because none have been stupid enough to try." Her lips curl, baring teeth that should look weak but don't. She tilts her head, her dark hair spilling over her shoulder in a mess of tangled waves. Then I suppose I'm the first. She's provoking me. She needs to see how close she can dance to the flame before it devours her. I let my amusement show just a flicker of it, a slow, dark smirk curling at the edges of my mouth. Yes, I murmur. You are? She doesn't understand yet. Doesn't understand that I'm choosing to let her live. I glance down at the dagger she tried to drive into my throat. It still sits in my grip, the hilt warmed by her palm just moments ago. The steel is unimpressive, scratched, dull from use. A commoner's weapon for a common little fox, yet she aims to kill. I step closer, close enough that I can feel her breath against my throat. Close enough that if she were any stupider, she might think she had a chance to slit mine. I drag the tip of her own blade along her jaw, lightly, a feather's touch. Her pulse jumps beneath the thin stretch of her throat. Not fear, adrenaline. Interesting. Tell me, I murmur, do you wish to die tonight? Her lips part slightly, and I see the way she swallows. But her voice, when it comes, is steady. I think you're too arrogant to kill me yet. She's not wrong. I chuckle, dragging the blade lower, tracing the line of her throat. You broke into my home, little fox. What should I do with you? She stills, calculation flickering in her gaze, weighing her options. She has none. I tilt my head watching her, watching the way her body betrays her, even as her words remain sharp. Most would beg, I tell her. She scoffs. I'm not most. No, I agree. You're not. Which is why I won't kill her. Not yet. I lift the dagger away, tossing it to the side like it's nothing. She watches it clatter to the ground, and I see the moment her spine stiffens, the moment she realizes what I've done. I've disarmed her. She is mine now. I take another step forward, closing the distance between us. She should move. She doesn't. I have a proposition for you, I say. Her expression sharpens, wary. What kind of proposition? The silence stretch, and I savor the anticipation, the way the tension between us crackles like a live wire. Then I say, you're going to steal something for me? She exhales sharply, almost a laugh. That's what you want? You caught me breaking into your home, and instead of killing me, you want me to do more crime for you? Yes. She shakes her head. You must be even more arrogant than I thought. I step closer, so close now that she has to tilt her head back to hold my gaze. She doesn't like that. Good. You stole from the wrong house tonight, I tell her softly. And for that, you will either earn your life or lose it. She should say yes. She should be grasping at this chance like a drowning man grasping for air. Instead, she narrows her eyes, gaze flickering with sharp, stubborn resistance. No, she says. No. I stare at her. No? She shrugs, lips curling. Not interested. I laugh. Actually laugh. This girl is insane. I grab her chin, fingers pressing just hard enough to demand her full attention. Her breath hitches. Not in fear. No, not in fear at all. I lean in, voice dropping into a slow, dangerous whisper. You don't have a choice. Her nails dig into her palms, fighting her own instinct to shiver. I always have a choice, she snarls. Wrong. I release her just as suddenly as I grabbed her, turning away, exhaling sharply. I should punish her for her defiance, should teach her what happens when humans forget their place. Instead, I say, if you refuse, I'll make sure every human in Orthani suffers for your disobedience. That hits its mark. I don't even need to look at her to know it. I hear it in the sharp inhale, in the way her breath stalls in her chest. That's her weakness, not herself. The others. The ones hiding in the ruins beneath this city, the ones she's been stealing for, bleeding for, suffering for. I turn back to face her, tilting my head. Work for me, I say, Voice soft now, almost a purr. And I will grant them protection. I will ensure that every human under my control is kept safe, untouched. You have my word. She doesn't move, doesn't speak, but I see it. Her finger twitches and she flicks her tongue over her lips in agitation. Her breath quickens just slightly. She's breaking. Slowly. I take one last step forward, close enough to see the defiance warring against the inevitable surrender. She exhales a sharp, furious breath. Fine. The victory is delicious. I grin. Good girl. She snarls, stepping back like the words burn. I hope you choke on your own pride, my lord. I chuckle, watching her, already anticipating the hell we're about to unleash upon each other. Likewise, little fox.
Chapter 3. Naira. I should have let him kill me. That would have been the easier choice. But no, I had to open my mouth, had to agree to whatever twisted game Zephiran Zacria is playing. And now, I'm bound to him by a deal I barely understand, a leash made of silk and steel. He knows it. He walks ahead of me, leading me through the estate like a king guiding his newest, most unruly pet. His stride is lazy, effortless, like he's never had to run for anything in his privileged, blood-soaked life. He moves like the world owes him space, and it does. I hate that I notice how he moves, hate the way my body is still vibrating from his presence. That bastard. The halls are silent except for the distant crackle of torches and the echo of our footsteps. Gilded statues of long-dead dark elves loom from their pedestals, faces carved into expressions of eternal arrogance. The entire estate reeks of power, of centuries of cruelty stitched into its very bones. I clench my fists to keep from touching the walls. I don't want any part of this place on my skin. On me. You're brooding, Zephiran says, without looking back. I roll my eyes. And you're talking. A low, amused hum, like he enjoys the fight. I grit my teeth. So, where are you taking me? You ask a lot of questions for someone with no leverage. I scoff. You want me to steal for you, don't you? Maybe don't treat me like a dog you dragged in from the street. He stops. Too fast. Too sharp. I barely register the movement before I'm slammed against the cold stone wall. The impact steals my breath, my head snapping back, a sharp sting cutting through my scalp. His body is all heat, all shadow, pressing me into unyielding stone, his scent crawling into my lungs. Dark spice, steel, something ruinous. I should be scared. I should be fighting. Instead, I'm burning. You think this is mistreatment? He murmurs, his voice a slow drag of silk over a blade. I glare at him, trying to ignore how big he is. He's not like the dark elf lords who lounge on velvet cushions and sip wine while their guards do their dirty work. No, Zephron is a predator. And right now, I am cornered. Get off me, I snap. He smirks. No. I growl, trying to shove him, but he doesn't budge. His fingers slide down, slow and deliberate, grazing over the curve of my hip. Not a caress. Not quite. A warning. I hate that I shiver. He leans in, his breath ghosting against my ear. You're mine now, little fox. If you want to survive, you're going to learn exactly what that means. I let out a harsh laugh. You wish I was yours. His grip tightens, just a fraction, just enough to send a shudder licking down my spine. I don't know if I hate him or if I just hate myself for reacting. His eyes flicker to my mouth. Careful, Naira, he murmurs. You might start to enjoy it. Bastard. He steps back, releasing me like he wasn't just holding me like a possession, like he wasn't just branding me with his body. I refuse to show weakness. I push off the wall and meet his gaze with as much venom as I can summon. If you ever touch me like that again, I'll slit your throat in your sleep. a slow, lazy smile. I'd like to see you try. I will. The tension still claws at my skin as I follow him down another corridor, my pulse uneven, my rage simmering beneath the surface. I need to focus. I need to figure out what I've gotten myself into before it's too late. There's one undeniable truth hanging between us, thick and suffocating. I'm not afraid of him. I'm afraid of the way I want to see how far I can push him. And worse, I think he wants the same thing. He leads me into a war room. Maps are sprawled across a massive obsidian table, marked with locations I don't recognise. Strange artifacts rest on the shelves, each one humming with dark energy. I don't want to know what they do. He gestures to a chair. Sit. I remain standing. His lips twitch. Already disobeying? I fold my arms. You didn't say please. Do you think this is a game? I do now. Tell me what you want me to steal, I say instead. I'm not staying in this palace of yours any longer than I have to. He studies me for a moment. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he unrolls a parchment. I step closer, and the second I see what's sketched onto it, my stomach drops. The High Council's vault. I go very, very still. No, I say immediately. Zephyran's voice is soft. Yes. I snap my gaze to him. You want me to break into the most secure vault in all of Orthani? Are you out of your mind? He leans forward, resting his hands on the table. His rings glint in the candlelight, dark jewels dripping with wealth and blood. Why else would I need you? He murmurs. I exhale sharply, my mind racing. The High Council's vault is legendary, impenetrable. It doesn't hold just gold and treasures. It holds secrets, forbidden magic. And now this dark elf bastard wants me to walk into the maw of death itself and pluck a relic from its jaws. I won't do it, I say. Zephyran smirks. Yes, you will. I shake my head. Find another thief. He steps around the table, closing the gap between us again. There are no other thieves, he says. There is only you. His voice wraps around me like silk and chains, and I hate how true it is. He's right. No one else could do this. He knows it. But I don't look away. I won't. I lift my chin. You better pray I don't betray you, my lord. His smirk deepens. Oh, little fox. He leans in, close enough for me to feel the heat of his breath against my mouth. I'm counting on it.
Chapter 4. Zephron. She doesn't trust me. Good. She shouldn't. Naira watches me with the wariness of a wild thing, her body still thrumming from the battle of wills we just fought. She thinks she has the upper hand, thinks she can walk away from me when this is over. She can't. I won't let her. I pour the wine slowly, letting the dark liquid swirl in the goblet, watching the way her sharp eyes track every movement. She hasn't moved from where she stands, arms crossed, defiant and furious. She knows I'm dangerous, but she doesn't yet understand that I am cruel. I glance up, meeting her glare with a lazy smirk. You look like you're contemplating murder, little fox. Her lip curls. I am. I chuckle, lifting the goblet. Drink. She doesn't move. A muscle twitches in her jaw. No. I exhale, shaking my head in mock disappointment. You're making this more difficult than it needs to be. She scoffs. Oh, I'm so sorry if my lack of enthusiasm is ruining the moment, my lord. That sharp, bitter tongue of hers. I should punish her for it. Instead, I let my gaze drag over her body, lingering a bit longer to make her uncomfortable. The rise and fall of her chest, the way the flickering torchlight catches on the sweat at her collarbone. She's still running hot from our earlier fight. Drink, I murmur again, softer this time. She narrows her eyes. You first. I chuckle. Oh, little fox. I don't need insurance. She still doesn't move. Still defies me. I love that about her, but I'm done playing. I move faster than she expects, closing the distance before she can react. My hand fists in her hair, yanking her head back just enough to expose the vulnerable stretch of her throat. She snarls, thrashes, fights. But I have her now. She can't escape me. I press the goblet to her lips, tilting it just enough for the wine to lap against her mouth. She clenches her jaw shut, stubborn little beast that she is, her breath hot against my wrist. I can do this the easy way, or I can do it the hard way, I murmur against her ear. She growls, but she's pinned. My grip in her hair keeps her still, my other hand firm against the curve of her hip. She hates this. And gods, I'm so into it. She tries to wrench free, but I push harder, pressing the goblet more insistently against her lips. Drink, I command. No, she spits. Fine. I tip the cup. The wine spills over her mouth, over her lips, down the column of her throat. She chokes, gasping as it pours past her teeth, forcing its way into her mouth. Her fingers dig into my chest, nails scraping. Her body thrashes against mine, but I hold her still. She swallows. I know the moment the poison takes hold, her breath shudders out of her, something raw, something wild. She stares up at me, hatred and fury twisting across her face. She wipes her mouth with the back of her hand, smearing wine and spit across her skin. Then she lunges. Her fist cracks across my jaw, hard. Pain splinters through me, sharp and beautiful. I stagger back a step, laughing even as I taste blood. She doesn't stop. She grabs a dagger from the table. Not hers, but she doesn't care. She moves like a woman possessed, fury pouring off her in waves as she lunges for my throat. I catch her wrist before she buries the blade in my skin. I twist. She cries out. The dagger clatters to the ground. She spits at my feet. You poisoned me, she snarls, her voice ragged with fury. I grin, teeth red from the blood she drew. Yes. Her chest heaves. What did you do? I lean in, savoring the way she shakes with rage with the aftermath of what I just did to her. You will take an antidote from me once a month, I say, voice slow, purposeful. Or you will die in agony. Her fingers twitch, like she's resisting the urge to claw my eyes out. I'm going to kill you, she breathes. I hum, dragging a finger down the bare skin of her throat, tracing the path the wine had taken just moments before. You can try, I murmur. Her breath catches. She hates me, hates that I have taken her choice, hates that I have caged her. But her body doesn't know how to tell the difference between rage and desire. Neither does mine. It's in the way her pupils are blown wide, and the way her fingers tremble where she still clenches her fist. I want her furious. I want her unhinged. I want to watch her break. She exhales sharply, wrenching herself free from my grip. She doesn't flee. Not yet. She just stands there, shaking, burning, seething. You think this will make me obedient? She grits out. No, little fox. I just think it will make things interesting, I say playfully. She steps closer. Too close. I feel the heat of her body, the tension thrumming between us like a live wire. Her lips curl in something vicious. Sleep with one eye open, my lord, she whispers. I chuckle, reaching out to trace a single finger along the line of her jaw, just to watch her tense. Oh, Naira, I purr her name. I wouldn't dream of it.
Chapter 5. Naira. I wake to the warmth of him. It stains the silk sheets, the heavy air in the chamber, the warmth seeping into my bones. Dark spice, leather, something old and ruinous. I jerk upright, too fast, too sharp. My head spins, my stomach lurches, and then I remember. The poison. My hands tremble as I grip the mattress beneath me. The fine fabric is too smooth, too luxurious, too wrong. I am in his bed. I taste copper on my tongue from where I bit my own cheek in my sleep. I welcome the sting, the pain grounding me in something real. This is his way of reminding me who owns me now. Not as a lover, not even as a pet. No, he wants me as a pawn. The door creaks open, and I know it's him before I even see him. Zephiran Zacria. Dark elf prince, tyrant in silk, bastard in every sense of the word. He doesn't greet me. He doesn't say my name. He just stands there, studying me like a prized blade he's just acquired, one that needs sharpening. His lips curl. Good, you're awake. I throw a pillow at his face. He doesn't flinch. The bastard just catches it, smirking like I'm a feral cat baring my teeth. I see you're still feeling feisty, he muses. I bare my teeth. Untie the leash and you'll see just how feisty I can be. His smirk deepens. He likes this. He likes me like this, angry, raw, bristling. Get dressed, he orders, tossing something onto the bed beside me. I glance down. Silk, sheer, red, new. I glare at him, at the flimsy excuse for clothing. What is this? He cocks his head, amused. Your disguise. My blood turns to ice. What disguise? He steps closer, slow and deliberate, like he's savouring this moment. The moment he gets to tell me how much worse things are going to get. The High Council expects me to arrive in the capital with a companion, he says smoothly. A personal indulgence. My stomach twists. Number, you're insane, I say, breathless with rage. You want me to pretend to be my pleasure slave, he finishes for me. The room tilts. I lurch to my feet, chest heaving, hands shaking. My body knows what that means. I've seen the collared girls, the ones draped at the feet of dark elf lords like ornaments. I've seen what happens to them. You can go screw yourself, I whisper. Zephyran laughs. Not a kind sound, not amused. No, he is delighted by my horror. I'm afraid you don't have a choice, he says, reaching out, too fast, gripping my chin between his fingers. I snarl, thrashing in his grasp, but his hold tightens. His fingers press into my skin, claiming, searing. You belong to me now, little fox, he murmurs. And you will do exactly as I say. I try to pull back. He doesn't let me. His thumb drags over my bottom lip, mocking, testing, tasting. A slow, suffocating heat spreads through my veins, and I hate him for it. I will slit your throat for this, I vow, voice raw. Zephyran smiles. Do it. He finally lets me go, turning toward the door like he's already bored of my resistance. Get dressed, he calls over his shoulder. Training starts in an hour. Training. I hate the way my body thrums at the word. I know what it means. It means he'll teach me how to move like his pet, how to talk like his slave, how to be the thing I despise the most. A slave. He sits on a throne made of black marble, sprawled with the lazy arrogance of a man who has never had to ask for anything. I stand before him, clad in red silk and rage, feeling more naked than if I had been stripped bare. The fabric clings to my skin, thin as a whisper, slipping over my curves like a lover's hands. The slit along my thigh is indecent, the neckline obscene. I burn with fury. He devours me with his eyes. Spin, he orders. I don't move. His gaze darkens. Spin! I hate him, but I turn, slow and seething, letting him see the way my body has been wrapped up like a gift for him to unwrap. I hear the satisfied exhale he gives. I wish I had a knife. Good, he murmurs. I snap my head up, meeting his ravenous, blood-red gaze. If you ever touch me in public, I'll make sure you lose your hand. His smile is slow, dangerous. He stands, stalks toward me. I refuse to step back. He drags a single finger down my exposed collarbone. I go still. Too still. Who said I needed to touch you? He purrs. When I can make you squirm just by looking. He's right. The heat between us is unbearable. It presses into me, every space thick and suffocating. I can barely breathe. He knows. I hate that he knows. His fingers slip beneath my chin again, forcing me to look at him. His mouth is so close. Do you know what I think, little fox? He murmurs. I swallow. What? His lips brush just over my ear. I think you'll enjoy pretending to be mine. Something inside me snaps. I slap him, hard. His head whips to the side, a sharp crack ringing through the chamber. A moment of silence. He laughs, a deep, dark laugh. I hate how beautiful it sounds. Oh, Naira, he muses, dragging a thumb over his bruising cheek. You're going to make this so much fun. Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 books from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion. Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 books for the price of 10.
400 hours of reading where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing, and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance. Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 6. Zephron. She's still seething. I feel it radiating from her, an untamed heat curling around her body like an aura of defiance. It drapes over her like a second skin, her anger, her loathing, a tangible thing that she wears like armor. She looks ravishing in red. The silk barely clings to her frame, sliding against her skin in ways that should be illegal. The deep cut of the dress exposes the delicate slope of her collarbone, the flush creeping up her neck as she clenches her fists. Her rage is delicious. But rage alone won't save her. Come, we must continue to our second lesson, I command. She doesn't move. I arch a brow, stepping forward, watching the flicker of hesitation in her sharp, dark eyes. She's thinking about disobeying. It's cute, really. I close the distance between us in one fluid motion, gripping her by the wrist. She jerks, but I hold firm, dragging her toward the training hall, the place where she'll learn obedience, submission, and deception. She digs her heels in, twisting against my grip. I can walk, you bastard. Then do it. I yank her harder, smirking at the way she stumbles. Her breath hitches, and it isn't fear. It never is. The chamber is dimly lit, the walls lined with mirrors, the surroundings overflowing with the smell of heated bodies, old battles, and something deeper, something raw. I let go of her wrist and turn to face her, letting her see what she stepped into. There is no escape. She straightens, the tension in her shoulders a clear sign that she's bracing for a fight. Good. Strip, I say. She stiffens. Her breath hitches. She blinks, real hesitation flashing in her eyes. Excuse me, she says, voice laced with venom. I cross my arms over my chest. You heard me. Her fingers twitch, itching to grab a weapon she doesn't have. If you think I'm about to stand here naked for your amusement, you're dumber than I thought. I chuckle, stepping closer, too close. Her pulse jumps. My hand snakes out, gripping the delicate strap of her dress, sliding it down her shoulder. She sucks in a sharp breath, but she doesn't stop me. Not yet. It isn't for my amusement, I murmur. It's for the role you'll play. She shoves me away, or tries to. I catch her wrist midair, twisting it behind her back, yanking her flush against me. Her back arches against my chest, her breath ragged. She's furious. She's shaking with something she won't name. I drag my lips near her ear, letting my voice drop into something lower, darker. You are going to learn how to pretend to be mine, little fox. And one of the lessons? Your body is a weapon. She tries to wrench free, but I press my palm flat against her stomach, holding her in place. You will learn how to seduce, manipulate, and deceive. I trail a single finger up the line of her throat, feeling the rage shudder through her. You will learn how to make men weak with just a look. She jerks her head to the side, teeth bared. I will kill you in your sleep. I laugh, letting her go. The absence of my touch is almost as sharp as the presence of it. Try, I say, but for now, kneel. She doesn't move. A long, tense silence. Her jaw tightens. Her breath comes out too fast. I lift a brow. Did you not hear me? Her hands curl into fists. Go screw yourself. Defiant, stubborn, exactly what I expected. I reach for her again, gripping the back of her neck, pressing just hard enough to make her gasp. She's so small under my hands, so fragile. And yet she bites like a wolf with nothing to lose. I drag her down, forcing her onto her knees. Try again. She trembles, not in fear, in fury. I hope you choke on your own arrogance, she spits. I grin. I won't, but you might. I step back, giving her space, letting her sit there on the ground wearing nothing but her hate. And God, she looks beautiful like this. Her body is coiled tight, her face burning with humiliation and fury. Her knees press against the cold marble floor, her chin high despite the position. She refuses to look weak. I love that. She is not broken yet. But she will be. She will be something new. Something sharp. Something of mine. Good, I say, my voice smooth. Let's begin.
Chapter 7. Naira. Finally, he sent me away after one of his servants called him. I can't stand another minute with Zephiran. I hope he stays away for hours more, best if it's for days. But the relief is short. Even if he's not around, his presence is branded in me. I still feel the floor against my knees. The cold bite of the marble, his hands, the way his voice curled around me like a rope, tightening, tightening, tightening. I loathe him. I hate that I let him put me there, hate that I'm still here in this cursed, gilded prison. I rip the silk dress from my body, tossing it onto the floor as soon as I'm back in his chambers. The thing is drenched in him, in his scent, in the shame that burns like acid on my skin. The door creaks open behind me. I hear the way he moves, the silent arrogance, the way the air shifts around him like he's something ancient and untouchable. I grind my teeth, breathing through the rage threatening to suffocate me. I don't recall giving you permission to undress, Zephiran murmurs. I turn, slow, deliberate, giving him my best screw you glare. Then add it to my list of crimes, my lord. His lips curl in amusement. Oh, I do enjoy your spirit. He moves across the room like he owns it. How can I forget he owns this place? He owns everything in this damn house. He thinks he owns me. I clench my hands into fists as he circles me, dragging a finger along the tip of my bare shoulder, down my arm, his touch a slow brand. Do you know what's missing, little fox? I bite my lips, almost drawing blood. I'm holding back a snarl. I know what he means, and I loathe it to my very being. Every slave has a mark, he continues, voice dripping with cruel satisfaction. And since you'll be playing the role of mine, I think it's time you received one. My heart stutters. I lunge, a stupid, reckless mistake, but I don't care. I go for his throat, nails clawing, teeth bared. He catches me mid-air. That jerk. One sharp twist, and I'm pinned against the nearest wall, my breath a sharp gasp as he presses into me. His body is scorching hot, unyielding, a cage of muscle and malice. I writhe, thrashing, hating that I can feel every inch of him. He's hard, everywhere. He likes this. "You're going to regret that," he whispers. I spit in his face. His eyes flash, that dangerous shade of red burning like embers. Then he laughs, like I'm his favourite game. I snarl, but he just drags me to the bed, flipping me onto my stomach like I weigh nothing. I thrash, but his grip is unyielding, pinning me there, one hand pressing between my shoulder blades. "I was going to be gentle," he muses. My breath is ragged. "Go to hell." "Soon," he purrs, "but first, you'll wear my mark." A sharp sting slashes across my skin as he presses something cold against the bare space below my collarbone. My body jerks. The burn spreads, a slow, creeping agony that sinks beneath my flesh, branding me, claiming me. I choke back a cry. I won't give him the satisfaction. But, screw it all, the pain is crawling into my bones, wrapping around my whole being, sinking into my bloodstream like fire. My fingers dig into the sheets. "Breathe, little fox," Zephyran murmurs. "This will only hurt for a moment." Liar. It hurts more than anything. The magic spreads through me, sinking into my skin, searing something unbreakable into my flesh. Then it stops. The pain leaves me gasping, my limbs trembling with the effort of not collapsing completely. Zephyran's fingers trail the fresh brand, tracing the still warm edges of it with slow, deliberate strokes. "There," he murmurs. "Now everyone will know exactly who you belong to." I suck in a breath, shaking, seething. I turn fast enough that I catch him off guard. I swing, but he's already expecting it. He grabs my wrist, yanking me closer until I'm flush against him, skin against silk. His breath is warm, ghosting over my lips. "Careful," he murmurs. "The more you struggle, the more you look like you crave this." I snarl, wrenching away from his grip. "I will gut you," I say, my voice shaking with certainty. He smiles, slow and satisfied. "Maybe," he purrs, "but not today. Perhaps never in forever."
Chapter 8. Zephron. She's burning with my mark. Mine, my slave. I like the sound of that. The mark I branded onto her skin pulses, glowing faintly in the dim candlelight of my chambers. A reminder, a warning, a leash she cannot break. She hates me for it. I love watching her struggle. She's wrapped in the red silk again, the very one she tore off her body the night before. I made her wear it again, forced her into it with nothing but a look, and the knowledge that disobedience would be met with punishment. Tonight, she will fulfill her role. Tonight, she will pretend to be mine so that my goals can be met. All of them. I stand behind her, my hands gripping the edges of her shoulders, staring at our reflection in the gilded mirror before us. She's tense beneath my touch, her body coiled tight, ready to strike. "Loosen your stance," I murmur against the curve of her ear. She flinches at my breath on her skin. "Good. Damn you," she mutters. I drag a hand down her bare arm, the silk slipping against my fingers like water over stone. I hum, unbothered by her defiance. "You'll have to do better than that when we arrive." She glares at my reflection, her dark eyes smoldering with rage. I slide my fingers lower, brushing the bare skin of her thigh, lingering just to watch her body betray her. She dislikes this. She abhors how easy it is for me to control her, but she loathes herself more for the way she reacts. I lean in, pressing my lips just beside her ear. "They will touch you, little fox," I whisper. "They will want to know if I share." Her breath shudders. I grin. "They will want to see if you're obedient," I continue, my fingers trailing back up, tracing the thin strap of her dress. Threatening, teasing. She jerks away, whirling to face me, fury spilling from her in waves. "If anyone lays a hand on me, I'll slit their throat," she snarls. I smile, slow, cruel. "You won't." Her fingers twitch. She's going to strike me, fight me, hurt me. But she won't. She knows the consequences. I own her. She breathes heavily, her chest rising and falling, her hands clenched into tight, furious fists. I trail a single finger over the mark still searing against her skin. She gasps, her body jerking in response. I chuckle. "Still sensitive?" She tries to slap me. I catch her wrist midair, twisting it behind her back, forcing her body against mine. She shoves against me, but I tighten my grip, my mouth hovering over her throat. "You forget yourself, little fox," I murmur, my voice like velvet-wrapped steel. She snarls. "You're a monster!" I grin, dragging my teeth lightly over the pulse jumping in her neck. "And you," I whisper, "are mine to command." Her shudder is involuntary. I love it. The moment we enter the pleasure hall, all eyes are on us. The chamber is lavish and obscene, filled with silken drapes, dark music, and the aroma of wine and sin. Bodies pressed together in the shadows, some writhing, some whispering, some simply watching. Staring at her. Watching me. I feel the way Naira stiffens, the way her breath quickens ever so slightly. She's not afraid. No, fear isn't in her nature, but she's aware of the hungry gazes drinking her in. The way the dark elf lords and their courtiers watch her with undisguised interest. They know what she's supposed to be, what I want them to believe. I keep my hand firmly on her waist, my grip possessive, territorial. She doesn't fight it as this is the game we must play. I lead her through the crowd, past velvet cushions where slaves lounge like decorations, past dark corners where whispered deals and cruel indulgences unfold. A noble approaches, his eyes sweeping over Naira with a gaze that lingers too long. "Zephyran," he drawls, sipping from a goblet of deep red wine. "It's been too long." I smirk. "Has it?" His gaze drags over Naira, slow and indulgent. Displeasure spreads in my heart. "She's exquisite," he muses. "May I?" Naira goes rigid. I keep my expression neutral, unreadable. The noble reaches for her, too bold, too confident. I move without thinking. My hand snaps out, catching his wrist in a vice grip. The room stills. Naira sucks in a breath. I don't speak for a moment. Just let the tension stretch. Let him feel the seriousness of his mistake. I lean in, my voice a low, lethal whisper. "Touch what is mine again," I murmur, "and I will break every bone in your little hand." The noble laughs, uneasy. But I see the flash of fear in his eyes. Good. He steps back, raising his hands in mock surrender. "I meant no offense." I smile, slow and vicious. "Then none is taken." He disappears into the crowd. I turn to Naira, her eyes scorching with something unreadable. "That was unnecessary," she hisses under her breath. I smirk, running my thumb over the mark, seared into her skin. "No," I murmur. "It was necessary." She shudders, her breath hitching. She hates how easily I affect her. She hates herself more for not pulling away. I lean down, letting my lips brush just over the shell of her ear. "You play the role well," I whisper. "But I wonder..." I slide my fingers along her spine just lightly enough to make her breath catch. "Are you pretending at all?" Her fingers tremble just for a second. I feel it. The war inside her. The hate. The fury. The hunger. Perhaps she aims to kill me. I want her to try. She turns to me, eyes filled with murder and something worse. I will gut you the second I get the chance, she breathes. I grin. I'm counting on it. It's what makes life worth living, sweetness.
Chapter 9. Naira. The moment we step back into his chambers, I collapse. I don't hit the floor. His hands are on me before I even register the fall. I abhor that he's strong enough to hold me up, that he's watching me like he already knew this would happen. The poison. It seeps into my veins, curling through my body like a creeping fire, scorching slow and deep. My muscles lock, my throat tightens, my skin feels too hot and too cold all at once. I gasp, trying to rip myself from his grip, but Zephron just holds me closer. He drags me toward the bed, his movements too easy, too controlled, and I know this was planned. That bastard. You! I choke, clawing at his chest. He smirks, completely unbothered by my thrashing. Yes? I want to rip his throat out. My body trembles, my pulse pounding too fast, and I know what this is. This isn't just the poison. This is him. This is the way he gets under my skin. The way he presses too close, speaks too low, touches just enough to drive me insane. While I despise him with every fibre of my being, he lives this. He enjoys making my life miserable. Zephiran lays me down, but he doesn't pull away. His body hovers over mine, one arm braced beside my head, his other trailing down the length of my trembling thigh. I try to push him off, but my limbs are weak, useless. "What's wrong, little fox?" he murmurs. "You're shaking." I will destroy him. I will tear him apart limb by limb if I survive this. I bare my teeth, my breath coming in ragged, uneven gasps. "Give me the antidote." He smiles. The jerk smiles. In a while. A fresh wave of heat crashes over me, and I feel it, deep in my bones, in my skin. The poison is changing, twisting into something worse. My thighs press tightly together, my stomach clenches, and no, he wouldn't. My wild, frantic gaze snaps to his. "You!" I gasp. "You sick?" He presses a single finger against my lips, cutting me off. "Careful, little fox." His voice is soft, dangerous. "You wouldn't want to say something you'll regret." My whole body shudders violently, and he chuckles. He knew exactly what this poison would do. I thrash, trying to kick him, but he's already there, between my legs, pressing me down, keeping me trapped beneath him. His lips curl in mock sympathy. "You look uncomfortable," he murmurs. "Shall I help?" I swing at him. He catches my wrist mid-air, slamming it back onto the sheets. "Try that again," he purrs, "and I'll leave you like this for hours." That bastard. I arch against him, but it's useless. He's stronger. He's always stronger. And I can't stand that I feel weak in front of him. "You did this on purpose," I hiss. Zephiran leans in, his breath brushing against my lips. "Yes." His fingers drag slowly down my stomach, stopping just above where the heat coils, unbearable and all-consuming. I growl. "I will torture you if I get my hands on you," I swear, voice hoarse. His grin deepens. He enjoys every second of this. He loves seeing me like this, burning, trembling, completely at his mercy. I will flay him alive for this. But my body betrays me. I gasp, my limbs locking as another wave of fire tears through me. And damn it. "I won't beg, I won't." My voice breaks. "Give me the antidote." Zephiran tilts his head, watching me with mock curiosity. "Say please." I freeze. I meet his glowing crimson gaze, my whole body vibrating with rage, hate, humiliation. I will die before I beg him. His fingers trail lower. "Say it." I gasp, arching, my body completely out of my control. Zephiran just waits. He waits for me to give up the fight in me, to admit that he owns me. I squeeze my eyes shut, biting back the shame that threatens to choke me. Please. It's barely a whisper. I hate myself for it. Zephiran makes a pleased sound, his lips curling in cruel satisfaction. Good girl. I snarl, but I don't fight when he tilts my head, forcing the cool glass of the vial against my lips. I drink. The relief is instant. The fire in my veins dims, my muscles loosen, my breath evens. Zephiran watches me the entire time, his eyes glowing with something dark, something dangerous. My gaze locks with his, and I know, without a shred of doubt, this will happen again. That he will wait until I am at my limit, until I am trembling and desperate and willing to say whatever he wants. He breaks things, and he derives fun in breaking me. I sit up, slow, shaking, my hands curling into weak fists. I don't thank him. I don't say anything. I just breathe. Zephiran leans in, brushing a hand through my tangled, sweat-dampened hair. You're learning, he murmurs. I turn to him, my voice hoarse, ruined. I will never be yours. Zephiran smiles wickedly. We'll see. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 10. Zephron. She thinks she's ready. She isn't. It's in the way her fingers move, in the way her breath falters. Barely perceptible, but there. A weakness she doesn't even recognize in herself yet. But I will show her. She will know exactly what it means to survive. The underground pit reeks of blood and sweat, and something sour, fear. The walls are damp, torches flickering, throwing long, jagged shadows against the stone. The stench of spilled life clogs the air, thick and intoxicating. This is where I bring her, where I will teach her what it means to be mine. She stands beside me, wrapped in the red silk I forced her into, the fabric now rumpled, barely holding onto her curves, as if the dress itself knows it doesn't belong on her. Her chin is high, her spine straight, but I feel the anger rolling off her in waves. Good. She needs to be angry. I want her desperate as I am about to destroy and rebuild her, in a way she won't see coming. Why are we here? She asks, voice hoarse, wary. I turn to her, trailing a single finger down her arm, moving in circles. She shivers, goosebumps appearing on her skin. To prove yourself, I murmur. She scoffs. Prove what? That I can play your perfect little pet? I think we established that already. I smile softly. Not quite. I nod toward the cage at the center of the pit. The metal bars gleam under the torchlight, coated in old rust and aged blood. The floor inside is nothing but dirt and grime and the bones of men who lost. The crowd chants, restless, eager. I keep my voice low, calm, deadly. You're going to kill someone for me tonight. She freezes as if she's a block of ice, and every part of her goes rigid. I can feel her pulse thrashing in her throat, like she wants to curl them into fists. She doesn't turn to me. She looks at the cage, at the man inside it. A human, a slave. Battered, scarred, and wide-eyed with fear. Her chest rises, falls, slow, shallow. No, she says. Yes, I whisper in her ears, willing her to glance at me. Her head snaps toward me, her expression dangerous, vicious. I won't kill for you. I grip her jaw, tilting her face up to me. I press my thumb against her lips, smearing a drop of wine she missed from earlier. Then you'll die instead, I declare softly, but with a voice that brooks no argument. She breathes faster. I see the war inside her, the righteousness, the stubbornness, the terrified, aching truth. She's going to fight to survive. And she knows I'm not lying. She looks back at the man in the cage. He's thin, weak, terrified. He won't stand a chance against her. I brush a strand of hair from her face, leaning in, my lips a breath away from her skin. Make a choice, little fox, I murmur. Her body shudders. Not from my touch, from the inevitability. She clenches her jaw. You're a demon from the depths of the glacies. I chuckle, dragging my fingers down her spine, feeling the way her breath hitches. I never said I wasn't. I may be a dark elf, but I'm as demonic as they come. I step back, nodding toward the cage. Now, go inside. She hesitates. I arch a brow. With stiff, deliberate steps, she moves toward the iron gate. The crowd erupts. They want blood. She's about to give it to them. The fight starts, and she's magnificent. But she doesn't know what she's done yet. Not as she stands there in the middle of the blood-stained pit, her chest rising and falling in sharp, shuddering gasps. Not as the dagger slips from her fingers, landing with a soft, sickening thud in the dirt beside the body. She hasn't realized the implications of the kill, her body running survival mode. She will when it sinks into her bones. When the ghost of the man she just killed crawls into her ribs and makes a home there. She will when she understands that she's just taken a life, and she will never be able to give it back. The crowd erupts, their cheers rolling through the cavernous pit like the roar of a starving beast. Naira's rooted on the spot. She just stares at the man she cut down, the blood spreading slowly into the dirt beneath his slackened body. For a second, I wonder if she's going to drop, if she's going to collapse beneath it. But she breathes, deep, steady. And when she lifts her head, her dark, furious gaze meets mine. There it is. That hatred, that realization. She knows exactly what she's done. And she's very aware as to who made her do it. The mark I burned into her skin is still fresh, just barely hidden beneath the thin silk I forced her to wear. I wonder if it aches now the same way I imagine her heart must be shattering. I hope it does. I want her to remember every second of this. I want her to know that she belongs to me now. Not just in body, but in soul. She steps toward me, her movements precise, deliberate. Her hands are still stained red, but she doesn't wipe them clean. Good. She shouldn't. I lean back against the stone railing as she reaches me, tilting my head in amusement. You look different, I murmur. She stops inches from me, so close, too close. I smell the blood on her, the sweat, the lingering stench of fear, rage, and something crumbling. But her voice is steady. I hope you die on your own spit. I cackle, throwing my head back in laughter. I reach out, slow, deliberate, because I know she won't move away. She lets me touch her. I drag my thumb over her cheek, down to her mouth, smearing the drying blood against her lips. She doesn't flinch. She just keeps staring at me, her eyes raging an inferno that threatens to demolish me. I lean in, my breath brushing against her mouth. See, I murmur. You were always mine. Her lips part, but not in submission. No, she's taunting me, challenging me. And hell, if that doesn't make my blood run hotter. Her fingers curl into fists, her nails biting into her palms. I feel it, the need to strike me, to hurt me, to ruin me. But she doesn't. Instead, she tilts her chin up and smiles, like she's already plotting how she's going to destroy me. Good. It will make my life more interesting. I release her, stepping back, watching the way her chest rises and falls, too fast, too sharp. We're done here. She doesn't move at first, doesn't blink. After a long, seething moment, she finally turns away, stepping past me without another word. She's not the same woman who walked into this pit. She never will be again. I made sure of that. I watch her disappear into the crowd, my pulse steady even. I exhale a slow breath, and I smirk. Perfect.
Chapter 11. Naira. The blood won't come off. I scrub until my skin burns, until my fingers ache, raw from the harsh scrape of my nails against my flesh. The water in the basin is dark now, a sickly shade of red and ruin, swirling down the drain in lazy, mocking spirals. But it's still there, clinging to me, seeping into me. It's in the creases of my knuckles, under my nails, inside the fine lines of my palms, like it belongs there, like I belong to it. I grip the corner of the marble basin, my breath coming in ragged, uneven gasps. The room is humid, thick with steam, the aroma of rose-scented oils curling around me like a noose. The slaves had drawn the bath for me the moment I returned. Like they knew, like they could smell the blood before I even stepped inside. I bite my lip, forcing my pulse to steady. I still hear it, though. The wet, choking gurgle, the way his body went limp. The dagger, my dagger, slid through his flesh like it was meant to. I stare down at my hands again. I flex my fingers. I feel nothing. I have this empty vortex inside me. This is what terrifies me the most. How can I feel nothing for a life that I've taken? I slip into the bath, my skin stinging at the heat. I sink down, letting the water swallow me whole, the warmth licking over my thighs, my stomach, my still-tainted hands. I lean my head on the tub's edge, closing my eyes. I should feel remorse. I should feel guilt. But all I feel is the ghost of Zephiran's voice. See? You were always mine. My nails sink into my thigh, pressing hard, fiercer, stronger. I want to feel something else. Anything will do. The sound of footsteps snaps my eyes open. I go rigid as the air shifts. The hairs on my skin rise. Before I even see him, I already feel him. Zephron stands in the doorway, silent, watching. His presence smothers the room, oppressive and thick, wrapping around me like chains made of shadow and silk. I should tell him to leave. I should demand my privacy. Instead, I just stare. His eyes are glowing, blood-red and hungry, dragging over the surface of the water, over the sheen of damp skin peeking above the rose-scented steam. I don't cover myself. I refuse to give him that satisfaction. Enjoying the view, I murmur, my voice hoarse, empty. A slow, amused hum. He leans against the doorframe, his silhouette dark and beautiful, framed by the dim glow of candlelight. Very much, he says smoothly. His voice is softer than usual. That's dangerous. It means he's watching me too closely, seeing too much. My hands clench beneath the water. Get out, I say, sharper now. Zephiran doesn't move and continues to lock gazes with me. Just moves his head, watching me with that infuriating smirk. If you wanted privacy, little fox, he murmurs, you shouldn't have let me break you in front of an audience. What a jerk. I lunge at him without a car, sloshing water over the tip of the bath as I reach for the nearest thing, a porcelain bottle of bath oil. I throw it at his smug, infuriating face. He catches it mid-air. Of course he does. Zephiran chuckles, tossing the bottle aside like it's nothing. Like every struggle I muster is nothing. You're still full of fire, even after all that, he muses, stepping further into the room. I stiffen as he closes the gap between him and me, as he kneels at the corner of the bath, as he reaches for me, slow and deliberate, fingers ghosting over the water, over the ripples dancing against my skin. I'm as still as frozen ice. But I burn. With rage. His fingers brush over my wrist, and my body betrays me. My pulse jumps. My breath falters for a beat. His eyes flicker, glowing with amusement. "You're still shaking," he murmurs, trailing his touch up over my forearm, toward my collarbone. I grit my teeth. "That's not fear," I bite out. "No," he says, smirking. "It's not. Idiot." I jerk away, but he's already there, already pressing his palm against my throat, catching my chin. His thumb skims the hollow of my neck, lingering over the artery there. "I should kill you," I whisper. Zephiran's smile deepens. "Then do it. I'll look forward to that day." His grip tightens. Not to hurt, just to hold, just to remind me that I won't be able to. We are not done. I want to see him bleed the way I bled tonight. I want to watch the light drain from his eyes and know that he knew it was me who took it from him. I exhale slowly, forcing my body to relax even as my skin screams from his touch. "Do you think this is the part where you destroy me?" I murmur, letting my lips brush against his knuckles. Zephiran's eyes flicker. He hesitates for a fraction of a second. But I see the telltale signs. I grin, slow and vicious. He pulls away, standing, his composure back in an instant. I saw it. That means he is not untouchable. He is not unshakable. I can shatter him too. "You'll sleep in my chambers tonight," he says, his voice tight, controlled. I tilt my head. "Afraid I'll run?" His grin is back, but there's something sharper beneath it now. "No," he murmurs, turning for the door. "I just like watching you squirm." Then he's gone. The door clicks shut behind him, and I finally let myself breathe. The blood is gone now, but I still feel it. I still smell it. I know. No amount of hot water will ever wash it away.
Chapter 12. Zephron. She wears the rage like a second skin. Every movement, every breath, every sharp flick of her gaze is wrapped in defiance. She sits beside me. No. Perches like a caged predator, poised for the moment she can sink her teeth into the hand that dares to feed her. I wonder if she realizes just how much I enjoy it. The house of Zacria is alive tonight, the grand hall humming with murmured conversations, the clinking of glass, the soft laughter of courtiers tangled in silken pleasure. The surroundings is thick with smoke and sin, and the aroma of spiced wine lingers between us like a whispered promise. I do not drink tonight. There's no need. I am already drunk on something else. The heat of her beside me, the tension between us, the unspoken war she is losing one battle at a time. I reach for my goblet, tilting it between my fingers, watching the way her jaw tightens when she sees my hand move. She expects a touch. She expects another lesson. That in itself is enough to make me chuckle. "Your wound too tight, little fox," I murmur, voice lazy, soft, a dagger hidden in velvet. Naira's fingers curl into fists in the folds of her dress, but she keeps her chin high. "Maybe if you cut this chain, I'd be more relaxed," she bites out. The hall quietly erupts around us, not in open shock. No, these creatures do not gasp, do not show surprise so easily. But they hear her. They watch. They are waiting for something to happen. My pet does not know the game she is playing. I set the goblet down without drinking, tilting my head as I regard her. "You are mistaken if you think that chain is there to hold you back," I say, amusement curling through every syllable. Naira scoffs. "Then what the hell is it for?" I lean in, slow, calculated. My fingers ghost over the delicate silver collar encircling her throat. She stiffens. She abhors that I do not have to touch her skin to own her. "It is a warning," I say smoothly, "to everyone else in this room." Her breath catches. There it is, the realization. She doesn't belong to herself anymore. She belongs to me. The collar shines beneath the candlelight, its its metal sleek and cool against her flushed skin. Unlike the branding, this is not magic. This is not something seared into her flesh. This is a choice I've made for her. I watch the battle rage in her eyes. The flicker of hatred, the curling edge of helplessness, the way she breathes through her nose as if that alone will keep her from shattering. I want to see her fall apart, but not here. It will be for my eyes only. Why? She asks, voice sharp as a dagger. I trace the edge of the chain, letting it clink softly against my knuckles. There are men in this room who would dare to covet what is mine. Her pulse thrashes beneath my fingertips, and she feels it, making her hate herself for her reaction. A shadow looms behind us before she can snap back with another insult. Lord Zacria, a smooth, familiar voice murmurs. I see you've acquired something quite fascinating. I do not turn immediately. I let the words hang, let them sink into Naira's skin like poisoned silk. Lazily, I lift my gaze to Lord Orvian, the filthy dark elf spawn of the devil. Tall, silver-haired, eyes the color of deep-water graves. He smiles as if he already knows how this will end. I'm aware of what he wants, but I'm not in the habit of sharing. Naira sits too still beside me, her body humming with the tension she does not know how to wield. Orvian's gaze drags over her, slow, indulgent, disgusting. He turns to me. I do not take you for the type to collar a pet, Zephiran. I tilt my head, letting my fingers tighten just slightly around the chain in my palm. She is not a pet, I say smoothly. She is an investment. Naira bristles. Orvian's smirk deepens. Then perhaps you would consider selling her to me. The room shifts. The air turns lethal as if there are invisible swords already drawn. My grip tightens just a fraction more. Enough for Naira to feel it. The promise in the silent crack of the chain between my fingers. She does not understand. She does not yet know what I will do for her. Not for sale, I say, my voice even. Orvian hums. Pity. I could offer quite the price for something as rare as this. I smile, slow, deadly. You're mistaken if you think you could ever afford her. Something flickers in Orvian's gaze. Curiosity, interest, something more dangerous. I release the chain, shifting my grip from steel to flesh. My fingers slide to the back of Naira's neck, pressing, claiming, holding. A final warning. She stays with me, I murmur, dragging my thumb along the line of her throat. As long as I wish it. Orvian knows. He knows this is not about price. This is about power, about possession. He nods once, stepping back with a smirk. Of course. He does not push further. He values his life too much for that. But I will remember this moment. I will remember the way he looked at her. If he dares again, I will rip his heart from his chest and feed it to the crows. I do not move until Orvian disappears into the crowd. Only then do I release Naira's throat, feeling the way she shudders beneath my touch. She turns to me, her eyes ablaze, furious, sharp as a dagger against my ribs. You think you own me? She hisses. I smile. You wore the collar without protest. She opens her mouth, then closes it. She knows I'm right. She's playing the game now, too. I lean in, my lips just a breath away from her pulse point, from the heat thrumming beneath her skin. Stay close tonight, I murmur, feeling her body tremble beneath the command. She doesn't answer, but she doesn't pull away either. That means I won this round.
Chapter 13. Naira. The blade feels good in my hand. Cold, solid, real. Unlike everything else in this goddamned place. Unlike the silk dresses he forces me into, the silver collar biting against my throat, the gilded cage he has locked me inside. This is mine. I curl my fingers around the hilt, steadying my breath. The knife is small, light enough to conceal, sharp enough to do damage. It will have to be. Tonight, I'm going to kill him. I move through the shadows, my bare feet making no sound against the marble floor. The aroma of dark spice and steel lingers in the air, the unmistakable presence of him saturating every inch of this place. He sleeps too easily, too comfortable in his power. Another reason to add as to why I despise him. The sheets are dark, the colour of spilled ink, tangled around his waist as he lies on his side, bare from the waist up. His body is carved of darkness and sin, a lethal thing even in rest. The moonlight kisses every scar, every ridge of muscle, every mark of war and cruelty written into his skin. His breath is slow, steady, unbothered, relaxed even. I tighten my hold on the dagger, stepping closer, slow and silent, until I stand at the very edge of the bed. This should be easy. One quick thrust to the throat, straight through the artery. A clean kill, fast, effortless. But my hands freeze. I watch him, my pulse going crazy in my throat, and I feel it, the hesitation, the weakness. I should want to see his blood spill. But instead all I see is his mouth, parted slightly in sleep, the way his dark lashes fan against his sharp cheekbones, the way he looks almost human. I berate myself for noticing. I lift the knife. His eyes snap open. Damn it. I react on instinct, lunging for the kill. But he's already on the move. He grabs my wrist mid-air, twisting sharply, yanking me down onto the bed. The next thing I know, I'm on my back, my wrist pinned against the sheets, the knife ripped from my grasp and tossed to the floor with a dull clatter. Zephyran looms over me, all heat and danger, his breath fanning against my cheek. Now, little fox, he purrs, voice thick with amusement. That wasn't very smart, was it? I snarl, twisting beneath him, but he's too strong. His grip tightens, his fingers pressing just hard enough to send a clear message. I could break you. I arch up, using the leverage to slam my knee between his legs. He dodges barely. A sharp, dark chuckle follows. Feisty even in failure, he murmurs, pressing his weight against me. The bastard is bare. Heat and muscle and shadow pressing into every inch of me. A slow, deliberate punishment. I thrash, but the friction between us makes it worse. His body is scorching, his skin smooth, and I hate that I notice. Let me go, I growl. He grins. Why? So you can try again? His grip shifts, fingers sliding to my throat, holding, pressing, claiming. A test. A game. His mouth is too close, his scent too overpowering, and fury coils in my stomach like a living thing. I should be afraid. But I am not afraid of him. I am terrified of the way my body responds. Afraid of the heat curling low, of the slow, dangerous pull tightening between us like a noose. His red eyes flicker, tracking every shift in my breath, every tiny reaction. You want to kill me? He muses, dragging his lips just over my jaw. Then do it properly next time. I snarl, my nails digging into his wrist. I will. He laughs, low, dark, sinful. You're cute when you lie. I hate that he's right. I had my chance. I hesitated. His fingers loosen, just a fraction, his breath brushing over my lips. Try again tomorrow, little fox, he whispers. Slowly, he releases me. I roll away instantly, putting as much distance between us as possible. I don't look at him. I don't acknowledge the way my skin still tingles where he touched me. I just breathe. Shaking, lava rolling under my skin, burning me inside out. I realise, perhaps I'm not trying to kill him. Maybe I'm trying to kill whatever this is.
Chapter 14. Zephron. The road stretches before us, a vein of stone cutting through the blackened wilderness of Protheka. The capital waits at the end of it, its towers of obsidian and bone piercing the sky like a god's broken teeth. Beside me, riding on horseback, is the most beautiful, infuriating creature I have ever owned. Naira sits too straight, too tense, her hands tight on the reins, her jaw locked in silent rebellion. She hasn't spoken a word to me since the night she tried to kill me in my sleep. I think she's still pissed that she failed. Good. I want her seething. Every time she stares at me with murder in her eyes, I see something else beneath it. Something deeper, volatile and dark. Something she doesn't want to admit. I keep my gaze on her as we travel, watching the way the wind tugs at her hair, the way her thighs tighten around the saddle. She's not built for submission. She's built for violence, for defiance. But she wears my mark. She wears my collar. And now she rides at my side. I should not enjoy that as much as I do. But damn, I am living for this. Every moment of this. Silence stretches between us, letting her stew in it, letting her believe she can ignore me forever. But she can't. She never could. You look like you're plotting something, I say, breaking the quiet. Naira doesn't even glance at me. Oh, I am. I smile, relaxing even more. Do tell. She exhales sharply, her grip tightening on the reins. It involves your slow and painful death. I chuckle, shifting in the saddle, deliberately invading her space as I lean in. You had your chance, little fox, I murmur. You wasted it. She turns then, her gaze a promise. You won't always be lucky. I grin. And yet, here I am. Still breathing. Still owning you. She hates every reminder of her slavery. I see it when her lips part, just barely, like she's about to spit something sharp and unforgivable. But she doesn't. She just faces forward again, ignoring me. Again. As the capital looms closer, a familiar ache creeps into my bones. Slow and insidious, like teeth biting into my flesh from the inside. The curse is waking. Too soon, too fast. I school my expression into something unreadable, but Naira is watching me. Her gaze feels like a living entity hell-bent on discovering every nook and cranny of myself. She is too observant for her own good. You're quiet, she says. I don't like it. I exhale slowly, shifting in the saddle, rolling my shoulders to loosen the tightening pain. Maybe I'm thinking about all the ways I could punish you once we arrive. She snorts, as if you need a reason. My vision blurs for a second. The pain spikes, sharp, cracking through my ribs like lightning. Not here. Preferably later. I sink my nails into my palm, focusing on the heat of the road, the steady rhythm of the horse beneath me. Naira's eyes narrow. She's aware that something's wrong, or different with me. She knows. Something wrong? She asks, her voice smooth. But there's something else in it. Something like curiosity, suspicion. I glance at her, my lips curling into something sharp. Not at all, I lie. She doesn't believe me. She doesn't say anything, but I feel it. The shift in our surroundings. The way she watches me now. Not like she's ending me, but like she craves to understand me. Like she wants to unravel me. That is more dangerous than anything. Because if she digs too deep, she will find the truth. And the truth is, I'm already losing this war between us despite winning some of our battles.
Chapter 15. Naira. The capital is a beast with gilded teeth and a rotten heart. It rises before me, a labyrinth of dark spires and winding streets, silk and darkness woven together in a masterpiece of cruelty. The streets are lined with decadence and despair, slaves draped in fine chains, nobles laughing as they sip blood-red wine, whispers curling through the alleys like vipers waiting to strike. And now I am walking into the belly of it, with him, with Zephron, and worse, I am wearing his damn colours. The gown is midnight blue, cut too low, clinging to my body in ways that make me feel exposed, on display, a trophy instead of a woman. The collar at my throat gleams under the soft glow of lantern light. the silver chain attached to it resting in Zephiran's grip. He leads. I follow, or at least that's what he wants everyone to think. The entrance to the noble hall looms ahead, golden doors thrown open, spilling laughter and music into the night. A masquerade, a gathering of liars and monsters wearing beautiful things. Tonight, I will be one of them. Everything glows in this place. Golden chandeliers drip with candlelight, the aroma of incense and wine thick in the surroundings. The hall is filled with bodies and masks, lace and leather, whispers and secrets hidden behind sharp smiles. Zephiran leads me through the crowd like he owns the place. His presence is larger than life, dwarfing almost everyone else. He holds my chain lightly, as if the metal itself isn't an insult, as if this isn't a reminder of my place beside him. He likes this. He likes showing me off, letting them look, to wonder. I should hate how good he looks in the dark embroidery of his tunic, how the soft candlelight flickers against his sharp cheekbones, how his black hair is pulled back just enough to expose the pointed tips of his ears, the mark of his lineage. I should hate that I feel his warmth beside me, his presence branding my skin like something inevitable. Instead, I let him lead me onto the dance floor. If I am to play this game, I will play it well. The moment he turns to face me, I see the challenge in his crimson eyes. Let's see how well you can pretend, little fox. His fingers skim over my waist as he pulls me into position. Slow, possessive, intentional. I bite the inside of my mouth, willing myself not to react to our closeness. The music swells, a slow, sensual melody, the kind meant for lovers and liars alike. We are both. We move in time with the rhythm, our steps fluid, effortless. I don't dare look at him, not at first. I focus on the feel of the floor beneath my feet, the warmth of this place, the distant murmur of laughter and gossip. Then his fingers press into my hip, dragging me closer. Eyes on me, he murmurs. I grit my teeth but obey. His grin is insufferable. Good girl. I should break his nose for that. Instead, I press closer, my lips brushing against his ear as I whisper, You're liking this too much. His breath catches, just for a fraction of a second. That means I win for this round. His grip tightens. His next step is sharper, forcing me to follow his lead, making sure I know that despite my little victory, he is still in control. The world around us fades. The only thing left is him and me. The war in his touch, the fire in mine. You're learning, he murmurs, voice dripping with amusement. I smile, slow and sweet with venom. That's the problem with keeping a thief close, I whisper. Eventually, she learns how to steal from you. He chuckles, low and dangerous. And what have you stolen, little fox? I meet his gaze, my fingers tracing the length of his forearm. Your time, I say. Your attention. I let my nails graze his skin, just enough to leave a mark. Your patience. His pupils dilate. Perhaps I have him in the palm of my hand. I think I have shaken him. His grip slides lower, his fingers ghosting over the bare skin of my back. I freeze. It's barely a touch, barely a whisper of contact. But my breath hitches, my skin tingling where he traces idle patterns against my spine. I curse myself. I curse him. You're very good at lying, he murmurs. His hand tightens, and suddenly I am spinning, my back colliding into his chest as he holds me against him. The movement is seamless, part of the dance, something no one would notice. But I feel his breath against my neck, the slow, deliberate drag of his lips between my neck and shoulder blades. And yet, he whispers, your body still betrays you. My heart thunders. I whip my head to the side, my lips brushing dangerously close to his. Then maybe you should stop touching me, I murmur. His smile deepens. But then we'd both be lying, wouldn't we? I twist out of his grip, ending the dance before he can take another inch from me. I step back, forcing my breathing to even. The song fades. The world returns and I notice the nobles watching and whispering. I turn from him, ignoring the smug victory in his eyes. I may have lost this round, but this isn't over. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 16. Zephyran. Lord Orvian always smells of expensive cologne and rotting ambition. He stands before me in the candlelit opulence of the masquerade hall, swirling a goblet of wine in his gloved hand as if he has already won. His pale lips curve around the rim, a mocking smirk hidden beneath the mask of a gentleman. But I see the hunger in his eyes. Not for the wine. For her. For what is mine. Naira stands at my side, wrapped in the midnight blue silk I forced her into, her exposed collarbones gleaming like sacrificial marble. The silver collar rests against her throat, a declaration, a brand, a dare to anyone who covets her. Orvian watches her long and slow, like a man inspecting a weapon before he buys it. I grip the chain in my hand, the metal cool against my palm, but the tension in my fingers makes it burn like iron fresh from the forge. The noble lifts his gaze, tilting his head with a kind of indulgence that makes my teeth itch. He wants me to react. I will, but it has to wait. You have a rare creature on your hands, Zephron, he murmurs, taking a sip of his wine. Most humans are broken by now. Yet this one, his gaze flicks to Naira, predatory interest coiling in his voice, still has some fire left. Naira doesn't flinch under his stare, but I see it. The way her hands move slightly, itching for a blade she no longer carries. Orvian notices too. He chuckles. I wonder if you've tamed her at all. I step closer. Just enough to remind him of where she stands. Careful, I murmur, the edge in my voice as smooth as steel. You might get burned. He exhales a dramatic sigh, shaking his head. How selfish you are, my friend, hoarding such treasures all for yourself. The word friend is an insult coming from him. We are not friends. We have never been. He's about to remind me why. Orvian sets his goblet down, waving over one of his attendants. A robed figure approaches, silent, carrying a black velvet box. When the lid is lifted, the air around us shifts. Magic thrums through in the distance between us, thick and ancient, the stench of something dark and powerful spilling into the candlelight. The relic inside glows faintly, not like the one I seek, but something different, something more feral, something made for war. A ring forged of blackened bone and silver, its surface inscribed with a script older than the High Council itself. I recognize it instantly. The ring of Zarathunda power. Boundless, unfathomable. Any sane dark elf would take this offer without hesitation. Orvian sees the recognition flicker across my face. His smirk sharpens. For her. The words cut through the din of the masquerade like a blade to the gut. My fingers tighten around the chain. He leans in slightly, his voice a whisper edged with amusement. You could have it, you know. A relic of pure destruction. Just think of what you could do with it. He's aware. He knows how valuable it is, how even the High Council does not possess magic like this. With that ring, I could bend entire armies to my will, carve my name into the bones of history, make my father's rule look like a child's game of chess. I could end this world and build a new one atop its ashes. Yet, I do not move. I feel Naira's stare burning into the side of my face. She doesn't understand what he's offering, not truly, but she knows it's something I shouldn't refuse. Orvian sees my hesitation. He pushes further, voice silk smooth. Come now, Zephiran. A slave is replaceable. A ring like this. He gestures at the artifact, voice curling with persuasion. Once in a lifetime. I should take it. Every cell of my body screams for me to have it. But when I glance at Naira, when I see the way she refuses to look away, refuses to bow, refuses to break, I realize something. It is not a choice. It never was. I turn back to Orvian, and the expression on his face shifts just slightly. He knows my answer before I speak it. She is not for sale. The tension thickens. Everyone in this hall goes rigid. Orvian lifts a brow, though there is no true surprise in his eyes. Not even for this? I release the chain, reach forward, and slam the box shut. No. A beat of silence. He laughs, slow and disbelieving. You're either a fool or a liar. I raise my chin slightly, lips curling in a slow, dangerous smile. Perhaps I'm both. The amusement lingers, but there's something else now. Something calculating. He knows what I've just admitted. The High Council knows it too. The whole court sees it now. Naira is not just a slave. She is a weakness. A very, very dangerous one. One my father can exploit. Maybe I can still use this to my advantage. Orvian steps back, shaking his head. A shame. He picks up his goblet again, swirling the wine once more, the flickering candlelight making it look like blood. That ring would have suited you. Well, you should be careful. The High Council will not want you sitting on that one, I say, mocking him. Orvian stiffens. There it is. I see the glimpse of the coward trying to be something else. He might just die before the sun rises for the next day. He holds my gaze for a moment longer, as if expecting me to change my mind. So, with one last lingering glance at Naira, he turns on his heel and disappears into the crowd, the offer vanishing with him. I exhale through my nose, slow and steady. The moment is over. But the consequences have just begun. Naira's voice slices through my thoughts, quiet but edged with something unreadable. You really are a fool. I shift my gaze to her, fingers twitching at my side. Watch your tongue, little fox. She doesn't look away. You just threw away ultimate power. For what? For you. The thought is sharp, unspoken, unbearable. I refuse to give her the satisfaction of hearing it. Instead, I lift the chain again, tugging her a step forward. The movement drags her flush against me, the heat of her body seeping into mine, burning me. Careful, pet, I murmur, voice silk and steel. You're starting to sound like you care. Her breath shudders, but she masks it well. She leans in slightly, lips nearly brushing my throat as she whispers, You are nothing but a fool in fancy robes. She steps away, leaving me standing alone with the implications of a choice I never should have made.
Chapter 17. Naira. The moment we return to Zephiran's estate, I move. Silent. Shadow swift. I run. The masquerade's filth still clings to my skin. The aroma of spiced, sweet wine, the press of silk, the lingering feel of his hands on my body. My ribs feel tight, breath too shallow, the meaning of what just happened pressing against me like a vice. He chose me over power. The thought festers. I should not care. I should not care. But the way the court watched him, the way Orvian smirked like he knew Zephiran had just made a fatal mistake. I shake my head. Irrelevant. There's still time. I can still get out. The halls are mostly empty, draped in flickering torchlight, shadows pooling in the corners. I know how to move unseen. I know how to avoid patrols, where the guards stand post, where Zephiran thinks I am too afraid to wander. He is wrong. He has always been wrong about me. My bare feet whisper against the floor as I slip past the grand staircase, through the narrow servant corridors, the ones that smell of wax and damp stone, the stench of bodies that aren't meant to be seen. A door, half cracked, leading to the alley beyond. The sharp bite of night air rushes over my skin, lifting the hem of my silk dress, pulling at my hair as if the wind itself is desperate to take me away from him. I step forward. Then I stop. A sudden, vicious lurch in my stomach. A reminder. I haven't taken the antidote. The poison still lives inside me. 1 month. That's all I have. 1 month before it eats me from the inside out, hollowing me out like a corpse. And he has the cure. Zephiran, that bastard. My fingers twitch at my sides, curling into fists, nails biting into my palms. I should keep going. I should. Yet I linger, my breath turning shallow. Because it's not just the poison. Something is wrong with him. I don't know what. I don't know why I even care, but I do. The way his body tightened back in the masquerade, the flicker of something unreadable in his expression before he forced me to leave. The way I have felt it before. The strange, unnatural stillness, the fleeting moments when his fingers tense as if they want to tear into his own skin. Something lurks inside him. It is surfacing. I should go. Leave while I can. But the thought of never knowing, never finding out what, exactly, is inside him, unravelling. It twists inside my ribs like a knife. Before I can decide, a shadow moves behind me. Too fast, too close. Cold, unyielding steel clamps around my wrist before I even have time to breathe. I lash out, twisting, snarling, but he's already there, behind me, against me, a wall of heat and muscle and damning cruelty. He hisses near my ear, smooth and mocking. Going somewhere, little fox. His grip is iron, his fingers wrapping around my pulse, pressing, claiming, branding. I snap, fighting, shoving, but it only makes him tighten his hold, only makes his breath dip lower, the bastard savouring every second. You really don't learn, he murmurs. I don't waste time snarling a response. I move. My knee jerks up, aiming for his gut, but he's expecting it. He catches my leg mid-air, turning the momentum against me. I crash into him, his arms snaking around my waist, yanking me flush against his chest. The silk of my dress is too thin, the heat of his body pouring into mine. The bastard chuckles, low and pleased. You're predictable, he says, voice edged in dark amusement. I buck against him, but he doesn't let go. Not until I feel the way his fingers brush over the collar at my throat, the chain still tucked beneath the folds of silk, his mark on me. You think you can just leave? He murmurs. After everything? His breath is warm, infuriating, too close to my jaw. I stay rooted on the spot. I see it now. The tension in his grip isn't just anger, it's something else. Darker. He is not well, and he's aware of that I somehow know. I need a moment, a single chance. Just a crack in the game, a shift in the balance, something neither of us understands but feels anyway. As fast as it came, he buries it beneath mockery. You must think I'm stupid, he purrs, fingers trailing lower, spreading warmth where there should be rage. I bare my teeth. I think you're a lunatic. He laughs. The sound of it makes my hackles rise. But I hate myself more for not hating it enough. You're not wrong, he admits, almost amused. Then he lets go. Just like that. His touch vanishes, his heat a ghost against my skin. The sudden absence feels like a slap. I stumble back, chest heaving, eyes burning. He watches me, shoulders still too tight, jaw tense, something unreadable lurking beneath his crimson gaze. I expect him to punish me, to drag me back to prove, again, that I am nothing but his prisoner, his little pet. Instead, he just shakes his head, soft laughter curling from his lips. Run again, he says, voice dangerously smooth. I keep my stance, keep my breathing even. I don't dare to look away from. His smirk widens. Go on, he murmurs, a whisper of something twisted and thrilled. You won't make it past sunrise. I glare, my heart slamming against my chest. He turns before I can find my voice, vanishing into the corridor, leaving me standing there. With the door still open, with freedom just a few feet away. And yet, I remain standing in his territory as if I've lost my ability to run.
Chapter 18, Zephron. She hasn't run. Not even with the door standing wide open behind her, the night air beckoning, the promise of escape curling through the corridor like a whispered temptation. Instead, she stands in the dimly lit hall, breathing too fast, eyes too sharp, hands clenched at her sides, as if she's fighting a war inside herself. I exhale slowly, my own exhaustion pressing against my ribs, the curse sinking claws into my spine. I should leave her standing there. I should walk away, let her simmer in her own indecision. Let her wrestle with the realization that it was never me binding her here. It was always herself. But I don't leave. I'm too curious. There's this part of me wanting to witness her struggle. I want to know what stopped her. I turn back toward her, taking my time, enjoying the way her breath stutters when I close the space between us again. The hall is quiet, too quiet. The only sounds between us, the sharp inhale she tries to smother, the whisper of silk brushing against the stone floors, the slow, deliberate press of my boots as I trap her against the cold marble wall. Her jaw tightens, her body rigid, but she does not retreat. She does not cower. The torches lining the corridor flicker, casting gold across her skin, painting her in defiance and fury, in something dark and intoxicating. I brace one hand beside her head, letting the other trail too lightly, too deliberately down her arm. Why did you stop? The question is quiet but sharp, sliding beneath her skin like a knife dipped in honey. She remains silent, holding it in. Her chest rises too fast, her lips press into a thin, furious line, her shoulders stiff with something not quite anger. I could tear the words from her, press harder, squeeze, force her to say it aloud. But I want her to give it to me. I want her to willingly admit it. Her nostrils flare, chin lifting in the way it always does when she's readying for a fight. You already know, she says. I let my fingers skim over the curve of her shoulder, tracing the line of her collarbone. The mark I burned into her is still there, hidden beneath the silk and shadows. But I know it aches. She feels it deep in her bones, the proof that she belongs to me. My thumb brushes the artery at her throat. She shudders. And there it is. The crack. The slip. The thing I've been waiting for. Say it, I say softly, leaning closer to her. Her breath is ragged, uneven, a war in every syllable. You poisoned me, she grits out, voice laced with hate. I need the antidote. I should feel victorious. I should feel satisfied. But I couldn't. Her answer's lacking. It's not what I want to hear. I know that's only half the truth. Her lashes flicker and lips part, and I see the sharp inhale she tries to control. There's something else beneath her skin, something she doesn't want to acknowledge. Something she's fighting with all her being. That's not the only reason, I murmur, my voice sinking lower, softer, more dangerous. She moves then, suddenly, violently. Her hands press against my chest, shoving hard enough to make me take a single step back, but not hard enough to push me away completely. "You're the most insufferable bastard I've ever met," she hisses. "Likewise," I say, because it's true. Her hands remain on me, fingers curled into the fabric of my tunic, like she forgot she was supposed to be shoving me away. I drop my voice to something slow, deliberate. "You should have run!" Her mouth parts slightly, words unsaid pressing against her tongue. I see the exact moment she realizes the truth. That I'm right. She should have escaped. Instead, she chose to stay. Her fingers tighten against my chest, not in defiance, not in anger, but in something raw, something unspoken, something both of us don't want to explore. She moves before I do. She rises onto her toes, closing the distance between us in a single breath, her lips crashing against mine in a kiss that tastes like battle. It's not soft. It's not gentle. It is a weapon! Her teeth graze my bottom lip, a silent challenge, a demand that I answer with equal force. I press her into the wall, one hand tangling in her hair, tugging just enough to make her gasp. The sound makes something inside me snap. I deepen the kiss, taking everything she's giving, stealing everything she doesn't realize she's offering. Her body is fire and defiance, silk and sin, her pulse hammering beneath my fingers, the fight still roaring in her veins even as she kisses me back. Just as suddenly she breaks away. Her chest heaves, lips swollen, eyes wild and furious. Her breath is hot against my mouth. "That," she rasps, "was a mistake." I drag my thumb across her lower lip, watching the way she doesn't pull away. "You'll make it again." She stiffens, her eyes blazing with hate. She doesn't like this truth. I can see it, can taste it still lingering in the space between us. It will be best if she leaves. But she remains on the spot. She just stands there, breathing heavily, still so close. Waiting. For what? For me to do it again. For her to? It doesn't matter. This is not over.
Chapter 19. Naira. The taste of him still lingers on my lips when we enter the High Council's chambers. I loathe that it does. I abhor that my body remembers, that my breath still hitches when I think of the way he felt against me, unrelenting, devouring, as if he had been waiting for that moment as much as I had been dreading it. I still feel his fingers in my hair, the bruising press of his grip against my throat, the way he stole that moment from me before I could stop it. Most of all, it destroys me that I let him. The way I kissed him back. My hands clench at my sides as I push the memory down, deep, buried beneath the sharp edges of my fury. I can't afford to dwell on this. Not when we are standing in the heart of the High Council's lair, surrounded by monsters in silk and shadows, their predatory gazes scraping against my skin like the blade of a dull knife. Zephyran walks ahead of me, posture pristine, arrogant, exuding the same dark confidence he always does, but I'm of what lies beneath. I see it, the tension in his shoulders, the way his fingers twitch at his sides, how his breath isn't quite steady. Whatever happened between us back in the corridor, it left a mark on him too. That is dangerous. If I am beginning to see the cracks in him, how long before he starts seeing mine? The chamber doors groan open before us, revealing the High Council seated at their elevated thrones. The room is massive, lined with black marble pillars, silver banners bearing the sigil of the ruling houses, torches casting long, flickering shadows against the obsidian walls. At the centre, on a dais above us all, sit the ones who hold the true power in Protheka, in Orthani. The king with his council, the ones who decide who lives, who dies, who suffers. Their eyes land on me first. Of course they do. I am the anomaly in the room, the human, the pet standing beside one of their own, unbowed, unbroken, unafraid. They do not like it. I feel their disdain overflow, the tension crawling over my skin like an infestation of spiders. But I refuse to lower my head. The leader among them, a dark elf draped in robes the colour of dried blood, leans forward, his mouth curling at the edges in a way that makes me want to carve it off his face. So, he muses, his voice a slow, slithering thing. This is the one you hold so dear, Zephiran. The words are deliberate, poison wrapped in silk. They are watching him now, just as much as they are watching me. Zephiran does not react, at least not outwardly. His expression remains a mask of bored indifference, as if he is already tiring of this conversation. But his fingers twitch again. I doubt anyone else notices. Only me. You have brought her before us for a reason. Another council member speaks, this one female, her voice soft yet cruel, a blade dipped in honey. Tell us, Zephiran, why? Silence follows. A heartbeat of silence too thick, too heavy. Then, he does something that makes my breath stop. He turns to me and I see the risk written in his eyes. He should not have brought me here. But even if he didn't bring me, they will seek him out to take care of me. We both know it. She is useful, Zephiran says smoothly, turning his gaze back to the council. You question her worth, and yet she has already proven herself. She fights, she kills, and she does so without hesitation. A lie. I hesitated. But they don't need to know that. The leader hums, tapping a ringed finger against the arm of his chair. Is that so? His eyes flick back to me, interest sharp as a sword. Then perhaps she would not be opposed to proving it again. A chill slithers down my spine. Zephiran's posture goes rigid. Choose a target, the councilman continues, voice rich with amusement. Let us see for ourselves how useful she truly is. I feel the shift in Zephron before I see it. A split second of hesitation, a flicker of tension in his jaw. It is not fear. No, Zephiran does not fear for me. He fears for what this means. I beat him to the response. If you want a body, I say, voice steady, sharp, unyielding, then give me a blade. The chamber goes silent. Zephiran's head turns toward me, something unreadable flashing in his expression. The councilman laughs. The sound is rich, delighted, like he has found a new game to play. How charming, he purrs. You do not even ask who you are to kill. Does it matter? I say, lifting my chin. The amusement deepens. Then, a single flick of his wrist. The doors to the chamber open once more. A guard steps forward, dragging a bound figure into the room. My stomach knots as I see the blindfolded face, the torn clothing, the trembling shoulders of the one they have chosen. A human, one of my own. A test. This is a trap. The council wants to see what I will do. Will I hesitate? Will I refuse? Will I prove them right? I breathe in, trying to not let myself feel. In order to survive, I need to throw morality out of the window. This is about survival. If there is one thing I have learned, it is this. Survival always has a price. Give me the knife, I say. This time it will be another's life for my own.
Chapter 20. Zephron. There's no hesitation in Naria's movements, not as the knife glides through flesh, parting muscle and tendon, slipping past the resistance of bone, not as the surroundings fills with the wet, choking gasp of a dying man, his body convulsing against the floor before stilling into silence. Naira stands above him, the dagger still clutched tight in her fist, knuckles white with the force of it. The blood drips slow, thick, obscene, sliding over her fingers, pooling in the delicate creases of her palm. Some of it clings to her mouth, a single streak curling over the bow of her lips, stark against the smooth heat of her skin. It is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. And the most dangerous. She does not shake, not even blinking. It's either she's very clam or in shock. She breathes, deep, steady, controlled, as if she was meant for this, as if she has stopped pretending otherwise. The chamber is silent. The High Council watches with rapt amusement, their sharp gazes drinking in the sight of their newest executioner, their newest pawn. They expected her to hesitate. They thought they would need to coax the monster out of her. Fools. Naira has always been a monster. She just needed the right moment to prove it. A slow, deliberate clap echoes through the chamber, snapping the tension into something razor-thin. I know the sound before I turn. Lord Zephiran, the council's eldest snake, lounging in his throne, his smirk a wicked curve against the dim glow of candlelight. Spectacular, he purrs. She does not disappoint, Zephron. The amusement in his voice makes my fingers twitch. I know this game. I know what they see when they look at her. Not a human, not a person. A weapon. Something they could wield. Something they could use against me. Against my father. Against whatever dark fate they are scheming in the bowels of this city. Bringing her here was stupid choice. I should have known this would happen. But as I look at her, standing in the pool of her victim's blood, head high, shoulders squared, eyes burning with something that looks an awful lot like victory, I don't feel hatred. I feel want. Something base. Something carnal. Something I cannot afford to touch but ache to sink my teeth into. This is the moment she changes. This is the perfect timing she stops trying to be the girl she used to be. The moment I know without a doubt that I will never let her go. Clean her up, Zareth continues, rising from his throne, and then bring her to us. We have much to discuss. Naira's posture locks, her fingers still slick with red, her lips still painted in someone else's death. I don't give them a chance to say anything else. I move before they can, stepping toward her, grasping the bloodied wrist that still clutches the dagger. She does not resist. She does not fight. I guide her from the chamber, past the dead weight on the floor, past the leering eyes of the council, past the knowledge that they think she is theirs now. She isn't. She is mine. The private bathing chamber is silent except for the steady drip of blood against stone. I stand at the threshold, watching as she steps beneath the cascade of hot water, her dress soaked through, turning black against her skin, the fabric clinging in ways I should not be noticing. The silence is deafening. She only scrubs. Her hands work over her arms, her throat, the ridges of her knuckles. But the blood does not leave easily. It never does. Not the kind that stains you on the inside. I move before I think better of it, stepping behind her, reaching for the basin of oil set beside the bath. Her shoulders tense at the change in the air. She knows I'm here. She just doesn't stop me. The aroma of cedar and spice fills the space between us, curling into the steam as I dip my fingers into the oil, rubbing it between my palms before reaching for her. She still doesn't stop me. Not when my hands slide over her shoulders, working the soap and oil into her skin, rubbing slow, deep circles into the tense line of her back. Her breathing is too steady. She is trying to control it, trying to pretend I'm not touching her. "Why didn't you hesitate?" I murmur, letting my fingers graze the back of her neck. She inhales. Not much, but enough. "You already know," she says. The same words she spat at me last night. And she is right. I do know. She did not hesitate because she is no longer the girl who would have. She has already crossed the threshold. I let her hear myself. She followed. I should tell her to fight it, to fight me, to resist, to run, to do anything but stand here, dripping in blood and steam, letting me touch her like she is mine to soothe. But I can't. Instead, I press my lips to her bare shoulder, a slow, deliberate drag of my mouth against salt and heat. Her breath stutters. She should pull away. Instead, she tilts her head just slightly, exposing more of her throat, a silent admission that she is already too far gone. I do not hesitate. I bite, a slow, teasing graze of my teeth against her pulse, enough to make her tense beneath me, enough to make her know. There is no going back now. She moans, a sound that makes something dark and unholy snap inside me. She loathes me. She wants me. She doesn't know how to choose between the two. So I choose for her. I turn her in my grip, forcing her to face me, to see the hunger burning in my chest, to know. This is her fate now. Not as a prisoner, not as a pawn, but as mine. Her lips are still painted red. I take them anyway.
Chapter 21. Naira. The blood is gone, but it doesn't truly go away. I press my hands against my thighs, curling my fingers into the silk of my dress. But it doesn't matter. No matter how hard I scrubbed, burned, clawed at my own skin, I can still feel the warm, wet slick of it between my fingers. It sprayed on my body. He gasped under me. His body jerked. The stench of blood clings to the back of my throat like a ghost of rot and metal, thick even beneath the perfumed oils that still cling to my damp skin. I shift my gaze to the mirror before me. I do not recognize the woman staring back. Her hair falls in damp, tangled waves, curling over her bare shoulders. Her collarbones are sharp ridges, her lips slightly parted, still swollen from something she shouldn't have allowed. Her eyes, too dark, too hollow. I exhale, pushing away from the vanity. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't still be in his room, in his space, in the same orbit as Zephiran Zacria. Yet here I am. I did not run. I let him touch me. I let him claim something I should have never given. The corridors are silent, the halls of his estate stretching out before me like a gilded cage. I know where the exits are. I know where the guards stand post, where the hidden tunnels weave beneath the estate, where the weak points in his security could let me slip away into the night. Yet my feet do not take me toward them. Instead, I move through the halls like a spectre, my fingers trailing against cold stone, my breath too quiet. I hear him, not speaking, not moving, but breathing. I don't mean to step forward, don't mean to let my own curiosity betray me, but I do. I move toward the open doors of his private chambers, toward the glow of the fire flickering against the far wall. Zephron is sitting at the corner of the bed, elbows braced against his knees, his hands curled into fists. His tunic is loose, his hair dishevelled, strands falling into his eyes as he stares at the floor, as if it holds the answers to everything wrong with him. He looks unmade. Something twists inside my chest, but I ignore it. I should leave. I should turn back before he... His voice is quiet, too quiet. You're awake. I stiffen, my body caught in the threshold like a deer beneath a hunter's bow. He doesn't look at me, but his voice is steady, deep, filled with something I can't quite place. You didn't run. I hate that my throat tightens, that my fingers twitch at my sides, that he says it like he knew I wouldn't, like he always knew. Why would I say, forcing my tone into something sharp, something cutting. We both know what happens if I do. His shoulders tense, just slightly. Because of the poison, he murmurs, or because of something else. I stay scient. What can I even say? I cross my arms over my chest, shifting my weight to one foot. What are they going to do with me? Zephron leans back slightly, finally lifting his gaze. His eyes are shadowed, unreadable, dark pools of something dangerous. What do you think? He asks. A bitter laugh scrapes its way up my throat. They want me to kill again, I say, the words too calm, too hollow. A slow nod, They will demand more from you, and you will give it to them. My stomach clenches. I shouldn't be surprised. I shouldn't feel anything at all. He's right. I will, because I am past the point of turning back. But that's not what lingers in my mind. It's the way he says it. It's not an order or a command, but as a fact. You think you know me so well, I say, my voice quieter now. Zephiran exhales slowly, his jaw tightening before he stands, closing the space between us in a single breath. He stops too close, his presence wrapping around me like a vice, the scent of him thick with spice and something unnameable. I do know you, he says, lifting a hand toward my face. I flinch, but he doesn't touch me. His fingers hover, just barely, close enough to make me feel the heat of him, close enough to make me hate that I want him to close the distance. You belong to me, he murmurs, voice low, lethal, laced with something unholy. The air between us snaps too tight, too fast. The weight of it presses against my core, drags heat through my veins, curls something unwanted and unbearable beneath my skin. I lift my chin, a silent challenge. And yet, I breathe, you still haven't figured out what to do with me. Something in his expression shifts, like I've struck a nerve, like he knows it's the truth. No matter how much he threatens me, no matter how many chains he tries to wrap around my body, my throat, my soul, he still doesn't know how to break me, and that kills him. His gaze drops to my mouth, his fingers twitching in the empty gap between us, his breath coming in just slightly too uneven. He wants to take, to own, to ruin, but he won't. I see the hesitation in him. That's when I know. He's afraid, not me or himself. So I do the cruelest thing I can. I move back, slowly, deliberately, leaving him standing there, waiting for something I will not give him. First turn. I walk away. Now, since this nightmare began, I am the one leaving him wanting.
Chapter 22. Zephyran. She walked away. That should amuse me. Should even make me admire her, the way she turned with her head high, her back straight, leaving me standing in the doorway of my own damn room. But this wasn't supposed to happen. I should have taken her. Should have broken the last of her resistance, dragged her to her knees and reminded her exactly who owns her, who made her, who turned her into this. Instead, I let her slip through my fingers. Again. Now I sit in my war room, my fingers pressing into the wood of the table, tension crawling over my skin in slow, methodical waves. The heist is set. The relic is within reach. Everything I've planned, every move I've made, every piece I've maneuvered into place, it's all coming together. My mind is nowhere near the plan, because I can still feel her breath on my throat, the slow, deliberate retreat of her body, the way she turned away and left me standing there, needy, wanting. She is a distraction. A dangerous, deadly distraction. I can't afford this luxury. Not when the High Council is watching my every move, waiting for me to slip, waiting for me to make a mistake they can use against me. I exhale slowly, letting the tension settle in my bones before I lift my head. Status, I command, my voice cutting through the thick, candlelit chamber. Across the table, my second-in-command, Varric, leans forward, the dim glow catching against his silvered hair, his violet eyes sharp with interest. The vault has been secured, he murmurs. Double the expected number of guards, and rumor is, the High Council's personal enforcer has been sent to oversee its safety. I suppress the flicker of irritation curling at the edges of my mind. Of course, they knew I would come for it. They knew I wouldn't be able to stay away. My father probably had a hand in this. I grit my teeth. Doesn't matter, I say, my tone bored, despite the rage simmering just beneath the surface. We go as planned. They can guard it all they want. It won't make a difference. A slow smirk tugs at the corner of Varric's mouth. Confident, as always. I don't humor him with a response. Instead, I turn my gaze to the far side of the room, where she stands. Naira is pressed against the stone wall, her arms crossed, her expression unreadable. The torchlight flickers against her skin, dancing over the sharp planes of her collarbones, the exposed line of her throat, the silver glint of the collar still locked around it. She doesn't belong in this room. Another piece in the game I'm playing. Her gaze flicks to mine and something dark shifts in the space, something sharp and unforgiving. She knows I want her. How she left me craving her like a need settling in my gut. She leans her head slightly, just enough to be insubordinate, to make me think of how her throat would feel beneath my teeth. I assume you're not keeping me here just for decoration, she drawls. The others at the table fall silent. She's testing me, pushing, trying to see where my control snaps. I exhale, slow and deliberate, before turning fully toward her. The vault is impenetrable, I say, except by you. Her lips part slightly, brows furrowing in the first real flicker of surprise I've seen from her in days. Their security measures are meant for me, I continue, for my men, for thieves trained in the dark arts, trained to move unseen. But you? I tilt my head, letting my gaze rake over her, making sure she feels every bit of it. They see you as nothing more than a tool, I murmur. A weapon at my disposal, the perfect little pet, trained to obey. Her jaw clenches. I almost smirk. That, I say, leaning in just slightly, is how we get in. Silence coils between us, thick and suffocating. You want me to walk into the vault like a good little slave, she murmurs. Pretend I'm there on your orders. And then what? Kill everyone inside? If necessary. Her lips press into a tight line. You've already proven yourself to them, I remind her. They trust you now, in their own twisted way. They think you belong to them just as much as you belong to me. Something flickers in her expression, something she doesn't like. I don't belong to anyone. The words shouldn't make my blood heat the way they do. Shouldn't make something dark and possessive curl at the base of my spine. Then prove it, I murmur. Play the game. Use their own arrogance against them. She hesitates as she knows I'm speaking the truth. She knows she's capable of it. She's aware this is the only way. Finally, she exhales through her nose, her posture relaxing as her decisions settle into place. But then, her lips curve. It's not a smile. It's a warning. You think you know me, she says, voice low, amused, venomous. I arch a brow. I do know you. Her chin tilts, her mouth still holding that dangerous, dangerous smirk. Then you should know, she purrs. I don't follow orders. Something sharp punches through my gut, straight to my core. A flare of heat and frustration, something bordering on obsession. The woman is bold. She doesn't wait for my response. She simply turns, her fingers brushing against the corner of the table as she passes, her body far too close, her scent still lingering on my skin. Then she's gone, leaving me with a war brewing in my chest, a plan hanging on the razor's edge of her rebellion. The final piece has fallen into place, but I don't know if it's the one that will save us, or the one that will tear us apart.
Chapter 23. Naira. The High Council doesn't know what I am capable of. The corridors of the underground tunnels stretch before me, damp, suffocating, filled with the stench of oil and decay. A warren of stone and shadow beneath the capital, a place only ghosts and desperate men dare to tread. The guards don't even glance at me. They recognize the collar. They see the way it gleams beneath the torchlight, the silver chain still hooked loosely around my neck. They see what they think I am, a pater, a pretty thing kept in Zephiran's grasp, tamed and obedient. They don't know I could kill them where they stand. They're unaware that the dagger pressed against the inside of my thigh is sharp enough to cut through cartilage, to sever arteries, to silence their questions with a single flick of my wrist. I keep my steps measured, my hands folded just enough to sell the illusion. Not too timid, not too bold, just enough to make them believe I know my place. The guards step aside as I pass. Fools. The High Council's vault is more than just a treasure hoard. It is a tomb of power, a graveyard of forgotten things. The relic I need is somewhere deep inside, buried beneath centuries of secrets, of locked chests and enchanted seals. And the only reason I'm able to step foot inside. Zephiran made me their weapon, made me their amusement. He gave them a show, let them see me as something more than a caged thing, let them taste the blood still fresh on my lips. He wants me to do this. That alone makes my skin crawl. A robed attendant greets me at the entrance. Thin, pale fingers drag along the chain at my throat, a mockery of ownership, a test. It burns. You are here to collect what your master desires, he muses, leading me forward, his voice slow and slithering, like a man who enjoys hearing himself speak. He must trust you a great deal. I say nothing, as silence is more powerful than lies. It lets him fill in the gaps himself. He walks me down the corridor, past towering black iron doors, past sealed vaults that hum with magic, past the remnants of old, forgotten curses. I feel them buzzing beneath my skin, power pressing against me in slow, invasive waves. I swallow down the urge to wrench my arm from his grasp, to crush his fingers between my own. Maybe soon. We stop at the end of the hall. The final door looms before us. The relic is inside. The moment the attendant reaches for the lock, a wave of heat lances down my spine. Sharp, unnatural, wrong. Something is happening. It's definitely not part of the plan. The hairs along my arms rise as I turn slightly, my breath catching. My pulse stutters, because I know that presence. I have felt it before, in the dead of night, in the silence of his chambers, when he thought I wasn't looking. I turn my head, and Zephiran is there. He stands at the far end of the corridor, half shrouded in shadow, the torchlight flickering over the sharp lines of his face. His tunic is loose at the throat, his black hair a mess, as if he's just woken from something he couldn't control. His eyes are wrong, too bright, too unfocused. He shouldn't be here. He wasn't supposed to follow me. Why is he risking this? The attendant at my side frowns, following my gaze. Lord Zacria? Zephiran doesn't answer. Not at first. Too slowly, he lifts his head, the movement unnatural, like a man waking from a nightmare. His hands shake at his sides, his breath too ragged. He looks like a man drowning. He is staring at me. My stomach knots. Leave us, Zephiran says, his voice just slightly off. The attendant hesitates. But my lord, the vault. I said leave. Something in his tone makes the air turn thick, makes the walls feel closer, makes the magic in the vault shift uneasily. The attendant scurries off without another word. It's just us. The silence presses against my ribs, heavy and unbearable. I close the distance between us, gripping his arm before he can collapse. What are you doing here? I hiss, voice low, sharp. You weren't supposed to come. His breath stutters, his fingers curling into fists at his sides. But he doesn't let me go. You shouldn't be here, I say again. His body trembles beneath my touch, heat radiating from his skin, feverish, wrong. I know, he murmurs, voice strained, raw. He came anyway. My grip tightens. You're an idiot. He exhales, a slow, shuddering sound. I know that too. His lips part slightly, his eyes dropping to my mouth, to the gap between us, to the way my fingers are still curled around his wrist, like I'm the only thing keeping him tethered. For a single unforgiving second, the world narrows down to just this. Just the way he breathes, the way he leans and looks at me like I am the only real thing left in this world. A mistake. A mistake. I step back and the moment shatters. I grab him by the collar, yanking him forward, dragging his shaking body toward the vault. "Fine," I bite out. "You're here now, so get your life together." He lets me pull him forward. Let me lead him, despite the power he wields, despite the thousands of ways he could stop me. He lets me take control. As the vault door opens, the magic thrumming behind it, thick and intoxicating, promising power at a price. I feel it instinctively that whatever we find inside, it will change everything. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 24, Zephyran. Something is wrong. The vault's air presses against my skin, thick with old magic of forgotten curses humming against my bones. It's in my teeth, in the slow, insidious coil of heat creeping through my veins. This isn't how it was supposed to be. I wasn't even supposed to be here. But there's an almost undeniable urge that I should come. The plan was simple. Get in, get the relic, get out before the High Council even realized we'd touched it. Yet, as Naira steps past the threshold, her fingers brushing against the enchanted steel of the vault door, I know we have already made a mistake. The magic inside is wrong. Not the kind that guards a treasure. Not the kind that keeps thieves away. The kind that waits. I inhale sharply, trying to clear the heaviness pressing into my skull. But the moment I do, I feel it. Something beneath the layers of magic. Something old. Something that reeks of familiarity. The realization slams into my ribs like a fist. My father was here. Before me. Before us. He knows. Damn, he's aware. I should have expected this. I should have known the moment I started moving pieces into place. The time I let myself believe that I could ever outmaneuver him, that he was already ahead of me. The curse twists against my bones, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, knowing before I do that I have walked directly into a trap. And worse, I brought her with me. Naira moves with purpose, her gaze sharp, scanning the rows of enchanted artifacts, the jagged remnants of 100 stolen powers locked in this graveyard of greed. She doesn't sense it. She doesn't feel it the way I do, because this magic was never meant for her. It was meant for me. I follow her deeper into the vault, my body moving on instinct, my pulse pounding in my throat. The relic is here. Somewhere past these shelves of hoarded ruin, somewhere beneath the gilded and cursed. But now I can't decide if I should touch it, because my father has already been here. Then this is no longer about breaking my curse. This is about what he wants from me. I will be damned if I give it to him. Naira pauses ahead of me, her fingers moving fleetingly over a chest bound in dark iron, sigils carved into its surface, pulsing with an ugly red glow. "Is this it?" she asks. Her voice is steady, but there's something else beneath it. She's tense, full of anticipation. She feels it now, too. Not the betrayal, not the warning, but the shift. The way the space seems to still, as if waiting, like something is watching. I move closer, slow, deliberate, forcing my body to obey despite the way my spine threatens to crack open beneath my father's spell work. The sigils on the chest pulse in recognition. My blood. It was keyed to me. That confirms everything. This was never meant to be stolen. It was destined to be found. By me. By only me. The curse in my veins writhes. The mark my father burned into my flesh, igniting beneath my ribs. A silent whisper of, "Got you, boy." He wanted me to come here. He planned for me to take this. To take it. To make the mistake of thinking I could ever hold power that wasn't his first. Naira shifts at my side, her stance subtly changing, the barest flicker of awareness tightening her muscles. She doesn't know what's wrong. But she knows me well enough now to see when something is. "What is it?" she murmurs. I keep my mouth shut, refusing to admit what's going on. I grit my teeth. There's no way I will admit that I let my father lead me here like a hound to the slaughter, and that she used him to hook me. My fingers curl at my sides, my nails digging into my palms, fighting the urge to rip this vault apart, to tear through every piece of magic laced into the walls. I've been waiting years for this moment. I've suffered through bone-breaking nights, through every full moon where my body turned against me, through decades of servitude to a man who never intended to let me go. I thought I was close. I thought I was smarter than him. But no matter how many games I play, how many moves I make, Zephiran Zacria is still winning. Even when he isn't here, he is. His shadow, presence, and power is here. His voice curls through the chamber, a whisper in my mind, something old and rotten and familiar. "You never had a choice, boy." The curse flares hot and violent, slamming into my ribs like a clawed hand reaching up from the grave. I stagger back, barely catching myself on the shelf behind me, my vision going black at the edges, my breath catching on nothing. Naira moves immediately, her fingers wrapping around my arm, yanking me forward before I can collapse like a weak, broken thing. "Zephiran," she hisses, her grip so tight it bruises. I can feel her fingernails sinking into my skin, sharp, grounding, but I barely register her in my eyes, barely hear her words. My father's magic is suffocating, coiling, claiming. "You are mine." I snarl against the voice, against the instinct to drop to my knees, to shatter all over again. Not this time, not ever. I wrench myself free from Naira's grasp, sucking in a shuddering breath, locking my knees before they can betray me further. Her expression is unreadable, but her eyes, they are watching me too closely, too sharply. She has always known I was hiding something. Now she's starting to understand what. She's too smart not to start putting the pieces together. I can't let her. I grab the relic, not because I know what it will do. I'm clutching on straws here. I don't even know if it will break my father's spell, but because it is the only power I have left. A crack of energy tears through the chamber, splitting the atmosphere, filling the vault with the scent of charred magic. Naira shields herself instinctively, her arms coming up against the backlash. I barely have a moment to realize what I've done before the world shifts. And the door behind us slams shut. Locked, sealed, trapped. My father's voice hums in the silence. "You are never going to win, boy." As the magic swells around us, swallowing us whole, I realized this was never my game. It was his. He just called checkmate.
Chapter 25. Naira. The moment he grabs the relic, the world turns to fire. A blast of raw, unfiltered magic erupts from the artifact, slamming into the walls, searing the air, rattling my bones from the inside out. I stumble back, shielding my face, my breath strangled against the force of it. The vault groans, the very walls trembling under the strain of power never supposed to be touched. And Zephron is on his knees. The relic is still clutched in his fingers, veins blackening beneath his skin, crawling up his arm, sinking into him like poison. He's not moving and barely breathes. A second stretches into eternity. A slow, suffocating moment where I think, he's dead. I move before my thoughts can catch up, before I can consider why I care. I drop to the ground beside him, gripping his arm, fingers digging into feverish flesh. "Zephiran!" I snap. "Look at me." His body shudders violently, a sharp gasp tearing from his throat as if he's just surfaced from drowning. His head jerks up. His eyes, they are wrong, no longer the deep, inhuman crimson that has haunted me from the moment I first met him. Now they are black, pure, depthless voids of hunger and ruin. The relic still pulses in his hand, the magic curling around his wrist, sinking deeper, deeper, deeper. His lips part. I expect a snarl, a curse, some arrogant, cutting remark to tell me to back off. Instead, his voice comes out ragged, raw, something between a whisper and a growl. "He's here." A slow, sickening chill trickles down my spine. Who is it? His father? I've heard of the whispers. I just never knew how real they are. The vault door slams shut behind us. Magic surges, sealing us inside. Locking the air is overflowing with the smell of something old, rotting, waiting. We are trapped. I now truly understand what this was. Not a heist, not a desperate attempt at freedom. It's a damn trap. Zephyran sways, muscles tensed against the magic suffocating him from the inside out. His breath is ragged, uneven, like something is clawing at his ribs from the inside. I see it in his hands, the way his fingers shake, the way his grip on the relic is too tight, too unrelenting. He doesn't let go. He can't. The relic is in him now. Or maybe he is in it. The realization is a slow, insidious thing, curling in my gut, a whisper of something worse than death. Is it consuming him? I move without thinking, reaching for his wrist, prying his fingers apart. Drop it. His body jerks. A tremor runs through him, but he doesn't let go. His breathing is too shallow, his pulse a violent staccato beneath his skin. "It won't let me," he grits out. I press harder, digging my nails into his flesh. "Then fight it." He tilts his head just slightly, as if hearing something I can't. His lips curl, slow, dangerous, wrong. "That's the problem," he murmurs. "I don't think I want to." My pulse stutters. I see it now. The hunger beneath his skin, not just his usual cruel amusement. It's something not his own. I hear it now. His father's voice whispers through the chamber, an echo of a man who isn't here but still holds the leash. "You were never destined to be free, boy." Zephron flinches, eyes squeezing shut, teeth gritted in something dangerously close to agony. I slap him across the face, hard enough to snap his head to the side. A sharp breath drags through his teeth. His shoulders tense, muscles locked, the relic still gripped tight. His chest heaves, his control fraying, his body a war zone between two forces that will not let him go. And still, he smirks. Was that supposed to help? I grab his chin, yanking his face toward mine, forcing him to see me. "Did it?" I snap. A single dark chuckle slips from his lips. He lets go. The relic hits the stone floor with a resounding clang, the magic inside it screeching, twisting, unravelling into the air like a dying thing. Zephyran shudders, a sharp exhale breaking from his throat. I realise I just saved him. Or maybe I just damned us both. The vault doors groan, unhurried, measured, just shifting. Like something else wants to come through. Zephiran staggers to his feet, one hand braced against the stone wall, the other running through his dishevelled hair, still trembling, still wrong. I stand too, my body thrumming with tension, with the sharp, cutting edge of something I don't dare to name. The relic is still on the ground between us, its glow fading, its magic retreating. Zephyran straightens, exhaling slow, measured, as if testing the strength of his own voice. "That was a mistake," he mutters. I narrow my eyes. Which part? A beat of silence follows. His gaze flicks to me. All of it. I can't even process the words before the torches flicker. The atmosphere drops to freezing. A voice that does not belong to either of us laughs. Low, amused. The vault doors burst open. The shadows outside spill in like ink. I realise this was never about the relic. This was about the moment we thought we had won. That's when everything is taken away. That's exactly what's about to happen.
Chapter 26. Zephyran. The moment the vault doors slam open, the space fractures. A blast of magic surges through the air, raw and unrelenting, tearing through my veins like a goddamn branding iron. It hammers into my chest, sinking claws deep, dragging me under. My father's spell work clings to my skin like a second layer of flesh, suffocating, inescapable. I feel him, his amusement, his victory, his ownership. I know, without a doubt. He planned this. Naira moves before I do. Her dagger flashes in the torchlight, stands shifting as she spins toward the entrance, instinct kicking in before thought. She thinks the guards will storm in. She expects a fight. She doesn't expect the shadows to move on their own. The atmosphere thickens with evil, the darkness pulling inward, curling like ink through water, silent, unnatural. The smell of charred magic and rotting silk floods my senses. My pulse throbs. I know that scent. I have smelled it before. On my father's hands, on the stones of his throne room, on the altar where he first bound me to this curse. The realization is a sword to the gut. I don't have time to react before the shadows lunge. They lash out like living things, wrapping around my limbs, dragging me backward, forcing me to my knees. A searing spark of agony erupts through my body, my spine bowing under the sudden, unnatural weight. That's when I hear it again. His voice. A whisper, curling from the shadows, thick with mockery and something worse. "Did you really think I wouldn't notice, boy?" The pain hits me like a fist to my insides. I snarl, forcing myself upright, hands clenched into the stone, trying to fight against the invisible blocks pressing against me. The curse burns through my veins, every nerve igniting in sick, relentless waves. Naira whirls toward me, eyes sharp, hands already moving to grab me. But she can't help me. No one can. My father has me exactly where he wants me. The shadows shift, tightening their hold, pressing into my ribs, my throat, my mind. "I gave you power, Zephyran." His voice curls into my skull, threading through my bones. The sound of something ancient, something cruel. "And now you think you can take it away?" A choked, ragged breath drags through my lungs, my body fighting itself, muscles locking beneath the unseen weight. I try to shove up on my arms, but they don't move. My father is in me, his magic, his control, woven so deeply into my being that I feel his amusement as clearly as I feel my own pain. He isn't even here, but it doesn't matter. Naira's voice cuts through the haze. "Zephyran!" A warning, a demand, a plea. I force my head up. She's watching me. Her dagger is still clutched in one hand, but her fingers tremble. She sees it now. The real me. Sees the way my body is failing, breaking, bending beneath an invisible force that I cannot fight. Her gaze flicks over me, fast, assessing, calculating. And then she lunges. Not at me, at the relic. The moment her fingers clamp around it, the magic shifts. The weight loosens, just slightly. Enough for me to suck in a breath. It's enough for me to push against the hold. "Clever little pet you've chosen," my father muses, the words slick with amusement. "But it won't save you." A new pulse of pain lances through my nerve endings, sharper, crueler, meant to remind me that I belong to him. But I grit my teeth. I focus on the one thing he doesn't understand. Me and her. I shove against the magic, the hold of his spell work, forcing my body to move, inch by inch, breath by breath. I can feel Naira's fury in the atmosphere, the way her fingers tighten around the relic, the way she looks at me like she's deciding whether to fight or run. She shouldn't be here. She should never have been part of this. I should have left her in the dark. She should keep loathing me. Instead, she's standing in front of me, her expression a storm, her voice sharp with rage. How do we stop this? I drag in a breath. Destroy it. Her eyes widen, flicking between the relic in her hands and the way my body is visibly breaking. You're sure? No, I snarl. But it's either that or let my father have his way. And I'd rather die. Her grip tightens. She raises the relic and smashes it against the stone floor. Magic erupts. An explosion of light and shadow, sound and silence. The vault shatters around us, dust and debris cascading, the magic breaking apart stone and spellwork alike. The curse screams. My father's magic howls. Suddenly, the magic pulls away. A bit. It doesn't leave me. Not fully. But it weakens. I sag forward, hands braced against the rubble, breath heaving, skin damp with sweat. When I lift my head, Naira is still standing there, panting, wide-eyed, furious. Her mouth parts as if she's about to say something, but before she can... Footsteps appear. Fast, unforgiving. A dozen, maybe more, echoing through the ruined corridor outside. The High Council's guards. We are out of time. I grab her wrist, pulling her forward, dragging her into motion even as my body protests. Move! I snap. She doesn't fight me, she just runs. As we tear through the shattered ruins of the vault, as the shouts of our enemies grow louder, as my body shakes, still bearing the scars of my father's touch. I know one thing for certain. My father won't take this lying down.
Chapter 27. Naira. The only thing keeping him standing is me. Zephiran leans too much into my side, his body pressing against me as we move through the underground passageways, breath hot and ragged against my neck. His body shudders with every step, his muscles trembling, the curse still eating him from the inside out. His father's mark lingers in his bones, his skin, his soul. It's like a sickness clinging to his flesh, like a second shadow curling in the dark. And despite every warning in my head, despite every reminder that this man is a monster, that he is the reason I'm here, the reason I can never go back, I hold on to him, because if he collapses, I know damn well he won't get back up. The tunnels are damp, smelling of wet stone and old blood, the stench of the city's filth seeping through the cracks above us. We're running on borrowed time. The High Council's dogs will be sniffing us out by dawn. We need somewhere to hide, somewhere to breathe. But right now the only thing I care about is keeping Zephiran on his feet. If he falls, he might not get up again, and for reasons I can't afford to examine. I can't let that happen. We stumble into a dimly lit chamber, an abandoned hideout in the Undercity. The door slams shut behind us, sealing us into the silence, the suffocating heat, the stench of sweat and desperation. Zephiran collapses against the nearest wall, sliding down until his legs are sprawled out before him, chest rising in uneven, laboured breaths. His face is too pale, his lips slightly parted, sweat dampening the dark strands of his hair. His body shakes. I've seen him fight, break, rip men apart like they were nothing. But I have never seen him like this, vulnerable, weak. And I don't like it. Stay with me, I murmur, kneeling beside him, fingers reaching for his wrist. The moment I touch him, his body jerks, his breath shuddering. His pulse is too fast, too unstable. The curse is still sinking its claws into him, still pulling him under. I need to do something, anything. My fingers hover over the collar of his tunic, over the burning marks seared into his flesh. A brand, a reminder, a leash. His father's voice still lingers in my ears, thick with cruel amusement. You were never destined to be free, boy. I grip my teeth, shoving the memory aside. Zephiran groans softly, his head tilting back, exposing the sharp line of his throat. Still, don't take orders well, do you? He murmurs, voice hoarse. I glare. Shut up, I snap. You're dying. His lips curve slightly, a weak, exhausted smirk. Not this time. Bastard. I press my fingers against his pulse again. Still too fast. Still too wrong. Think, Naira. The High Council will have every healer, every dark elf, every goddamn seer looking for us. We can't go to a doctor, can't risk being seen, which means there's only one way to help him. I curse under my breath, dragging my dagger from my belt. Zephyran's eyes flicker open, the dim candlelight catching in his crimson gaze. Planning to finish the job, he rasps. I drag the blade across my palm, fast and deep. A sharp sting, then warmth. Blood beads against my skin, thick and crimson, glistening in the firelight. His gaze locks onto it immediately. His breath stutters. You have to be joking, he mutters. I press my hand against his chest, against the still burning brand, letting my blood seep into the wound. Magic shudders through the air. His body tenses beneath my touch, muscles locking, teeth clenching as the spell reacts, as the curse resists. But it's working. His skin cools. His breathing slows. The wild, thrashing magic beneath his ribs starts to settle. I don't know why it's working. It's instinct. I just know. As if someone told me. I don't understand what my blood has to do with his curse. But right now I don't care. I just need him alive. His chest rises sharply, his lips parting, a choked sound spilling free. I feel the slow, unsteady pull of magic between us, the way my blood seeps into the mark, the way it soothes something ancient, something violent. Too slowly, he exhales. His body slumps, his pulse steadies. The curse stops fighting. And when his eyes flutter open again, they are looking directly at me. The tension in the room shifts. The space seems to overflow with tension. Charged. His hand lifts, his fingers wrapping around my wrist, still slick with my blood, still pressed against his chest. His skin is fever-hot beneath my touch. Our gazes lock. Something else flickers between us. Not anger nor power, something we both don't want to figure out. Tell me, he murmurs, voice low, raw, curling against my ears like a dark confession. Was that mercy? I swallow hard, refusing to move, refusing to let go. It was a bargain, I whisper. His grip tightens, his breath warming my lips. A bargain? I nod. You don't die. And in return, I lean in, just enough to make sure he hears me, just enough to taste the heat on his breath. You tell me the truth. His eyes flash. For a second, I think he's going to refuse, to fight me, to push me away, to smirk, to say something cruel and deflective and infuriating, but he doesn't. Instead, he lifts a hand, the tips of his fingers skimming down my throat, across my collarbone. Unhurried, measured, possessive. And when he speaks, his voice is nothing but a hushed, broken admission. I can't.
Chapter 28, Zephyran. Her blood is still on my skin. Still burning where it seeped into my wounds, where it stitched me back together with something dark and binding and wrong. She should not have done that. I should not have let her. I didn't have a choice, though. Her fingers pressed into my chest, her blood leaking into the brand my father left on me, and the moment it touched me, the curse stilled. Not fully. It's not the solution. I don't even know how she did it. But I can't deny that the curse stepped back, like a beast recognizing something older, something it couldn't sink its teeth into. And now, she's waiting. Her fingers still damp, lips still slightly parted, eyes locked onto mine with something I can't name. "Tell me the truth," she murmurs, insisting even after my denial. I remain still. If I move, I don't know what I'm going to do next. She doesn't either. We're in a stalemate. This thing between us, this twisted, violent pull, is going to consume us both. And we're both not ready. We're only inches apart. Her breath warms my jaw, her pulse a frantic rhythm just beneath her skin. The air between us overflows, charged with something too raw, too sharp, too inevitable. I still feel her blood thrumming inside me, soaking into my bones like a brand, tying her to me in ways she doesn't even understand yet. She should run while she still can. Leaving while I'm weak is her best option. But she doesn't. She stays. That's her mistake. My fingers curl around her wrist, dragging her down until she's straddling me, her thighs tight against my hips, her breath catching, betraying her. She doesn't pull away. She should. But in her eyes, I see the hunger she doesn't want to admit, the defiance and hate she's using to keep herself sane. She wants me as much as she wants to kill me. And I want her to try. Her fingers trail down my throat over my collarbone, stopping just above my heart. Too light. Too goddamn cruel. She's taunting me. I shouldn't want it this much. The need I have for her is clawing at me. And I'm done pretending I don't. She gasps as my lips bite their way down her neck, her body arching beneath me, her skin flushed and alive under my hands. The sound of fabric tearing echoes in the room as her tunic gives way, and my fingers trace the curve of her ribs, her waist, her hip. "You're—" She starts, but I cut her off with a sharp kiss, her words dissolving into a moan that vibrates against my tongue. "Don't talk," I growl, my voice rough, my breath ragged. "Don't ruin this!" Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 29. Naira. The morning is too quiet. The kind of quiet that presses against my inside, overflowing and suffocating. It sinks its claws into my skin and doesn't let go. I stare at the ceiling, at the flickering candlelight casting long, jagged shadows across the stone. My limbs feel wrong. Heavy. Not sore, not bruised, just wrong. Like something inside me isn't entirely mine anymore. Like something is missing. I exhale slowly, willing my body to move, to shake off the creeping unease curling in my gut. But when I shift, I feel him, the fiery inferno of his skin against mine. Zephiran is still beside me, one arm thrown over his face, his other hand resting low on my stomach, fingers spread like he means to keep me there. Shoving him away is the smart choice. I should slip out of this bed and pretend last night never happened. But a part of me screams not to. The stupid part clings to what happened between us. Slowly, carefully, I shift out from under Zephyran's touch, my breath hitching as my bare feet hit the cold stone. I expect him to wake up, to reach for me. Maybe to say something sharp and knowing, something to remind me that he always wins, that I always break. His breathing stays even, his body unmoving, as if even he is exhausted by this. By me, I force myself to stand, my spine aching, my muscles tight. A headache pounds at my temples, dull and relentless, my skin too hot, my vision too sharp at the edges. I feel strange, like something is slithering beneath my skin, unseen, waiting. I shake my head, trying to ignore it, trying to focus on the one thing I know how to do. Walk away. The washroom is dimly lit. The air overflows with the scent of damp stone and stale perfume. I grab the basin of water near the hearth, dipping my hands inside, splashing it against my face. The chill does nothing. I grip the edges of the wooden basin, breathing hard, my pulse skittering too fast. Something is seriously wrong. I catch my reflection in the polished steel of the wash basin, and freeze, my veins, just beneath my skin. They are dark. They don't look like bruises, like something black and ancient is threading through me, coiling under my flesh. A shudder rips through my spine. I press my fingers to my throat, to my pulse, to the spot just above my collarbone where Zephiran's mouth had been last night, where his teeth had sunk into my skin, where his hands had held me down and left their mark. The veins flicker of something not mine. I suck in a breath. What is happening to me? That relic. When I shattered it, I felt something slithered inside me. Gods. This started the moment my blood touched him. The realization is slow, horrifying. The relic is inside me. I stagger back from the basin, my breath coming too fast, my skin crawling. The relic was a binding artifact, a thing meant to consume. And when I broke it, when I offered my blood to save him, it must have... No, I can't think about this. Not with him still sleeping in the other room, his body tangled in sheets that still smell like us. Like his sweat, his mouth, his hands gripping my hips, holding me still as he took what he wanted, as I let him, as I wanted him to. I dig my nails into my palms, hard enough to hurt, harsh enough to drag me back to reality. I can't let him know, not until I figure out what this means. If he realizes that I am what's keeping him alive, that I am the price of his salvation, I don't know if he'll save me or destroy me. I force my body to move, turning from the basin, my heartbeat hammering against my ribs. I step back into the bedroom. Zephiran is awake. He's propped on one elbow, his gaze locked on me, unreadable, dark. His hair is still a mess, falling into his face, his lips slightly parted, like he had been about to say something before he stopped himself. For a long moment, the only sound in the room is our breathing. Slowly, his gaze drags down my body. Not lustful, nor hunger. In calculation. He sees something. Maybe the way my shoulders are too stiff. Perhaps in the way I'm standing just a little too carefully, or with my fingers curling into fists, hiding the way they are trembling. His eyes narrow slightly. "Naira," he says, voice low, edged with something sharp. I keep my mouth shut. If I say something, I don't know what will spill out. He shifts, pushing himself up further, the sheet sliding down his bare chest, revealing the marks I left on him. Marks I don't remember making. His head tilts. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I force a breath. Just tired. A weak lie. His expression doesn't change. He doesn't press. But I see the suspicion in his eyes. See the way he's watching me now, too carefully as if studying me. Like he knows what I'm hiding. I need to get out of here. Now.
Chapter 30. Zephiran! Something is wrong with her. She thinks I don't notice. She thinks I'm blind to the way she moves differently now. The way her hands tremble when she thinks I'm not looking. The way her pulse jumps just beneath her throat. But I notice everything. And I don't like it. Not one bit. She's hiding something big. And worse. I don't know if it has anything to do with the High Council or the heist, or the fact that she just let me have her the way she swore she never would. or if it has to do with me. With the curse, with whatever she did when she bled for me. The thought of not knowing is driving me insane. We've been riding for hours, leaving the ruined vault and the High Council's wrath far behind. The wind is cold, cutting through the damp heat of the Undercity's outskirts, but she doesn't shiver. She just stares ahead, her fingers tight around the reins of her horse, her body too stiff, too tense, like she's preparing for something, as if she knows something I don't. That alone is enough to set my teeth on edge. I steer my mount closer to hers, keeping my voice low, controlled. You going to tell me what's wrong with you? She doesn't even glance at me. Nothing's wrong. A lie. She says it too quickly, too smoothly. She doesn't even try to sell it. That's what pisses me off the most. That she thinks she can just bury it, whatever the hell it is. And I'll let her. Like I don't have the right to know. Like I don't own every inch of her already. I exhale slowly, clenching my jaw, trying to keep the rage buried. Try again. I murmur, voice low. Rough. She glances at me, her expression blank, her mouth pressing into something like amusement. You worried about me, Zephiran? It's a taunt. A weak one. She knows how to deflect, how to poke at me until I let the conversation die. And normally I would. Normally I'd let her keep her little damning secrets. Let her stew in her own silence, let her dig herself deeper into whatever pit she's pretending not to be sinking into. Unfortunately, I can't. Not after what she gave me. Not after last night, with the way she came undone under me. With the way she let me take everything, and how she moaned my name like it was a prayer and a curse in the same breath. I pull my horse to a stop. So does she. The wind howls between us, rattling the dying leaves from the trees. She looks at me. I stare at her. The world goes still. That's when I feel it. A presence of something wrong, something familiar. An aroma carried on the wind, rose oil and temple incense. My breath locks in my throat. How can I forget that aroma? I know it better than I know my own curse. The space shifts. The shadows move. She steps into view, and everything inside me stops. My body locks, ice and fire colliding under my skin. I can't breathe. My muscles seem to spasm. She is in front of me, whole and alive. Aerith. My Aerith! The woman I watched die. The woman my father killed. She should be rotting in the void, below the cliffs. Someone like her should be a ghost, a nightmare, a memory. But she is here. Her dark eyes glow with something unnatural, her long hair whipping in the wind, her lips curved into something soft, something cruel. Hello, Zephyrin, she murmurs. She makes it sound as if she never left, like she never died. It's as if she didn't tear my heart out the day she slipped through my fingers and fell into the abyss. My chest tightens, something cold curling around my heart, something ancient and horrible, and hungry. This is not real. I swallow hard, forcing my voice out. Aerith. Her lips curve higher, as if you don't recognize me. I can't speak. Can't think. She is in front of me, standing on solid ground, breathing, speaking. And I feel nothing. No relief. No joy, just cold. Just the nagging, quiet whisper of something wrong. Something in the back of my skull screaming that this isn't real, that this is a trick, that this is a trap. But I don't care. Deep down, all that matters is she's here. I feel Naira before I see her. Feel the way her body stiffens beside me. Feel the way her breath catches. Feel the implications of her silence pressing against my nape. She is not stupid. She sees what's happening. She's witnessing the way Aerith looks at me. She notices the way I haven't moved. And I know exactly what she's thinking. She's not the first. I've done this before with another woman. With someone who isn't her. Naira says nothing. And I feel the slow, creeping distance already settling in. The way she is shutting me out before I can even decide what this means. I feel the slow, sickening pull of something I don't recognize, guilt. I refuse to look at her, because if I do, I won't be able to stop her from seeing the truth. That I don't know what this means. That I don't understand who I'm supposed to want anymore. Because Aereth is here, and Naira is watching. Something deep inside me is crumbling like sand drifting into the wind.
Chapter 31. Naira. I expected this but conveniently forgot. But expectation doesn't soften the blow. Nothing could. The moment Aereth steps closer to Zephiran, the moment her fingers graze his arm, the moment he lets her, something inside me snaps. A slow, splintering crack. Not loud nor dramatic, just a quiet, insidious tear through the already fraying edges of whatever I thought we were. This is proof that I was never supposed to matter. I just got carried away that night. Whatever game we've been playing, whatever heat, whatever desperation we shared in the dark, means nothing. She is here, and he is letting her touch him. The moment I move, his eyes flick to me. I refuse to stop. I grip the reins of my horse, pulling back just slightly, creating distance between us. Maybe odd enough for Aereth to care, but enough for him to see it. The rejection, the quiet damn you in the way I straighten my back. I keep my gaze fixed on the road ahead, and I pretend I don't feel the heaviness of his stare pressing into my nape. Aereth is beautiful, everything I am not. She's not the kind of beauty that exists in the ruins of war, in the shadows of the Undercity, in the blood-stained hands of thieves and killers. She is perfect, the kind of delicate, ethereal perfection that makes people forget she was ever meant to rot in a grave. She moves like a queen stepping into her kingdom. Her voice is soft, sweet, poison wrapped in silk. She's everything a man like Zephiran should want, someone he was supposed to have. Everything I will never be. Even now, even after everything that happened, there's a part of me that still wants him to want me more. A stupid, weak part. A part I want to rip out of my own chest. Aereth is not the enemy. The enemy is him, but the man culprit is me. Forever thinking I was different. Forever thinking there's something more between us. His posture shifts, the tension in his shoulders, the stiffness in his grip, the way he doesn't fully respond to Aereth's touch. Because he's aware that I'm pulling away. He knows this is different, that I'm not snarling, not snapping, not fighting back. That terrifies him more than anything else because I have always fought back. Even when he poisoned me, even when he used and took me, but now I am done playing his game. The power inside me flickers, a pulse of dark heat curling in my veins. It is silent, but it is not asleep. This thing is watching and waiting for the perfect timing to make havoc. And I can't help but wonder, what would happen if I let it consume me? What if I stopped fighting, if I let the hunger take over, if I let this thing inside me become something more? Would it make me strong enough to crush them both? Will this make me strong enough to never feel this way again? I swallow hard, digging my nails into my palms. No, probably not here. There's this shift in the air, in the world. Something is coming. It's way worse than the ache in my heart. And when it comes, I will not be the one left bleeding. The night stretches too long, the road ahead winding through unfamiliar territory. We set up camp in a clearing near the river, torches casting flickering gold along the rough-hewn stones. I stay away. I sit by the water, letting the cold air bite at my skin, letting the sounds of the night drown out the murmurs from the fire. I try to not look, not to eavesdrop. But then he comes to me, slow, quiet, like a man stepping through a battlefield where he does not know if the next step will kill him. You're avoiding me. I keep my gaze on the river, refusing to turn, refusing to let him see the war inside me. "You noticed," I murmur. Silence follows. Then, a slow, sharp exhale. His presence shifts, closer, heavier. "You're angry." Not a question, a statement. That alone makes me snap. I stand too quickly, rounding on him, fists clenched, breath short. "You think I have a right to be?" I hiss. He doesn't move. He just watches me, eyes flickering with something dark, something unreadable. I loathe the way he gazes at me like he already knows exactly how this will end. I shove past him, but before I can leave, his fingers catch my wrist. A shiver runs through me, an electric pulse of something too much, too dangerous, too real. "Let me go," I whisper. His grip tightens. For a second, just a second, his expression crumbles. And I almost believe he will say something that matters. But he doesn't. After all, he's Zephiran Zacria, and he never chooses. I wrench my arm free, stepping back, my heart racing as if killer is behind me. I walk away, not looking back. But his hand suddenly grabs me, halting my steps. I turn to him. "What?"
Chapter 32. Zephron. Naira is slipping away from me. I can feel it in the way she moves. Too calculated. Too controlled. She's never been controlled. Not by me. Not by the poison. Not by the chains I wrapped around her throat the moment she set foot in my world. But now, she's making a choice, and it isn't me. Maybe letting her go is the best choice. I should let her sit in that fire she's building under her skin. Let her pretend that what happened between us wasn't real. But I don't. I'm aware what she does when she feels cornered. She burns, she destroys everything in her path, even herself. And I can't let her do that. I feel her gaze at my back as I push away from the fire. Aerith says nothing. She doesn't have to. She knows exactly why I'm leaving, and I don't like that. I dislike that I let her sit so close, let her press soft, delicate hands against my arm, let her laugh like she's never been dead, never been ripped from my life in blood and screams. I let myself believe for even 1 second that her touch should feel familiar. I let myself think this should be easy. How can I deny the truth? When her fingers grazed my skin, when she whispered my name like she still owned it, I felt nothing. No ache, no longing, no buried love rising from the grave. Only the slow, sinking lie weighing tons and dragging me down. I know what I want, and it isn't her. I should have stopped her. I should have shoved Aerith away the moment her hands touched my skin, the moment her lips hovered near my throat. But I didn't, because I needed to know. I needed to feel if there was anything left. And now I realized that there isn't anything left. Aerith is a ghost wearing skin. But she is not mine, and Naira is not fooled. "You're a coward," Naira murmurs. The words lash through me, a cold, violent snap of truth. I don't argue. I just step closer. Close enough that I can feel the heat rolling off her body, the tension coiling in her muscles, the way her pulse hammers beneath her skin. "You think I don't know that?" I rasp. She tilts her head. "Then why do you still want me?" The question is a dagger in my gut. She's not mocking me. It isn't bitter. It is genuine. That's what kills me the most. That she still doesn't know. She doesn't see what's burning inside me. She doesn't understand that there has only ever been her. How can I stop wanting her? I try not to like her for making me feel this way. I grab her wrist. Not soft nor careful, and I pull her to me. Her breath catches. I feel it against my throat. A warm rush of air. A shudder that gives her away. She still wants this. Wants me. Even if she hates me. I lower my head, lips hovering just above hers, not touching, just close enough that I know she's waiting for it. "You want to know why I didn't stop her?" I murmur. Her breath shudders, but she doesn't move away. because wanted to see if I still could. And? She whispers. I exhale slow, my hands tightening on her arms, dragging her flush against me, needing her to feel what I cannot say. You already know the answer.
Chapter 33. Naira. His words should mean something. They should matter. But they don't, because no men like Zephyran. I know the way they take, consume, destroy, and call it devotion. He holds me too tightly, his fingers pressing into my skin like he's trying to anchor himself to me, like I'm the only thing keeping him steady. Like I am his, but he is not mine, not ever, and I will not be fooled into believing otherwise. He still hasn't let me go. His breath brushes my lips, hot and unsteady, like he's fighting something inside himself. Like he's waiting for me to believe him, to tell him that what he just admitted, what he just realized, changes anything. It's too late. I have already bled for him. I have already let myself be consumed. And now there is nothing left to give. I should rip my wrist from his grasp and drive my knee into his ribs and remind him exactly what I am. But instead, I tilt my head just slightly, just enough to see the sharp cut of his jaw, the shadows dipping under his throat, the pulse hammering beneath his skin. You expect me to believe you? I whisper. His grip tightens. A dangerous thing. A desperate action. You already do, he murmurs. The words sink into my skin, curl deep into me, threaten to make me soft. He knows me too damn well. I abhor it. Zephiran sees things I never want him to witness. The bastard knows exactly what kind of power he has over me. A power I never wanted to give. A power I should have never let him take. I exhale slow, my body refusing to pull away, my mind warring with my instincts. You let her touch you, I say again. The words come softer this time. Not a scream, not a demand, just truth. He doesn't deny it. He just watches me. Like a man watching the only thing he's ever truly wanted slip through his fingers. Zephyran screwed up and he's aware of it. But that's not enough. It's never enough, because Aerith still exists. She is alive, whole, beautiful, exactly what I am not. Even if he tells me I am different, that I am the one he wants, she will always be there. A ghost between us. A reminder that he has already loved before and she's back. And I do not believe in second chances. Not for men like him. Not for monsters who never learned how to choose. My body feels too tight, too full, too wrong. The power inside me hums, a slow, slithering thing curling in my bones, whispering to me, reminding me what I truly am. He can claim, he can take, he can wrap his hands around my throat and press his lips to my skin and whisper my name like it means something. But he will never have me as I'm not his. Because I'm already lost. The relic has already taken me. And when it claims what it's owed, there will be nothing left of me for him to love. I feel my pulse stutter, my vision flickering at the edges. The magic inside me tightens, a slow coil of warning. I probably don't have much time left, and neither does he. I rip my wrist from his grasp, stepping back, putting détente between us before I make a mistake. Before I let myself fall back into the trap of his voice, his heat, his eyes. Go back to her, I say, voice flat, controlled. He stiffens. Naira. Don't. A sharp silence follows, and he remains rooted on the spot. And for a second, I think he might fight me on this. That he might drag me back, force me to listen, force me to stay. But he lets me. He knows that if he tries, I will rip my own throat out before I let him own me again. If he says the wrong thing, I will put a blade through his stomach, just to make myself believe I still can. So he lets me go. Lets me turn my back on him. Lets me walk away because there's no stopping me.
Chapter 34. Zephron. I let her go. That was my first mistake. The second was thinking I could. The air is thick with the remnants of her. Anger, heat, the scent of her skin still on mine. She walked away from me, but she didn't take everything. Her taste lingers on my tongue. Still hear the sharp cut of her voice. Still see the fury in her eyes. I still know, deep in my bones, that I was a goddamn idiot to let her slip through my fingers. And now, I will pay the price for it. The fire crackles low in the distance, shadows flickering between the twisted trees, a sliver of golden light stretching across the cold, damp earth. Too quiet. Too still. Even the wind has stopped, like the world is holding its breath. My instincts coil tight. The curse under my skin twitches, warning me. Perhaps I should have listened to it sooner. It can be useful at times. I step forward, the soft crunch of dirt beneath my boots the only sound in the suffocating silence. I don't call for Aerith because I know what's ahead. I've been betrayed, and my enemies are waiting for me. I walk into the clearing, blade already in hand. The moment I step into the light, I see them. The High Council's guards. Dozens of them. All standing too still, too silent, too ready. And in the center of them all, Aerith, standing beside them. She's standing with them like a leader, a queen. Her head tilts slightly, those dark, too familiar eyes drinking me in like she's waiting to see my reaction. A slow, poisonous smile curves on her lips. We've been expecting you, my love. They've set a trap from the very beginning. The moment she stepped out of the shadows in front of me, I was in her snare. From the moment I let myself believe, for even one damn second, that she was real, I feel the sharp, brutal bite of rage rip through my heart. The weight of the betrayal, of my own stupidity, crashing into me like a goddamn war hammer. I let myself be fooled. I let her touch me. She whispered my name like she still had the right. And all along, this was her plan. To lead me right into this. A slow, mocking exhale slips from my lips. Aerith. Her name tastes like poison. Her expression softens, but it's not real. Zephron, she murmurs, taking a single step closer. A warning bell screams in my head. I composed myself, willing my mind and heart to not let any emotion slip. She can't see how deep the wound she just left in me truly is. Instead, I tilt my chin slightly, letting a slow, sharp smirk pull at my mouth. I should have buried you myself. Her smile doesn't falter. If anything, it widens. Aerith has cornered me successfully, and she relishes in it. I feel the shift before I see it. The subtle movement of blades unsheathing. The slow, calculated repositioning of bodies. They aren't attacking yet. They think they got me because of Aerith's presence. I'm surrounded, unarmed, outnumbered. There's no Naira. Maybe it's for the best. I exhale slowly, forcing myself to stay loose, forcing my grip to remain light on my sword hilt, forcing the tension in my body to become something fluid, something lethal. I might be trapped, but I am not alone. She is still here, watching, waiting. She may hate me. Forgiveness might be an impossibility from her, but Naira is not a woman who lets others steal what belongs to her, and no matter what she tells herself, I still do. You shouldn't have left me, Aerith says, voice like silk. I almost laugh. Instead, I lean my head slightly to the side, watching her with cold amusement. Did you rehearse that line in the mirror before you stabbed me in the back? Or did it come naturally? She sighs, shaking her head. You always were dramatic. I roll my shoulders, exhaling a slow, bored breath. You were always a liar. She steps closer, slow and deliberate. I let her come, let her think she is winning. She lifts a hand, her fingers brushing the collar of my tunic as if she belongs there, like she still has the right. You don't have to fight this, she murmurs. She whispers the final nail in her own coffin. You don't have to fight him. The world freezes. The breath locks in my throat, and now I see it. The truth. The thing I should have known from the very beginning. This was never about the High Council. Revenge? No, it's not. This was never even about her. My father has always been the center of every upheaval in my life. He sent her. He made her. He designed her to be my first love. To be my first weakness and the thing that would break me when I tried to escape him. I feel the slow, sickening slide of realization crawl through my chest, too sharp and too late. This was never Aerith's betrayal. This was his.
Chapter 35. Naira. I should let him die. Let the enemies take him. Let them drag him back to his father in chains. Let them carve his name into a tombstone. Let them be the ones to put an end to the monster I could never kill myself. It would be easier. Easier than watching her place her hand on his chest. Easier than hearing the soft venom in her voice. Easier than knowing that I was never his, never the only, never meant to matter. I should let him bleed for his mistakes. But instead, I move. No one gets to hurt him but me. The High Council's guards don't see me at first. I am still in the shadows, still unseen, still watching like some lurking beast in the dark. They think they have won, think they have already taken him. That is their first mistake. I step out from behind the trees, my dagger already moving. The first blade slides into a throat, clean, quick, easy. The body drops. The second falls before he can even draw breath. I do not fight with grace. I do not fight with honour. I fight to end them, to rip through flesh and break through bone, and make them regret the moment they ever set eyes on Zephiran Zacria. By the time the third man hits the dirt, they realise what's happening. Finally turn, finally see me. That's when the real war begins. Shouts ring through the clearing. Swords scrape free from their sheaths. Boots thunder against the earth. There's no hesitation in my movements. I duck the first blade, spin beneath the second, drag my dagger across exposed ribs, cut deep, watch the warm spray of blood paint the night. It is brutal. It is ruthless. It is what I was made for. They come at me in waves, fast and unrelenting, but I am faster, smaller, hungrier. The relic inside me thrums, power curling under my skin, twisting through my veins, making me stronger than I should be. Stronger than them. The world blurs, every motion sharp and violent, every strike deadly. I should not be winning. I should not be this fast, this precise, this unstoppable. But I am. Because something inside me is changing, and I am too far gone to care. He shouldn't have needed my help. He shouldn't have let himself be taken by surprise. But he did. And now he fights with me. With rage, with fire, with the knowledge that he was fooled, that he was used, that he was played like a puppet by the same hands that once swore they loved him. We move together, not speaking, not needing to. We fight together with claws, with teeth, with blood and breath and the kind of violence that makes lesser men tremble. I feel the moment his blade cuts a throat just inches from my shoulder. He feels the moment I twist and slam my dagger hilt into a skull right behind him. We are an unstoppable thing, a force of ruin. And when the last body hits the dirt, gurgling on its own blood, we are still standing, still breathing, and I am still shaking. I have never felt this alive, never felt this hungry, never felt this close to something else, something darker, something worse. She has not moved, not once. She stands at the boundary of the carnage, watching, waiting, calculating. There is no fear in her eyes, only understanding, and I detest her for it. She sees me too clearly, sees what I just did, sees what I have become. She is not surprised. A slow, knowing smile pulls at her lips. "You're finally showing your true self," she murmurs. I step toward her, my blade still dripping. "Say another word," I whisper. and I'll cut out your tongue. Her smile widens. You can try. The tension between us crackles. It is not jealousy. It is not hatred. It is something worse. Recognition. She knows what I am. Aerith smiles, but behind her, Zephiran appears. Before Aerith can say anything, any lies or explanation, Zephiran stabs her in the heart. As she bleeds black, she smiles and slowly fades away, turning into powder. Her body disappears, and I come face to face with Zephiran. The look in his eyes is haunted, but no sorrow. He only has me in his eyes. Naira. His voice is hoarse, ragged, full of things I can't name. I turn to him, expecting anger, fury, something vicious. But what I see instead is fear. Not for himself, not for Aerith. For me. For what he just saw me do. For what I have become. For what the relic has made me. A slow, cold realization slithers up my spine. He is not looking at me like his enemy. He is looking at me like his greatest regret. That is the moment I know. That no matter how I tried to fight it, even if I have denied it, no matter how many times I swore I would never let him own me. I was never supposed to survive him. I am already ruined. He was always meant to destroy me. Or worse, I was always meant to destroy myself.
Orcs. Gargoyles. Vampires. Ice monsters. Demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 36. Zephiran, I should be relieved that I'm alive. That she saved me. That I'm still standing, still breathing, still existing despite the odds. But all I can think about is her, and the thing inside her that is not her anymore. The last body still twitches at our feet. The air is overflowing with the scent of blood and burned flesh, metal, and sweat. Naira stands just beyond the carnage, her dagger dripping, her breathing steady. Too steady for my liking. As if the blood staining her hands means nothing. As if she hasn't just torn through trained warriors like they were nothing but insects. She's unmarked. Not a scratch. Not even a bruise. And that's the first thing that makes my insides twist. This wasn't luck and not skill. This was something else. Something inhuman. Magic that no human should ever wield. A power that's meant to destroy. And I should have seen it sooner. She exhales slow, measured, before tilting her head toward me. I do not like the way she looks at me. Her gaze is not the same. Her eyes are still the same shade, still the same deep, dark pools that I've memorized in every light. But something inside them has shifted. I do not recognize it. Something dangerous and starving. And now, I'm looking at the woman I once wanted to own. Or something that is wearing her skin. Her fingers lift to her face, smearing blood across her cheek before she wipes it clean against her sleeve. She does not shake. She just stands there, calm, collected, as if none of this matters. As if she is not even trying to hide what she is becoming. As if she already knows. When she speaks, her voice is too quiet, too knowing, too goddamn sure. You're staring! Words elude, and I can't formulate the words to explain what I'm feeling. Fearing. I do not trust what will come out of my mouth if I do. I take a step toward her and she stays. Does not shift like she once would have. Like she once did every time I got too close. Now she is the one in control. I could grab her, could shake her, drag her back, force her to tell me what is happening inside her. But something in my chest, something cold, something primal, tells me that if I do, she might kill me. She might not even hesitate. A slow, sharp breath scrapes through my throat, my hands clenching at my sides, my pulse beating too slow, too heavy. What did you do? The words leave me like a curse. Her head tilts just slightly. A small shift. A predator considering its prey. I saved you. A simple answer. A cold one. A lie. This was not about me, never. This was about her. What she had to become to do it. I wonder if I've made something that even I cannot control. I can feel it now. I don't know if I was too blind to notice before, or if she was just better at hiding it. But the power in her, it is not hers. It pulses beneath her skin, moves in the way she stands too still, breathes too quietly, does not blink enough. The relic is in her bones, feeding, changing, taking. And she does not care. I reach for her wrist instinctively. She lets me, but that makes it worse. She lets me touch her, lets my fingers slide over the thin skin of her pulse, lets me search for something, anything, that proves she is still the same. But she is too cold, too composed. Her pulse beats, but it is slow, like a thing that no longer belongs to this world. I exhale, rough, dragging my thumb over the thin line of her wrist, letting it sink in. The reality, the truth. You can't ignore this, I murmur. A whisper, a demand, a plea. Her lashes lower just slightly, a slow blink, the only sign that she even feels this. And then she does something I do not expect. Something that shouldn't shake me, but does. She smiles, small, soft, a mockery of what it once was. I'm not the one ignoring it, Zephyran. That truth hits harder than a blade. She is right. I do not want to admit and face what I've done. I want to believe that I can still pull her back, still fix this, still keep her as mine. But the horrible truth is she's not mine anymore. She is something else. And I am so afraid that I will never get her back.
Chapter 37. Naira. I should be tired. I should feel the ache in my limbs, the sting of battle still fresh in my muscles, the exhaustion dragging me under like it always has. But I don't. I feel nothing. That is the most terrifying part. I know it the moment I step away from Zephiran's touch, the moment his fingers leave my wrist, and I feel no cold, no warmth, no difference. Like my body doesn't need those things anymore. It has evolved past them. I should be afraid, probably care about what's happening to me. But I don't. Not in the way I should. The fear is distant, a dull echo in my brain, a whisper my mind that I can easily ignore. The relic inside me is stronger. It does not want me to be afraid. It wants me to hunger. There's a deep, gnawing emptiness inside me. Not pain, not need, something worse. Like I have lost something vital. There is a missing piece of me that I will never get back, and yet I do not want it back. Whatever I lost, it made me weak. Whatever I have become, it does not fear. It does not break. It does not shatter beneath Zephiran's touch or crumble beneath his gaze or tremble under his need. It devours, it consumes, and it never lets itself be owned. I feel his gaze like a physical thing, burning into my spine, dragging over my skin like a silent accusation. But he remains silent. He does not know how to ask me what he already fears, that I am not the same woman he once chained to him, that I am not the same girl who once swore to kill him, to hate him, to never let him win. I am something else entirely. I turn to him, unhurried, measured, knowing exactly what he is seeing. Not a woman, not a thief, definitely not his. Something beyond him. His mouth opens, but no words come. What could he say? What could he possibly ask? Are you still mine? Did I do this to you? Do you still want me? He already knows the answer to every single one. I do not need to explain myself. I do not need to justify this. Not anymore. I leave him standing there in the ruin of our choices, in the blood-soaked dirt where I killed for him, where I changed for him, where I became this. The wind is cold against my face, the night stretching endlessly before me, my own body too light. I should sleep, but I don't need to anymore. I should eat, but I am not hungry. At least, not for food. I don't realise it until I stand at the river's edge, watching my own reflection. It should be the same eyes, the same face, the same lips he has kissed, the same throat he has bruised, the same skin he has touched. But it isn't. Because see it now. The shift, the small, sharp wrongness in my own body. My veins are too dark beneath my skin, the colour just a shade too deep. Like the relic inside me is bleeding into every part of me. My pupils are too sharp at the edges. And my mouth, gods, my mouth. I lift my fingers to my lips, parting them slightly, pressing against my own teeth. Not fangs, not claws, but sharper, more defined, more made for tearing. Horror should fill me. But all I can think about is the last time I tasted blood. And how much I liked it. Not the men I killed, not the High Council's warriors. His, Zephiran's. I see the night he first put his teeth on me, first held me down, first dragged my own body into submission beneath him. I see the way he looked at me that night, like I was his ruin, his destruction, his demise. I see the moment he realised he could not live without me. And now, he doesn't know if I can live at all. I press my fingers harder against my lips, breathing slow, careful, as the hunger inside me coils tighter, sharper, heavier. Not for power, not for food, not for survival. For him, for his ruin, for his blood, his hands, his voice, his breath, for the only thing I have left that still makes me feel like I belong to this world. I'm not sure if I belong here anymore, but I know that I belong to him. The water is ice against my fingers, turning pink, turning red, turning everything into something it should not be. I watch the stains fade, but I know the truth. The blood is inside me now. It is in my veins. It is in my heart. It is in the way Zephiran looks at me, like he already knows I will never be the same. I close my eyes, exhaling slow, steady, trying to ignore the pulse of hunger clawing at my ribs, my throat, my soul. But it is not going away. I do not want it to. That is the real horror. I am not losing myself. I am choosing this.
Chapter 38. Zephyron. She is slipping through my fingers. How am I supposed to hold on to her? I watch her from across the fire, the light flickering against her skin, casting shadows that stretch too far, too dark, too wrong. She does not feel the cold. She does not eat. She hasn't eaten in days. And still, she does not wither. She should be breaking, should be falling apart, should be showing some sign that she is human. But she isn't. She sits there staring into the flames, and I swear to the gods, it looks like she is waiting for them to consume her. And I wonder, if I let her, would she burn? Would she even feel it? The plate is small, the meal simple. Not much, but enough for her. Enough to remind Naira what she is, what she was, what she is supposed to still be. I set it in front of her, watching, waiting, hoping. She does not look at me. You need to eat. She exhales slowly, fingers dragging along her thigh. That slow, lazy movement makes my skin crawl. Do I? She murmurs. My jaw clenches. Yes. She lifts her eyes to me. And I wish she hadn't. Because the thing looking back at me is not my Naira. It is something distant, detached, empty. She tilts her head just slightly, a soft exhale slipping from her lips, a whisper of something amused, something cruel. Are you sure? I should not be hesitating. But I am. I'm not sure of anything anymore. She has not eaten in days, but she does not starve. She has not slept, but she does not falter. Does she even need this? That realization, that clawing, sinking truth settles in my stomach like poison. If she doesn't eat, if she doesn't need to sleep, if she no longer needs any of the things that keep her grounded in this world, then what is keeping her here? She needs the antidote for the poison I gave her, but it hasn't affected her at all. Her fingers are too cold. Even with the fire so close, even with the heat of our bodies, even with the warmth of the night pressing in around us. I slide my thumb over the inside of her wrist, testing. Her pulse is still there, still steady, still beating, but slower. It's crawling almost to a stop. Her lashes lower slightly, something unreadable flickering across her face. Checking to see if I still exist. My grip tightens. You know damn well that's not what I'm doing. She exhales, raising her head again, watching me, studying me, mocking me without words. She's waiting for me to say it, to admit it, to tell her that I see her slipping, that I know she is not the same, that I know I might not be able to pull her back. But I don't. If I say it, then it is real. And if it is real, then I have already lost her. So instead, I lie. You're fine. The words come out too fast, too sharp, too desperate. Her lips part slightly, and for the first time in days, she almost looks surprised. She laughs, not soft, not warm. Definitely not her. A sharp, hollow noise cutting through the night, through every part of my soul, through every lie I've told myself up until this point. I loathe myself for being the one who put it there, for being too late to realize what I'm loosing. Her fingers twitch beneath mine, a slow flex, a testing of pressure. She leans in. Not enough to touch, but enough to let me feel her breath against my throat. It's enough to remind me of every moment we have ever burned for each other. Every time we have destroyed each other. Every second I have wanted to consume her just as much as she has wanted to consume me. Her voice is barely a whisper as she says, "Lie to me again, Zephyran." I swallow hard. Is this a test? Does she just want me to pull her back? Or if she just wants to see if I will break first? I force my voice to stay steady, to not betray the war happening in my chest. You're fine, I say again. And this time I almost believe it for my survival. To keep her. I can still pretend that I did not ruin her. She leans back, slow, calculated, those sharp, knowing eyes never leaving mine. She should be angry. She should call me on my bull. She should tell me that she knows I am lying to myself just as much as I am lying to her. But she doesn't. Instead, she raises her head slightly, that slow, mocking smirk pulling at her lips again. And she lets me have this. She lets me keep this illusion that I can still hold on to her. She's aware that I'm too much of a coward to face the truth. She's aware I will not admit that I already feel her slipping. She knows I will not accept that I am the one who made her this way. And she lets me believe the lie. This is the only thing we have left now. Not love, not trust, not a future. Only this. This quiet, slow unraveling. This war we are both pretending we can still win. We lost the moment I put that relic in her hands. And the monster I made is still hungry. And when she decides to take what she is owed, will she even spare me? Or will she devour me whole? And the hard, real truth is, I'm going to let her.
Chapter 39. Naira. They come at dawn. The sky is still dark, the horizon bleeding a deep bruised purple, the air thick with the last remnants of night. I hear them before I see them. The slow, measured thud of armoured boots against damp earth. The creak of leather, the shifting weight of weapons, the barely restrained tension of men who think they have already won. They think we don't know. Think we can't feel them moving in the shadows, circling, waiting. Idiots. By the time the first of them steps into the clearing, I already have a blade in my hand. Zephiran moves before I do. There's a shift in the air, a tightening of muscles. He is awake before the rest of the world, rising slow, careful, his body already coiled for a fight. Not reaching for his sword. Not yet. He knows exactly what this is. A game. A show of power. A flex of control. A carefully laid trap wrapped in the illusion of diplomacy. The High Council doesn't need to send soldiers to kill us. If they wanted us dead, we'd already be rotting in the dirt. This is worse. They want us alive, preferably me. That means they understand what I am. Or at least they think they do. They come clad in power and arrogance. 6 of them step forward. Not just warriors, elites. Their armour is ornate, stitched through with silver filigree, their weapons polished to a shine. Not for function, for show, a reminder of who they are, of what they control, and what they are about to take. Me. I feel Zephiran tense beside me, the air around him vibrating with barely restrained violence. We do not make the first move, because want to hear what they have to say before I kill them. The man at the front steps closer. Older, not frail but aged like steel that has been reforged too many times. A noble once by the look of him, but nobility means nothing in this world. A noble without power is good for nothing. I let the silence stretch, let it linger, let my gaze settle over them like an axe against their throats. I do not feel fear. I should, but I don't know how anymore. They speak like they've already won. Naira, the old man says, his voice smooth, practiced. Not condescending, not cruel, worse, patient. Like he is addressing a child who does not yet understand their place in the world. Like he is waiting for me to fall in line. I lean my head just slightly to the side, feeling the shift in the air, the slow curl of power still humming beneath my skin. I wonder, do they know what they are looking at? Do they see it? Do they feel the relic inside me? Feel the thing that is no longer bound by flesh and bone? Feel the power that has been slowly unravelling me from my core? They should, but they don't. They are still standing here. That is their first mistake. Your crimes are extensive, the man continues, still smooth, still patient. As if I don't already know what they think of me. As if I don't already know why they are here. Theft, murder, conspiracy against the ruling class, treason against the High Council. Your execution is long overdue. There's a flicker of something behind his eyes. But we are prepared to offer you another option. I almost laugh. Instead I arch a brow, shifting my weight onto my back foot, feeling the dagger in my palm, the familiar weight of it resting against my skin. Let me guess, I say, voice even, cool, unconcerned. You want to put a collar around my throat and turn me into your new favourite pet? The men around him bristle. Zephiran stills beside me. The air tightens. And the old man, he smiles, like he expected this. Like he knew exactly what I would say. That pisses me off. We want to give you a purpose, he says. I do laugh this time. A sharp, wicked sound. That's a fancy way of saying you want to use me. He does not deny it. Instead, he steps forward. Too close, too calm. You are changing, he says simply. I freeze. Not outwardly, not visibly, but inside, I feel the shift. He sees it. Sees what Zephiran has been afraid to name. Sees the thing that has been unravelling inside me since the moment I touched that relic. You cannot stop it, he continues, voice soft, smooth, full of something too close to pity. Like he knows, like he has seen something like this before. That is when I start to feel something close to fear. If he has seen this before, then I am not the first. And if I am not the first, then what happened to the others? Zephiran moves before I can. His blade is at the old man's throat in a blink. Fast, effortless, deadly, a warning. She is not yours to take. The words come out sharp, guttural, full of something I am too tired to name, something that sounds too close to desperation. The man does not flinch, does not even look at him. His gaze stays locked on me. And when he speaks again, it is not for Zephiran. It is for me. You are running out of time. I let him live. I should slit his throat, should watch him choke on his own blood, should cut down every single one of these men and send a message that I do not belong to anyone. But I don't. He is right. I am running out of time, and I'm clueless as to what will happen when the clock stops. So instead, I let him walk away. I let them all walk away because I need answers, and killing him will not give me them. Not until I understand, not until I know what I am becoming. If they are right, then I am not just a monster anymore. I am something worse, something they have seen before, something they still fear, and I need to know why.
Chapter 40. Zephron. I'm losing her, and there's no way to stop it. She stands at the boundary of the firelight, her back turned to me, her shoulders too still, too stiff, too unreadable. I wanted to say something, to turn around, to look at me, to prove to me that she is still in there. But she doesn't. She just watches the flames, silent, waiting, unraveling in my sight. I don't have any idea on how to pull her back. Perhaps she does not want to come back at all. The moment the High Council's men disappeared into the trees, something shifted. Not in the surroundings, not in the world, in her. I saw it, the way her fingers flexed at her sides, the way her pulse barely flickered beneath her skin when I touched her wrist, the way she stood there listening to that old bastard's warning and did not deny it. She didn't argue. She didn't spit in his face. She didn't tell him he was wrong. She knows what she is becoming. She just hasn't told me. That is the part that makes my stomach turn. For all the things we have done to each other, all the lies, all the violence, all the destruction, she has never hidden from me. I move without thinking. Cross the gap between us in 2 slow steps, every muscle coiled tight, every instinct screaming at me that if I do not reach for her now, I may never reach her again. Naira. She still does not look at me, still rooted on the spot as if she has grown roots. I flex my hands at my sides, forcing myself to stay calm, forcing my voice to stay even. Tell me what's happening to you. She exhales sharply. Not quite a laugh, not quite a sigh, something in between, something too tired. You already know. She says it too easily, like it is fact, like it is inevitable, like she has already accepted it. A step closer, she finally turns her head, and I see the sliver of her face, the flicker of firelight casting shadows across her cheekbone, the deep, dark stillness in her eyes. Not rage, not cruelty, not even hate. Nothing. It breaks my heart to a million shattered pieces. You don't get to decide this, I say, voice rough, barely controlled. Her lips curve at the edges, a mockery of a smirk. Don't I? I snap. Before I can think, I grab her wrist. Not gentle, not careful, just desperate. A man who is too afraid to lose everything he never thought he needed. Her body tenses beneath my grip, but she does not pull away. She wants me to see it, wants me to feel it, wants me to understand. Her skin is cold, not dead, not lifeless, but wrong. Like the warmth has been drained from her bones, like the blood in her veins is moving too slow, too thick, too unnatural. Like she is no longer meant to exist in the way she once did. The pulse beneath my fingers, not absent, Not gone, but changing. A slow, shifting rhythm. No longer steady. No longer human. Something else. Something worse. And she is not fighting it. Dawns to me that she is choosing this. My grip tightens. You don't have to do this. She tilts her head slightly, gaze flicking up to mine. Cool. Measured. Distant. Do what? My throat locks as I do not have an answer. Fight it. Surrender to it. Give up on me. On us. She has already done all of those things, and I am the only one still pretending she hasn't. Her lips part, and for a moment, just a moment, I think she might tell me something I want to hear, something I can hold on to, something I can use to convince myself that there is still time, that I have not already lost her. But instead, she ends me. Would it be so bad? She murmurs. The words are soft, too soft. Not a question, not a taunt, a surrender. Would it be so bad if she wasn't human anymore? What if she let it happen? Would it be a disaster if she gave in? I feel the breath leave my body, dragged out of me like a death sentence. She means it. She has already made up her mind. Naira is already gone, and I'm too late. But I can't let go. I cannot. I refuse. If she is going to do this, she's going to look me in the eyes while she does it. She's going to face me, to tell me to my face that she has given up, that she has stopped fighting, that she is letting the relic take her, and that I should just accept it. She's going to say it. Tell me! She just watches me. Cool, unbothered. Like this is not my problem anymore, like I should let her go. I tighten my jaw, forcing my breath steady, forcing my hands not to shake. Would it be so bad? She asks again. And I already know the answer. Yes. Yes, it would be. Because if I lose her to this, I lose everything. But I can't say it. I cannot utter the words. She has already decided for both of us. I have no right. I heard her first, didn't I? This was never my choice. It was hers. And she has already made it.
Chapter 41. Naira. The first arrow lands inches from my boot. The second embeds itself into the tree beside me, the wood splintering like bones snapping beneath a blade. The third, that one, I catch. Not on purpose. Not because I am fast enough to react, but because something inside me is. My hand closes around the shaft mid-air, my fingers gripping the smooth, polished wood before my brain even registers the attack. The relic inside me reacts before I do. I tighten my grip, feel the tremor of power slide beneath my skin. And I look up, because they are here. And I am done running. Zephyran makes a move first. I don't even need to look at him to know. The shift of air, the flex of muscle, the sharp snap of steel leaving its sheath. I feel it all. Like he and I are wired into the same storm. He does not ask questions, does not hesitate. His blade is in his hand before the first man even steps into the clearing, and for a moment, just a single fleeting breath, I almost want to stop him. This is not a battle, not really. This is a claim, a message, a collection. They did not come here to kill us. They came here to take me, and I am not sure I want to stop them. But Zephiran is different from me. He does not hesitate because he is still fighting for me. He still believes there is something left to save. That is his mistake. Stay behind me, he orders, voice sharp, a growl of command, of instinct, of a man who does not realize he doesn't own me. The first soldier lunges. Zephiran cuts him down. The second barely lifts his sword before Zephiran is on him, the blade slicing clean through chainmail, through ribs, through the fragile thing that keeps men standing. A war begins. And I watch. Zephiran is fighting a battle I am not sure I want to win. I should be at his side, blade in hand, spine flush against his back, moving as one the way we always have. But I don't. I hesitate, not out of fear, not out of mercy, but because I am waiting. Waiting for something else. For them. For the ones who sent these men, the ones who know what kind of monster I am becoming, the ones who are not just here to retrieve me, but to see what I can do. And I am not disappointed. The air shifts, a new presence, a slow, methodical step through the trees, boots too quiet against the earth. He is there. The old man, the one from before, the one who let me walk away, the one who looked at me and did not see a person, only a tool. He steps forward, untouched, unbothered by the bodies bleeding at his feet. And I know, he was never worried about them. They did not matter in the greater scheme of things. This has never been about a fight. This has always been about a choice. And this is the moment he forces me to make it. He does not rush, does not lift a blade. He simply watches me. Then he says calmly, coldly, like he is stating a fact rather than making a demand. It is time to stop pretending, Naira. Zephiran reacts before I do. He spins toward the man, his blade snapping up, his entire body coiled with something I cannot name. And the old man, he only looks at him once. A glance, a flicker of annoyance, like Zephron is an inconvenience. You are not the one I am speaking to, boy. Zephiran lunges. I move before I can think. My hand catches his wrist mid-swing, not on purpose, not because I mean to stop him, but because something inside me does. Something that knows the fight is already over. Zephron stiffens. Not because I stopped him, not because I am touching him, but because my grip is too strong, too firm, too unnatural. His gaze snaps to mine, not angry, not surprised, afraid. He tries to pull away. I do not let him. I need him to see. This is not his decision. This was never his choice to make. I hold his wrist just a little longer than I should. Long enough for him to feel the truth beneath my skin. Long enough for him to accept it. Long enough for me to notice the moment when his fight turns into grief. I release him. He does not lift his sword again. He sees that I was never meant to survive this. I turn to the old man. And this time I do not fight. There's no use pretending or resisting. I was never fighting them. I was only ever fighting myself. And I am too tired, too exhausted, too empty to keep up the war Zephiran refuses to let go of. So instead, I take my first step. Not toward Zephiran, toward them. Zephiran's voice is not a command, not a growl, not a threat. It is a plea. Naira. I do not stop. I do not turn because I have already chosen. Chapter 42. Naira. The area is silent now, the echoes of battle fading into the night. The air is overflowing with the stench of pine and blood, the remnants of a fight that changed everything. Zephiran stands a few feet away, his back to me, his shoulders tense, his sword still gripped tightly in his hand. He hasn't spoken since we left the clearing, since I made my choice. I want to explain, to tell him why I did it, to make him understand that this isn't about betrayal, it's about survival. But the words stick in my throat, heavy and useless. He wouldn't understand. He can't. Not when he still believes in me. Not when he still thinks there's something left to save. Zephiran, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. It's not an apology, not an explanation. Just his name, hanging between us like a thread stretched too thin. He doesn't turn, doesn't move. But I see the way his grip tightens on the hilt of his sword, the way his shoulders stiffen, as if he's bracing himself for what comes next. And maybe that's why I step closer. Even now, even after everything, I can't stop myself from reaching for him. My hand brushes his arm, and he flinches, a sharp, involuntary reaction that makes my chest ache. But he doesn't pull away, doesn't tell me to stop. So I let my fingers trail down his arm, over the curve of his elbow, until I'm gripping his wrist, turning him to face me. His eyes are dark, unreadable, but there's something there, something raw and broken, something that makes my breath catch in my throat. "You don't get to leave me," he says, his voice low, rough, like the edge of a blade dragged across stone. "Not like this, not without a fight." I don't respond. Don't move. But I feel the way my body reacts to his words, the way my pulse quickens, the way my breath hitches in my chest. Then his hands are on me, gripping my shoulders, pulling me closer until there's no gap between us, until I can feel the heat of his body, the steady beat of his heart, the way his breath mingles with mine. "Zephiran," I whisper again, as if it's the last time. But he doesn't let me finish. Instead, his lips crash into mine, fierce and desperate, as if he's trying to erase the distance between us, as if he's trying to hold on to something that's already slipping away. I kiss him back because I'm a coward. Because I want to pretend, just for a moment, that this isn't the end. That I'm not already gone. That we still have time. His hands slide down my back, pulling me closer, his touch rough, urgent, as if he's afraid I'll disappear if he lets go. And maybe I will. Maybe I already have. But right now I let myself forget. Let myself feel. Let myself be the woman he still believes in, even if it's only for a moment. My fingers tangle in his hair, pulling him closer, deepening the kiss, until there's nothing left but the two of us, the heat of his body, the taste of his lips, the way he makes me feel alive, even as I'm slipping away. He breaks the kiss first, his forehead pressed against mine, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Naira," he murmurs, his voice rough, broken, like the sound of a man who's already lost everything. I don't respond. Don't tell him the truth. Instead, I kiss him again, slow, sweet, savouring the way he feels beneath my hands, the way he tastes, the way he makes me feel like I'm still human. He backs me into the closest tree. Zephiran's hands are everywhere, rough and desperate, as if he's trying to memorize every inch of me before I'm gone.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
They keep bringing you these free audiobooks. We have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
And for a fleeting, desperate moment, I let myself believe that this is enough. That we are enough. But then the moment passes, and reality comes crashing back in. And I know deep down that this is the end. That no matter how I want this, no matter how much we fight, we can't stop what's coming. We can't stop the inevitable. As I collapse against him, my body spent, my heart breaking, I know that this is the last moment for us. When it's over, when the sun rises and the world comes crashing down, I'll be gone.
Chapter 43. Zephyran. She's still asleep when I realize I love her. That I always have. And I've already lost her. That there's nothing I can do to stop it. The fire has burned low, the embers casting dull orange light across her skin. She sleeps too still. No tossing, no turning, and no shifting like she used to when she was human. It pains me that she's not anymore, and I've been lying to myself, pretending I don't see it. But I can't deny it no longer. Her pulse barely flutters beneath her throat. It's in the way she didn't hesitate when she stopped me from killing that High Council bastard. It's not because she wanted to spare him. She's already taken their side. She just hasn't told me yet. Even in sleep, she feels different. Not my Naira. I reach for her. My fingers trail down her arm, pressing against her skin, searching. For warmth, for a heartbeat, for some sign of the woman I love beneath the thing she's becoming. And for a second, just a fleeting, desperate moment, I convince myself she is still there, that she will wake and smile, that she will roll over and murmur some sharp, wicked thing that will make me want to ruin her all over again. I imagine she will let me pull her against me and pretend that none of this is happening, that I'm not losing her, or that I am not about to wake up to a world without her in it. But then, her lashes flicker, and when she opens her eyes, it guts me to the core, that the woman I've loved, the woman I've bled for, the woman I would burn this entire world down for, she is already gone, and she knows it. Her gaze finds mine, unfocused, hazy with sleep, her lips parting slightly. A flicker of confusion, a second of recognition. But then, distance. A slow, creeping nothingness that makes my stomach uncomfortable. She blinks, tilts her head slightly, a movement too slow, too unnatural, and she sees it now too. That I know. There is no more pretending. She exhales slowly, lifting a hand to my face, her fingers too cool, too controlled, too much like something that no longer belongs to this world. "You're gazing at me like you love me," she murmurs. I close my eyes. I can't bear to stare at her anymore. How can I tell her that I love her when she is slipping away from me? I want to drag her back, but she is already too far gone. She's leaving me. Naira already has. She kisses me first. Soft, sweet, like she wants to memorize the way I feel beneath her lips. Tomorrow, she will be my enemy. That tomorrow, I will have to choose between her and myself. That tomorrow she will no longer be mine. I kiss her back because I am a coward. There's no stopping this kiss. I want to savor this moment as much as she does. I want to keep her, even as she is ripping herself away from me. I want to make sure she remembers, even when she is standing against me, even when she is looking at me with empty, hollow eyes, even when she is holding a weapon to my throat. I want her to remember that I was the one who loved her first, and I will be the last. Her fingers slide into my hair, pulling me closer, her breath mingling with mine, and I almost tell her, I almost say it. The words that have been caged in my throat for so long. The words that will not save us, but will ruin me for the rest of my life. I love you. But the words refuse to form. If I say it, she will leave me faster. If I say it, she will know that I cannot stop her. If I utter these words, I will never recover from what happens next. She will know that she has won, that she has destroyed me. So instead I hold her tighter. I kiss her harder. I let her pull me into the lie that we're still together. And I let myself believe it. I am a fool. I'm already lost because I love her too much to let go. Even when I know she's already gone. And I might die for it. Gladly.
Chapter 44. Naira. I should have left him in the dark. I should have done it fast, without hesitation, without looking back. I should have made it painless. But that was never my way, was it? I was always meant to destroy him. He let me shred him to pieces. He's still sleeping when I stand over him. The fire has burned down to embers, a dull glow casting his face in deep shadows. He looks different like this. Less of the monster I first met. Less of the warlord who put his hands around my throat and dragged me into his world. Less of the man who ruined me. And more of something else. He's somewhat breakable. Something I should want to protect. Something I should still love. Not anymore. He doesn't matter in the bigger span of things. I am not the woman who once burned for him. That woman died somewhere between the dagger and the hunger, between the curse and the relic, between the last time he kissed me and the last time I let him. That woman is gone. Over. And I have no room left for regret. Not when he is the last thing tethering me to the world I am meant to leave behind. He loved me, didn't he? Even if he never said it. I felt it in the way his hands lingered. When his voice softened, just enough to let me slip inside. He would rather die than let me go. But he should have known better. I am not something to be kept. There's no holding me back. I am something to be used. This idea seems perfect. I don't resent it. I don't fight it anymore. This was always going to end this way. Deep down, he knows this will happen. I lean over him, just enough to feel the warmth of his breath. He's breathing and alive while I'm neither. He stirs, lips parting slightly, breath uneven. I wonder what he's dreaming about. Does he feel it? I wonder if he feels it coming, the way an animal senses a predator before the killing blow. And still I hesitate. I want to remember. The feel of his eyes on me, the warmth of his touch when I was still something human. I want to remember when he tried to save me, when I didn't want to be saved. After this, he will never look at me like that again. He will only see what I have become. I touch him one last time. His lashes flutter, lips parting slightly. His body knows before his mind does. Some deep, primal part of him senses what is happening, that I'm about to slip away. And still, he doesn't stop me because he knows I won't let him. His fingers twitch, like he might reach for me, might pull me down into him, might hold me there until I forget why I have to leave. But he doesn't. I exhale slow, letting my fingers drag down his throat, over his pulse, memorizing the way it still beats, steady and strong. When I walk away, it will be the last time I feel it. The last time I am allowed to touch him. The last time I can pretend we still have a future. And when I pull away, I do not look back. I make it to the end of the clearing before he speaks. Naira. One word, not a command, not a question, not a plea, just my name. I close my eyes. I hate how it sounds in his voice. Like I still belong to him, more like I am still his, like he has already forgiven me before I've even finished walking away. I turn my head slightly, just enough for him to see what I need him to understand. That I am not hesitating, that I am not unsure, that I have already made my choice. And it is not him. He stands slowly and doesn't chase me. He still believes there is a version of this where I do not betray him. Zephiran loves me. That is his greatest weakness. I am not the woman he loves. That woman has disappeared. I refuse to let him kill himself trying to bring me back, so I do the only thing that will make him let me go. I make sure he hates me. I raise my chin slightly, lips parting, voice smooth, empty, cruel. A weapon wrapped in silk. You should have known I would leave you first. His body locks for a split second, just long enough for me to see it land. Long enough for me to know that I have finally, truly hurt him. Not physically, not with steel, with the truth. This was never a love story, a human and a dark elf. Impossible. Few have beat the odds, but still impossible for most. Some have died trying. It's definitely not for us. He lets me walk away, not because he wants to, not because he has given up, but because he is still trying to understand what he did wrong, what he could have changed, what he could have done to make me stay. But there was never an answer, never a way to stop this, never a version of us that did not end in blood. And as I disappear into the trees, as I leave him behind for the last time, as I feel the relic inside me pulse with approval, I know. The next time we see each other, it will not be as lovers. It will be as enemies.
Chapter 45. Zephron. I find her in the ruins of what used to be a temple. I chased her here. The stone is cracked, the pillars jagged where time and war have torn them apart. She stands in the center of it all, bathed in moonlight, as if she belongs to the wreckage, as if she was always supposed to be something untouchable. And still, I step toward her. I never could stay away from her. She does not run. She watches me, silent, still. Not the way she used to, with fire in her veins and a blade hidden behind her back. Not like a woman waiting for a fight, but like a queen waiting for her executioner. She already knows what happens next. It's as if she's letting this happen. I despise myself for chasing her here. I can't give her up. I also hate her for making me come here, for making me see what she has become, for making me do this. We both know I should kill her right now, while I still can, before she becomes something I cannot stop. But instead, I touch her. She feels like a ghost. My hand finds her waist first, fingers pressing against the fabric of her tunic, sliding lower, desperate for something real, for something human. But her skin is too cool, her breath too shallow. Her pulse is even more slower than last time. Fainter, like she is already standing on the precipice of something I cannot reach. Her lips part slightly, letting out a breath. A whisper of something close to recognition, as if some small, broken piece of her still knows me, still remembers me, still wants me, and I crave it. I use it. I lean in, pressing my forehead against hers, closing my eyes, pretending, just for a second, that she is still mine, that she never left, that she never made her choice, and then I kiss her. The kiss isn't mean to save. It's a kiss meant to destroy us both. A clash of teeth and breath, and too many things we never said. A last violent claim on something already lost. A reminder that I was hers first, and she was mine, before the High Council, before the relic, before the hunger inside her grew too deep to fight. She was mine. If this is truly the final moment before she becomes my enemy, then I will make sure she remembers. Her body presses into mine, her fingers curling in my shirt, pulling me closer, anchoring herself in this moment, in me. She does not kiss me like a woman who has already made her choice. She kisses me like she is still fighting it, like she is still trying to convince herself that this is the right path, like she does not want to lose me any more than I want to lose her. And I almost believe it. Her hands become warm against my chest. She still gasps when I press her against the crumbling stone, when I nip at her bottom lip, when I drag my teeth along her throat. This time she feels like mine. I want her to be. Even now. Even when I know better. But when she pulls away, I'm back to reality. Her breath is uneven, her pupils blown wide, her body still pressed against mine. But the Naira, I know, has disappeared. She's not looking at me. Not really. She's looking past me, to the ruins, to the world she has already chosen, to the thing that has already stolen her away from me. She does not apologize, never a word of sorry. Not for making me love her more than I should have, not for making me come here just to watch her walk away again. I feel it in the space between us. But the truth she will not say, what we both know, that I will not see her again, not as my Naira, not as someone who still looks at me like I am something to hold on to, not someone who still remembers what I meant to her. I swallow, voice rough, raw, hollow when I finally speak. Is this the last time? She does not answer. Words aren't even enough to explain. She doesn't lie, not with some cruel, cutting remark that would make this easier to hate her for. She just looks at me. Her silence is the best answer, and I cannot breathe past it. She leaves again, not because I believe this is right, but because I cannot make her choose me. She has already decided to accept what she's becoming. I'm not part of it. She does not look back, not even when she reaches the edge of the ruins, when the shadows seem to close around her, when I feel the last string between us snap. There's no Naira, never an us.
Chapter 46. Naira. I feel the first blade before I see it, the surrounding shifts, a whisper of steel slicing through the dark. Instinct pulls me sideways. Too slow. The tip grazes my ribs, a thin line of fire opening across my skin. I never stop moving. I don't stop killing. Because the battlefield does not wait for hesitation, and I am no longer the kind of woman who hesitates. The smell of blood is thick, clinging to my skin, seeping into my lungs. Bodies hit the ground, their last gasps lost beneath the clash of swords, the roar of beasts, the crackle of magic being torn apart. I should feel something. Guilt, regret, shame. I don't because I chose this. I am exactly what they wanted me to be. A weapon, a monster, a thing made for war. And I wield my blades like I was born for this. The first time I see Zephiran again, I almost let him kill me. He moves like a storm, cutting down everything in his path, body slick with blood, some his, some not, and for one brief, shattered second, I think, let him end this. Let him drive that sword through my ribs. Let him finish what he should have done the first time. Let him erase me before I become something worse. But that's the problem. He won't. Why is he trying hard to save me? Even now he can't let me go, even after everything I have done. And I hate him for it. Why does his presence make me remember? He makes me feel something in the middle of this chaos. He makes me hurt in ways I don't have time to understand. I wanted him to stop fighting for me. His blade finds my throat before mine can. I let him. I want to see what he will do. I want him to look me in the eyes and admit that I am already dead, that the woman he loved no longer exists, that this is the end. But he stops. Coward. His sword presses against my skin. The pressure is there, but the killing blow? It never comes. What is he waiting for? Me? The Naira he knows? For the woman he still thinks is buried inside me somewhere? The woman who no longer exists? I let out a laugh. Not out of amusement. Not out of victory. It's out of pity. What are you waiting for? I whisper. His fingers tighten around the hilt. I feel the tremor in his grip. He cannot do it. Weak. He still thinks there is a way out of this. Thinks I will come back to him. That is the biggest mistake he has ever made. He's pathetic. I will never be his again. Love has no place in my life. I belong to war, and Zephiran is just another enemy standing in my way. I move before he can. Too fast that he can't keep up. The relic inside me burns, bending my body into something faster, stronger, more lethal than anything I have ever been before. I twist. My blade finds his side, not deep enough to kill, but it was enough to drive home that there's no way back. Just enough to make him see me for what I am. A gasp rips from his lips. Shock, not pain, not fear. I lean in close, lips brushing against the shell of his ear. It took you long enough, I murmur. He stumbles back, pressing a hand to his wound, blinking like he doesn't quite believe it. He doesn't quite believe I did this. Zephiran still thinks there is a version of this where we do not end up like this. It is not. It never was. I don't stay to watch him bleed to his death. I turn before I can change my mind. Before I can let myself feel something close to regret. Before I remember what he used to mean to me. The past doesn't matter anymore as I have made my choice. There is no coming back from this. When he calls my name, I refuse to look back. This is who I am now, and I don't belong to Zephiran anymore. I belong to the blood between us, to the war, to battle, and nothing will ever change that.
Chapter 47. Zephiran, the first thing I notice is the blood. My blood. Dark, hot, seeping between my fingers as I press my palm against the wound she gave me. She cut deep. Not enough to kill, but enough to remind me that she could have. Enough to tell me that the next time, she will. And still I can't breathe. Not from the wound, but from the implication of what she just did. From the finality of it. From the truth I've been refusing to see since the moment she walked away from me. Naira is gone. She is never coming back. My body wants to fall as I lost more blood. The edges of my vision flicker. The earth sways beneath my boots. My grip on my sword wavers. But I refuse. I refuse to kneel for this. To kneel for her. To kneel for the woman who looked me in the eyes and chose someone else. Chose something else. Chose war instead of me. And yet, she didn't kill me. That is what destroys me. If only she had... if she had run me through, left me bleeding out on this battlefield, ended it where I stood, I could have believed she didn't feel anything for me anymore. Maybe I could have told myself she was truly lost. Perhaps I might have detested her the way I need to, but she didn't. She let me live. That is worse than anything I've ever experienced. It means my Naira is still fighting it. It means somewhere, beneath the relic's power, beneath the monster they are trying to make her into, she still remembers. Still remembers me. That is a cruelty I'm not sure I can survive. Thunder rumbles in the distance. The smell of rain is thick in the air, mixing with the iron tang of blood and death. My men are still fighting. Still killing. But I don't see anyone at all. Not past the place she just stood. Not past the blood still staining her blade. I remember the words brushed my ear when she whispered those last words. It took you long enough. I want to laugh, Dot. How can I leave her alone when deep down I know she exists? Is the remaining part of her worth fighting for? The first drops of the rain hit my skin, cold against the heat of my blood. I will have to choose. Between chasing her or letting her go. I should let her drown in the ruin she has chosen, but I won't. She is still mine. I refuse to let this end here. Even if she has given up, I haven't. She thinks I will let her disappear into the dark. But she is wrong. I am coming for her. If she truly wants to bury what we were, she will have to kill me first.
Chapter 48. Naira. I keep moving. Not when the blood on my hands has dried. The chaos of the battle still rings in my ears. Every step away from him feels like a blade driving deeper into my spine. If I dare to stop, I will have to face it. What I did, what I lost. What I left behind, bleeding in the dirt. And I can't afford that with the war still raging. Now when Zephiran is coming for me. The rain has turned the dirt to mud, thick and clinging, dragging at my boots as I push forward through the ruined city. Real life should overwhelm me. I should feel victory. I walked away. I chose this. I made my choice. So why does my chest feel like it is still in his hands? Why does every breath burn? Why does my skin still remember his touch, his heat, his blade against my throat? Why does my mouth still taste like him, like the last time, like the end of something I should have buried long ago? I shake my head. I keep walking. This is the path I chose, a war I'm fighting. The High Council is aware as they are waiting for me. Silent, watchful, hungry. The old man tilts his head, examining me as if I am something shaped from their hands, as if they are the ones who pulled me from the ashes and turned me into something new, as if they own me, and maybe they do. Perhaps this was always meant to happen. Maybe I was always meant to be theirs. But then why does it feel like my heart is still nailed to the battlefield I left behind? Why do I still feel like I am his, even now? His breath, his rage, his ruin. I should have let Zephiran kill me. I should have never let him live. Because there is one thing I know. Zephiran never stops fighting, and I have just declared a war I am not ready to win. The old man steps closer, his voice low, measured, like he already knows what's coming. You did well. I should feel pride, satisfaction should swell inside me. Instead, I feel nothing. Not even when he smiles, not even when the others bow their heads, not even when they look at me the way a beast looks at the first drop of blood in the water. They think I have given myself over completely, that I am a weapon they can wield, that I have let go of the past, of him, that I have severed the last thread still tying me to the world I used to belong to. I almost believe it too, until I hear his name, until the words fall from the old man's lips like they mean nothing, until he speaks like Zephyran is already dead. He will not survive this war. The breath leaves my lungs, and suddenly I know I made a mistake, that this was never about myself, that I never stopped being his no matter how hard I tried, because no matter what I did, no matter how many times I walked away, I would rather burn this world to the ground than let them hurt him. This makes me afraid. I am beginning to wonder if I never really left him at all.
Chapter 49. Zephron. I stop waiting. I stop thinking. I stop breathing. If I hesitate, I will lose her. For good this time. The battlefield is still wet with rain, but the bodies beneath my boots are already growing cold. They sent men to kill me. They sent her to kill me, and she tried. She did. And yet, I am the one still standing. She thought she could walk away. Naira thought she could leave me bleeding, let me rot in the ruin she created, and I would just let her. I am coming for her. I always was. Move faster than I should be able to, considering I am still bleeding. The wound she gave me burns with every step, but I welcome it. I need it to push me harder. It is the only thing keeping me grounded, the only thing keeping me from losing my sanity, the only thing that reminds me she is still out there, and she belongs to me. I don't give a damn about what the High Council has poisoned her with. I don't give a damn what the relic is turning her into. I don't care that she stabbed me, walked away, looked me in the eye, and made me watch her leave. She is still mine, and I will burn this entire kingdom to the ground before I let them take her from me. She thinks she is careful, that she is covering her tracks. She slips deeper into the shadows, sinking into the hands of the men who think they own her now. But she's wrong. I see the trails everywhere. She was to be found by me. I follow the scent of blood, the whispers of her name, the rumors of a girl too dangerous to be human, too wild to be controlled. I follow the destruction she leaves behind, even when she tries to become something else. She is still Naira. And Naira, she was always destined to be chased. The city is burning. From her. I watch from the shadows as she moves through the streets, her body coiled tight, her hands stained red. She's already fighting, already killing, already giving herself over to the thing inside her. And I know, if I don't take her back now, I never will. She is too far gone. She is slipping between my fingers like sand, like smoke, like something I should have never tried to hold on to in the first place. But I don't care. I never did. She was never to be free from me. I was never meant to let her go. Her body stills, just for a second when our eyes meet, full of recognition. Like she always knew I would come for her. Then she moves. But I move faster. My hand closes around her wrist before she can slip away. Before she can make me watch her walk away again. She inhales sharply, not of fear. Naira is seething in fury, thinking she can escape me. She thought I would let her. Never. Her pulse flutters against my grip as she tries to pull away. Too fast, too wild, too alive. She snarls, jerking her arm, her eyes flashing with something close to fury. Let me go, Zephiran! I laugh. Cold, rough, broken. I'm stubborn. I should have let her slip away before it came to this. Before she destroyed me. Before I had no choice but to chase her to the ends of the world. Before she turned me into this. A man with nothing left to lose except the thing already slipping through his fingers. You think I'm letting you go? I murmur, voice sharp, dangerous, feral. She exhales, short and sharp. Her free hand moves fast, a dagger pulled from somewhere hidden, slashing toward my ribs. I catch her wrist, pin her, hold her, and I feel it. The way she still melts for me even now, even after everything. The way her breath shudders, just slightly. The way her lips part, her body straining against me. Not because she needs to get away, but because she knows she won't. She never did. She never wanted to. And I feel it then, that she's still mine. Even now, even here, even with the blade pressed between us, she is still mine. This isn't over, Naira. She exhales, but does not deny it. Does not tell me I am wrong. Does not tell me to stop. She belongs to me. I will never stop chasing her to hell and back. Not until I get her back. Until she admits that she was never meant to leave me. I will destroy every single person who thought they could take her away from me. And when she stops fighting me, when she lets me have her again, it won't be as a thief, or a captive, or a traitor. It will be as mine, forever.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 50. Naira. I can't run anymore. Not from him. Zephiran has me pinned. He's here. He has never stopped chasing after me even after I stabbed him, and because some deep, wretched part of me never wanted him to stop. His hands are rough, unforgiving. One at my wrist, the other pressed against my throat. It wasn't enough to hurt. Just enough to make sure I know he has me now. That I am not slipping away this time. That if I want to leave, I will have to kill him. I don't want to. Despite everything, despite this war, despite the blood still drying on my skin, despite the fact that he is my enemy now, I still feel safe in his hands. Why can he just let me go? I hate him for making me stay, for making me remember, for making me feel things. His eyes isn't full of rage. It isn't grief. It isn't even victory. Something I can't fight. Something that makes my gut twist, my throat tighten, my pulse. Too erratic, too alive. He is looking at me like he still wants me. Like he still believes in me. Zephyran still thinks I can come back from this. He's wrong. He has to be. If he isn't, then everything I did was for nothing. Still chasing me, Zephiran? I try to laugh, but it comes out broken. He doesn't smile. His grip on me tightens, dragging me closer. His breath hot against my cheek. You were never meant to run from me. My body betrays me, and my pulse stutters, a sharp inhale too quick, too deep. He hears it. He feels it. I surden first. I move. Fast, desperate, hungry. My mouth finds his, not in surrender, but in defiance. Not because I want to come back to him. No, I don't intend to be his again. But because I want him to hurt the way I am hurting. I want him to feel this fire the way I do. If I am burning, I am dragging him into the flames with me. His hands tighten and I let him take me. Against the wall, against the ruins of everything we used to be, teeth and breath and too much history. It is the only thing that has ever made sense. He's making me want him again, and I detest him for it. For making me weak when I should be strong. For making me crave him the way I used to. For making me feel like I never stopped. He pulls away first, just slightly, just enough. His forehead against mine, his breath still uneven, his hands still gripping me like he wants to break me apart, like he wants to put me back together. His voice is hoarse, wrecked, a whisper of something I can't handle. Tell me you don't still want me, and I'll let you go. He still thinks I have a choice. He still thinks this war is something I can walk away from. He still thinks we are something that can end, but we are not. We never were. I swallow hard. My voice is barely a whisper. You should have let me die. His grip tightens. His expression shifts. His lips press into a thin, hard line, and I know. He is done waiting, because I'm not getting away again. I am still his. I never stopped being his.
Chapter 51, Zephiran. She still thinks she can fight me. That's a mistake. Her wrists are in my grip, her body pinned between me and the crumbling stone wall behind her. Her breath is sharp, shallow, uneven, but she still hasn't stopped struggling, even when she knows she's already lost. I feel her muscles coil beneath my fingers, the way she still dares to resist, as if she doesn't remember exactly how this ends every time, with her beneath me, with her surrendering. And I'm so tired of pretending otherwise. Her lips are parted, not in fear, not in anger, in anticipation. She wants to fight. She's pushing me away to force me back, to make me let her go. But she also wants me to win. I see it in her eyes. I can read her soul, even now after all the blood between us. Even after she left me to die. Even now after she tried to convince herself that she was better off without me. She still wants me, and I am done pretending that I can resist. She swallows hard, her pulse fluttering beneath my palm. Zephiran. I don't let her finish. I press closer, forcing her to feel all of me. You ran from me, I murmur, my voice dark, low, edged with something dangerous. Her breathing falters. I had to. I laugh. It's a rough, broken sound. No, you didn't. She inhales sharply, fingers twitching in my hold, body still straining against me, still resisting. But her fight is almost over. I feel it. Her thighs shift, pressing together. Her lips part just a little more, waiting for my kiss. She is losing, and she sure as hell is falling with me. I don't give her a choice. I never have. I take her mouth like I take everything else. Brutal, unapologetic, unrelenting. She gasps against my lips, the sound intoxicating. She surrenders. She kisses me back, not soft, not hesitant, like a raging wildfire. It's as if she's going to tear me apart with her teeth. She consumes me. I let her take all of me. This is what we are, what we have always been. She belongs to me, and I'm never letting her go again. My hands slip lower, fingers digging into her waist, pressing her harder against me. She doesn't stop me. She doesn't fight it. Her nails drag up my arms, curl around my nape, pull me closer. She moans, and it is the most devastating sound I have ever heard. A sound of surrender. A sound of desperation. The sound of a woman who has finally stopped lying to herself. She trembles against me, her breath ragged, her lips swollen, her body melting in my hands. She's mine again. She always was. But I need her to say it. I need her to admit it. I brush my lips against hers, dragging my thumb across her bottom lip, tilting her chin up until she has no choice but to look at me. Say it, I growl. Her chest rises and falls, eyes flickering with something wild, something unraveled. Say you still belong to me. She doesn't answer, but she doesn't look away either. There's still a fight in her. Probably the relic's hold on her is taking over. But I am done waiting for her to admit it. I will drag the truth out of her, one way or another.
Chapter 52. Naira. The relic wants me to fight, I should have. Surrendering to Zephiran should have been the last from my mind. I should have let him kill me before it ever came to this. But I didn't. Zephiran has always known what buttons to press to make me give up. He wants the truth, the feelings in my heart. And I'm going to give it to him. His hands are still on me, holding me in place. His body, a wall of heat against mine, keeping me from running. Not that I would. There's nowhere left to go. No matter how hard I try, he always catches up to me. He's had me since the beginning, and I have spent too long pretending otherwise. I let my breath shudder out, my fingers curling into the fabric of his shirt, nails digging in, as if that will keep me steady. It won't. Nothing will. Not when he's looking at me like he has been waiting for me to utter the truth from my mouth. The truth that I'm trying to hide from. I'm still his, and I love him. Say it, he demands. His voice is low, dangerous, curling around my throat like a blade. I squeeze my eyes shut. I can't. Naira. My name, dragged from his lips like a promise. Or a curse. I shake my head. He tightens his grip. It's not painful, just unyielding. Enough to remind me he won't let this go. Just enough to remind me he never does. I swallow hard. Why do you have to ask when you already know the answer? His fingers slide along my jaw, tilting my chin up, forcing me to meet his gaze. Say it anyway, he orders. I exhale, hard and sharp, as if breathing alone is like pulling teeth out of my mouth. He needs to hear it. I never stopped being yours. I love you. It's barely a whisper. His body stiffens and his breath stills. His fingers tighten, his pulse kicking hard against mine. Then he makes a move. Fast. Brutal. Hungry. His mouth crashes against mine, his hands pulling me closer like he wants to consume me. He wants to own me all over again. His hands feel like a brand on my skin, his heat searing whatever's left of my soul. He is making sure I can never take those words back. I meant them, though. There's no taking back those words. This is the only thing that has ever been real between us, and it is too late to run from it now. I claw at him, nails raking down his back, desperate for something to anchor me, for something to keep me from drowning in him. His mouth is at my throat now, his breath hot, sharp, wrecked. Say it again. Repeat those words. Say you're mine. I shudder. I shouldn't be shaking in his arms like I need him to keep me upright. His voice is like a command to my soul, clutching my heart. I can't deny him. So I do the worst thing I could ever do, the thing I swore I never would. I never stopped being yours, always. I'm forever yours. It feels like surrender, as if a lock inside me is breaking, like I have nothing left to fight for. I have given in to the only thing I was ever destined to be. His. His forehead presses against mine, his breath uneven, his fingers still curled into my waist. Yes, you're destined to be mine. Always will be.
Chapter 53. Zephron. She's mine, but she's dying. And I was too blind to see it. She's still in my arms, body loose, breath warm against my skin. But something is wrong. At first I think she's just exhausted, just coming down from the war between us. She sways, just slightly, and my stomach drops. I hold her waist, on her wrists, on every part of her that doesn't feel like it's slipping through my fingers. Naira. She exhales slowly, a soft smile on her lips, like she's trying to hide it from me. I'm fine, she whispers, her fingers tracing my nose. She's lying. She never says that unless she's not. She never sounds like that unless something is wrong. She's not just tired. She's weak, too weak, and I should have seen this sooner. This is all my fault. I drag her closer. I press a hand to her cheek, her throat, the fragile flutter of her pulse, too faint. What did you do? I demand, voice sharp, cutting. She doesn't answer. I gasp, a hand clutching my heart. Silence is her admission. The relic took something from her. It's been taking something from her this whole time. I thought it was only changing her. But it's feeding off her, draining her, sinking its claws into her soul piece by piece. And I let it happen. This is all on me. I was too focused on the war, too focused on chasing her, too focused on getting her back. Now she's slipping away, and no one can stop it, even her. Why didn't you tell me? I ask with a shaky voice. She's dying in my arms, and she didn't even tell me. She closes her eyes. Because I didn't want you to stop me. All I see is red. You thought I wouldn't notice? She swallows hard, a flicker of something too close to regret flashing across her face. I hoped you wouldn't. My jaw locks. My F-chest aches. So you planned on dying for this? For them? A small, broken laugh slips past her lips. No, she whispers. I planned on dying for you. It's a confession. A death sentence. I don't want it. I won't take it. She is not dying for me. She is not giving herself up for me. She belongs to me. She always has. And I will not lose her to this. I cup her face, forcing her eyes on mine. Forcing her to see what she just said. I want her to understand that I will not let this happen. You think I'd let you do this? Her lips press together. You think I'd let you die for me? I ask again, gazing into her eyes, trying to speak to what remains of her soul. She flinches. I will burn this world to keep her. She knows I would rather die myself than let her pay this price. Even if it's already too late, I will still fight for us. The fire between us turns to desperation, an inferno that threatens to scorch us both until nothing remains. I crush my mouth against hers, needing her to stay. I need her to remember what this feels like. I need her to know I will kill anything, anyone, even myself, to keep her breathing. She kisses me back, not like she's giving up, like she's memorizing me, like she's saying goodbye. But no, I will never allow it. When I pull away, my breath is ragged, my grip on her unshakable. You are not dying for me, I declare. She exhales. You don't get to decide that. I laugh. Dark, low, lethal. Yes, I do. She stiffens. I will rip this curse out of you. I vow. I will shatter that relic into dust. I will burn this entire world down if it means keeping her alive. I am not losing her. Not to the relic. Not to the curse. Not to anyone. And if death wants to take her, it'll have to take me first.
Chapter 54. Naira. I have to leave. Now. Before Zephiran realizes what I'm about to do. I can't let him stop me. If I stay, he will have to make a choice. It will break him, and I won't let it happen. So I move. Fast. Silent, like a ghost slipping into the dark. My body is weak. My vision flickers. Every step feels like it takes more from me than it should. The relic has already started its work. It's in my blood, in my bones, in the marrow of my soul. It's unravelling me, piece by piece, consuming the last of what I have to give. And he will fight for me. He's a man that keeps his promise. He still thinks he can save me. But it's not without consequence. Not without destroying himself in the process. And I can't let him do that. The wind is cold as I step onto the balcony, the city stretching out beneath me. I hear the battle raging in the distance. I can hear the sounds of metal meeting flesh, of bodies hitting the ground, of the world resembling an inferno around us. This war is almost over. But not for me. I am not letting Zephron be the one to end this. If I stay, he will make the wrong choice. He will choose me. Over himself. Over his revenge. Over the war he's been fighting his entire life. I can't let him do that. Not for me. Not when I'm already lost. So I take a step forward. Suddenly the shadows move. A cold voice curls through the night, interrupting me. Low. Smooth. Too familiar. Leaving so soon, little fox? My blood runs cold. I don't need to turn to see who the latest arrival is. I know exactly who it is. Lord Zephiran Zacria, Zephiran's father, the man who has been pulling the strings from the beginning. The man who created the curse. The man who always knew this would happen. This was his plan all along, and now he's come to collect. Slowly I turn to face him. His eyes glint like sharpened steel in the dark. His mouth is curved into something that almost looks like amusement, as if this is all just a game to him. As if he hasn't already ruined everything. I should have known you'd come crawling back to him, he muses. My fingers twitch toward my dagger. I didn't crawl anywhere, I reply, trying to push the darkness inside me to gain some semblance of control. His chuckle is soft, patronizing. No, you ran to him like a good little pet. You kissed him. You let him touch you. And now, you think you can run away again? My stomach tightens. He has been watching. I have played into his hands without even realizing it. You don't care about me, I say. He tilts his head. Number. But I care about my son, and you, little human, are his greatest weakness. My breath catches. He's here to destroy what's left of me. Not for me. For Zephiran. To make him watch. To break him. This man lives to make his son suffer, and I can't have him do that. He moves fast. Faster than I expected. Faster than my body can react. Cold steel slashes across my stomach. My knees buckle and pain erupts through me, sharp and deep and unbearable. I choke on a gasp. I stumble. I fall. Blood spills across the stone, warm and wet and so wrong. I try to push myself up, but I can't. This wound isn't meant to kill me quickly. It's meant to make me suffer. It's meant to make me bleed out slow. He wants to make me scream. Zeron doesn't just want me dead. He wants Zephiran to find me like this. To watch me die in his arms. To shatter him completely. As the world tilts, as my vision blurs, as the blood pools beneath me, there's only one thing I think about. This was never about me. Zephiran, my love, has always been the target. I have to hope to the gods that he doesn't see me like this. That, if he comes, he'll see me just sleeping peacefully.
Chapter 55. Zephron. The scent of her blood reaches me first. It stops me cold, thick, coppery, wrong. I see her collapsed on the stone, a pool of red spreading beneath her. Naira's hands are shaking, lips parted in a silent gasp, and her eyes are glassy. She's so close to death, and something inside me snaps. I don't feel my own legs move. Don't hear the sound of my own ragged breath. Don't process anything except the sight of her slipping away. My knees hit the ground beside her. Naira. Her fingers twitch. Her body is so cold. Stay with me, I beg, clutching her desperately. I rock her body, willing heat into it. She tries to blink up at me, but her gaze is unfocused. I am so afraid. This is not something I can fight, nor something I can kill. This is her life, draining out of her, and I have no idea how to stop it. Touching, truly. A voice too familiar, one that haunts me even in my sleep, interrupts me. I freeze. Slowly, he steps out of the shadows, Lord Zephiran Zacria, waiting for this exact moment. Look at you, he muses, brought to your knees over a human. My vision blurs with red. My hand tightens around my sword. He's here to witness me breaking a trap, and I walked straight into it. Maybe if I killed him sooner, this wouldn't happen. This is his final move, and I know exactly what he wants from me. He wants me to lose control, to lash out, to become exactly what he made me to be. And maybe just this once I will. You think this will break me? I breathe. Zeron raises his head. I know it will. I laugh, low, rough, deadly. He's wrong. I am becoming something else entirely. Something monstrous. Something he will not survive. He has given me permission to end him, and I'm about to destroy everything to do it. I rise. Slow, unshaking, my sword still dripping with the blood of men who thought they could take me down, my vision locked on the man who should have died years ago. You always said I was your greatest mistake, I say, my voice dripping with deadly precision. I take a step forward, then another. Let me prove you right. Chapter 56. Zephron. I was made for this moment. For war. For vengeance. For killing the man who cursed me before I even drew breath. He will die screaming under my sword. Zeron moves first. Fast, precise, predictable. He thinks I will break before I ever touch him. He is wrong. Our swords clash, steel scraping against steel, and the sound is thunderous. I don't let him push me back. I meet his strength with everything I have left. This is not just a fight. This is his reckoning, and I have been waiting my entire life for it. Pain rips through my bones as the curse burns through me. Zeron's activating it, using it against me. This is a constant reminder of what he's done to me. Of the power he still thinks he holds over me. Of the nights I've spent writhing on the floor, breaking and healing over and over, screaming into the dark while he listened from the shadows. He smirks, sensing it. Still weak, son. I bare my teeth. Not weak. I shove him back. My blade slices across his arm, and it might be a shallow wound. But it's enough. This time, he's the one bleeding. Zeron's expression shifts into a flicker of something I've never seen in his face before. Not disappointment. Not contempt. Something close to fear. He's aware that I am not that trembling boy anymore. I'm not a puppet on his strings. I am not his curse-ridden heir, clawing at survival. I am his end. He lunges again. I let him. Then I sidestep. I pivot. I drive my sword into his stomach. He chokes and staggers. His fingers twitch, reaching for something, anything. But there is nothing left. No power. No control. I didn't know it will be this easy to kill him. I should have known I have it in me. Even as my body break apart because of the curse, I don't feel it anymore. There's only the rage and the anguish of losing Naira prevailing. The pain of the curse doesn't matter anymore, as it doesn't compare to the pain of Naira dying on the cold, wet floor. Right now, I'm just a dark elf regretting his choices. A man who is losing the only thing that makes his dark world blend with colors. Right now, I'm a son, holding the blade that will end my father. I twist the sword. Zeron's body jerks, and then he falls. His breath is shallow. His blood is everywhere. Yet he still tries to speak. I crouch beside him, watching, listening. His lips part into a weak, rasping whisper. You were my greatest mistake. I smile, sharp, bloody, ruthless. I know, I reply. I push the blade deeper. Finally, Lord Zephiran Zacria dies. I'm free. No more curse, no more chains, no more father watching from the shadows, waiting for me to bow. He is dead and I am still standing. I let out a slow breath, but the victory is hollow. Naira is still bleeding, still dying. And suddenly, this isn't over. If I do not move fast, I will lose her too. And losing her is a death I will not survive.
Chapter 57. Naira. This is it. I can feel it. The end. The last flickering ember of warmth in my veins, slipping through my hand like fine sand. Zephiran is holding me together, but it's too late. He knows it. I know it. But he still won't let me go. His grip is too tight, almost painful. He's trying to hold me here, trying to keep me from slipping away, trying to stop something that can't be stopped. Stay with me, he growls. His voice is raw, wrecked. A man unravelling. He's a man losing everything. Please. I should fight. I don't want my last breath to be spent lying to him. Right this moment, I realise, I don't want to leave him. The warmth pooling beneath me isn't warmth at all. It's my blood. It's my body giving up. It's the cost of every mistake I've made, every war I've fought, every moment I thought I could outrun this end. You stupid, stubborn woman! Zephiran snarls, pressing a shaking hand to my wound, trying to stop what he can't stop. Why did you run? Why didn't you stay? I choke on a weak laugh. That's the real tragedy, isn't it? I spent so long trying to run from him and to escape the chains he wrapped around my soul. Perhaps, deep down, I'm trying to prove I could be something without him. But here I am, dying in his arms with the realisation that I was never running from him. I was always running toward him. I blink up at him, the edges of my vision going soft, dark. His face is all I can see, his fury, his grief. He is not a man who knows how to lose, not without taking the whole world down with him. That's why I have to stop him. Don't do this, I whisper. His jaw locks. Do what? I swallow hard. Everything. I know exactly what he's going to do. I know exactly who he will become if I die here, and I can't let that happen. I touch his face and he flinches like it hurts. Let me go. He bares his teeth. Never. Zephiran. No. It's not a word. It's a declaration, a vow. He is not letting me go even if it destroys him, even if it means doing something neither of us will come back from. I exhale slowly. I have nothing left. No way to tell him what he means to me. So I do the only thing I can. I kiss him. One last time, one last breath. One last moment before the dark takes me. I feel it, the pull, the cold, the end. And as I fade and the world tilts and blurs, as my body stops, I hear him scream my name. Then there is nothing.
Chapter 58. Zephyran. She is gone, and I do not accept it. The world is silent, the battle forgotten. The blood beneath my knees no longer hers but mine. I'm breaking, as I've already lost so much. Her body in my arms is still warm. There's a tiny, minuscule warmth radiating from her chest. That's what shatters me most. Her lips are still parted like she is about to breathe again, and her hands are still curled around my wrist as if she is still holding on. But she is too still. My mind refuses to accept it. My hands shake as I drag her closer. Her head lolls against my chest with her scent still there. Her lips still taste like mine as I kiss her. She is not gone. I barely register the hands on my shoulders. A voice. A distant sound. Zephyran! No, I do not hear anything except the silence where her heartbeat used to be. This is not how it ends. I am choosing her over everything. Over my freedom, over my life, over the entire world if I have to. It will cost me, but this is something I must do. Only I can do. I cut my palm open, deep. The pain barely registers as my blood drips onto her lips. Dark, red, endless. And I speak something forbidden. Not just words, but someone older and darker. The spell that binds and damn a being to the abyss for all eternity. I will give whatever it takes, even myself. The power surges as it burns through me. It feels like dying and becoming something else entirely. The ground trembles and the air thickens. And then she gasps, a sharp, ragged sound escaping from her lips. Her back arches and her fingers dig into my arms. Her lungs drag in breath and I collapse on her. She's alive. I brought her back. I'm never letting her go again.
Chapter 59. Naira. I shouldn't be breathing. I shouldn't be. But I am, and the first thing I feel is him. Zephyran's weight, his body caging mine, his arms wrapped around me like he is trying to keep me here by force, as if he thinks I will slip away again if he lets go. His breath is ragged against my skin, his fingers still curled too tightly around me. And his heartbeat, too slow, too strange. He did something. Something wrong and irrevocable. I try to move. I can't. My body is not my own. My pulse isn't right. The air in my lungs feels foreign. It's as if it doesn't belong to me anymore. Like it was forced back into me by something unnatural. Something that shouldn't have worked. My throat tightens, and I push against him. "Zephiran," I call out. He doesn't react at first. Like he doesn't want to move and look at me. He knows exactly what I'm about to say. I shove him back, gasping, coughing, fighting to sit up, to breathe, to understand what he has done to me. And when his eyes meet mine, I see what he gave up and I wish I had stayed dead. His eyes, they aren't his anymore. Not completely. There's something wrong in them, something missing, taken. And when I touch him, he flinches. Not because I hurt him, but because he isn't the same man anymore. Whatever he did to bring me back, it took something from him. Something he will never get back, and it breaks my heart open all over again. "What did you do?" I whisper, my voice shaking. Zephiran doesn't answer. He just watches me as if he is memorizing this moment. What did he do? "You were dead," he says. His voice, it's not the same. It's lower, rougher. Like he is speaking from somewhere else entirely. Somewhere I cannot follow. I swallow hard. And now I'm not. His jaw locks. "Because of me," he replies, a smile gracing his lips. I shudder. The smile isn't entirely his. "Tell me what you did," I breathe. "Tell me the truth." And when he speaks, it destroys me even more. I gave it my soul, Naira. My stomach drops. I traded it for yours. And I stop breathing all over again. He gave up his soul to bring me back. Not his life, not his magic, not his strength. His soul, the one thing you can never take back. The air is colder around him, and his presence feels different, sharper, darker. The way his heart is still beating, but something else is missing. I want to kill him for it. "You bastard!" His mouth curves slightly. Not a smirk, not satisfaction, something closer to defeat. "You're welcome." I shove him away. This is not what I wanted. This is not what I asked for. This is not something I can forgive. He didn't just save me. He damned himself to do it. I was ready to die. Should I hate him, love him? Maybe both. Maybe always. For all eternity.
Chapter 60. Zephyran. She's holding me together, but I am falling apart. I can feel the slow fracturing of my soul. It's like sand slipping through my fingers, like a fire burning itself to embers. I have minutes, maybe seconds. Naira knows it. Her hands are too tight on my face, her breath too uneven, her eyes wild with panic. "There has to be a way," she whispers. "There isn't. We both know that. But she isn't letting me go. We have to do the ritual. I want to be your mate," she softly declares. "Please." Her words slam into me like a physical force, like a blade cutting through the moment. I blink at her. "Naira." The dark elf mating ritual. Her voice shakes, but her hands do not. It binds souls, it strengthens them. I see where she's going. I see what she wants. And it terrifies me. You don't know what it will do. I'm not sure if this will even help with ours. And I don't care, all I want is to be with you forever. Let's take this chance. Her grip tightens. If it ties us together, if it anchors you to me, if it stops you from fading, then we do it. Even if it destroys you, even if it saves you. Her words clutches at my heart. I can fight fate, even gods, but I cannot fight her. Not when she's looking at me like that. So I give in, and we do it. She kneels before me. A human, a thief, a woman who was never supposed to belong to a dark elf lord. And I kneel before her. A monster, a broken thing, a man who has never belonged to anyone. We cut our palms and we lace our fingers together, and we speak the words. Ancient words, forbidden words. Words of power older than time itself. Luthen Quo, I am yours. Luthen Vre, you are mine. It's the ancient mating ritual of our house, the one my mother told me when I was young, and everything was right with the world. Before my father turned into the monster that he was today. Her breath hitches as she repeats them back. Luthen Quo, I am yours. Luthen Vre, you are mine. The space crackles and magic shivers around us. I feel it sink into my skin, into my blood, into the broken places inside me. And suddenly I'm anchored. A part of her is filling up the empty places in my soul. I am anchored to her. To us. To something greater than myself. Now I truly understand what it means to belong, not because of chains, not because of power, but because of love. I take a deep, steady breath. Something I haven't been able to do since the moment my soul started unraveling. The pain is gone. The curse is still there, but it's different now. Her eyes widen as her body tenses. Zephron, she gasps, and I feel it. The pain, not just hers, but also mine. The relic can't take us both. Our souls stronger when together. Our souls are united. One being, but not one soul. Ours. The bond didn't just save me. It didn't just anchor me. It tied us together. Completely. She bears my curse now, and I bear hers. We share life. We share pain. We share fate. There is no undoing it. And there is no regret. Not for me and not for her. She is smiling. Soft. Sweet. Like this was always supposed to happen. Like this is the only future she ever wanted. And I let go. Let go of the fear. Let go of the guilt. Let go of everything but her. We kiss. She is mine. And I am hers. And we are forever.
Chapter 61. Naira. We are free. I feel it in my soul. And I feel it in him. There are no chains left between us. No wars left to fight. No hands trying to pull us apart. It is just us. And we are still here. Still breathing. Still standing. Still burning. His hands trace over me like a prayer. Slow. Reverent. Like he can't believe I am still his. Like he is memorizing every inch of me. Because now, he never has to let me go again. I don't want a gap between us. I don't want distance. I want to be closer. I want to feel everything. I want him everywhere. His fingertips glide over my skin like molten lava rolling inside me. They dip into the hollows of my collarbone, trace the curve of my chest, and linger at the peak, teasing it into a hard, aching point. His touch is deliberate, worshipful, as if he's relearning me, as if he's afraid I might vanish if he doesn't commit every detail to memory. When his hand slides lower, skimming the plane of my stomach, I arch into him, my breath hitching. His palm cups the heat between my thighs, and I gasp, my core, already aching for him. He groans softly, the sound vibrating against my neck as he presses his lips there, sucking gently, marking me as his. I've missed this, he murmurs, his voice rough with need. Missed you. I want you. I crave you. You give me life.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. As much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. I wake to quiet, to warmth, to him. His body is curled around mine, his breath steady, his fingers lazily trailing circles on my bare skin. There is no urgency, no fear, no war waiting for me when I open my eyes. There is only this, only him. Only the sound of waves crashing against the shore outside the window, the scent of the sea carried on the wind, the distant cry of gulls as they greet the morning sun. We are not in the capital anymore. We are far away from it all. Because that's all we ever wanted. No throne, power, or revenge. Just this. Just each other. I shift beneath him, smiling softly when his grip tightens, like he knows I'm trying to move, and he's not ready to let me go. I let him pull me back against his chest. I press my lips to his collarbone. He exhales so softly, like he is at peace. We made it, I whisper. His arms tighten. We did. And we don't ever have to go back. His lips graze my temple. No, we don't. Because we left it all behind. The council, the war, the curse that tried to consume us. It's all gone, and in its place. There is only this, only us, only the fire that still burns, and it always will. Because we survived, because we are free, because we belong to each other, forever.
Epilogue, Zephyran. It has been 3 months since we left. 3 months since the war ended. 3 months since we disappeared. 3 months since I was supposed to die, but didn't. Now we live in a place where no one knows our names, where there are no chains, no thrones, no curses, where we are free. The house is small, wooden walls, a thatched roof, open windows that let in the scent of salt from the sea just beyond the cliffs. It is not a palace or a fortress. It is just ours. That is all it ever needed to be. There are no guards standing outside, no high walls and no eyes watching us from the shadows, waiting for us to slip. Because there is no one here, no one but us. We left them all behind. The war and the world that tried to tear us apart. We escaped from the High Council's hold. We burned it all. We walked away and we are never going back. She hums when she thinks I'm not listening. Soft, quiet little sounds that slip from her lips as she stands by the fire, slicing fruit, fingers stained red with berry juice. She never used to hum. Not when she was running, not when she was waiting to die. But now she does as she has something to hum for. She doesn't wake in the middle of the night, gasping, hands clutching for weapons that aren't there. She no longer whispers threats in her sleep. Naira doesn't fight me when I pull her into my arms. She just leans in and lets me hold her. She's healing. We both are. Slowly, painfully. But it is happening, and I would burn down 1,000 more worlds just to keep her like this. You're staring, she says. Her voice is light, teasing. She turns, tilting her head, dark hair falling over one shoulder, bare legs crossed on the wooden floor. There is something different about her now. Something softer. She still carries a blade, still moves like a shadow when she walks, still kisses me like she's afraid it will be the last time. But she also smiles more, and I would kill a god to keep it that way. You were humming, I tell her. Her brows lift. Was I? You were, huh? She pops a berry between her lips. Must be going soft. I don't smile, but I do lean forward. I rest my hand on the table beside her, let my fingers graze her wrist. That's a good thing. She exhales, something almost like relief in her expression because she doesn't have to be a weapon anymore. She doesn't have to fight for every breath. She can just be herself, and so can I. I am no one's heir anymore. I am no one's son. I am just hers. That is all I ever wanted to be. Are you happy? She asks me one night. The fire is low. The sea is loud beyond the cliffs. She's wrapped in my arms, warm against my chest. Safe. I don't answer at first because I have never had the luxury of happiness before. I've never thought it was something I could have. But she is here, and I am alive. Yes, I whisper against her hair. Are you? She exhales, curling closer, pressing her lips to my skin. I think so. And I close my eyes, savoring this. Us. I have everything I ever wanted, and nothing will ever take it from me again.